what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can keep your radio blind. Open your heart and show your eyes that you can change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you can change your destiny.
everybody. I'm actually here like sort of on time, and we only had to push it back 30 minutes. I just like there's so many things that I need to prepare before a stream. Like I don't know if you can see this, but like right, can you see the steam? We got the void coffee. Oh my god, the house just became a member. The house. I don't know if that's my house or your house or all of our house, but whatever the house is, it just became a member, right? And then these are the, like, look, I'm getting into cooking for myself a little bit more. Usually I just throw a bunch of stuff into my rice cooker and actually eat out of it too, which is like, I don't know. I'm feeling a little bit more like a human, less like a goblin these days. So I decided to make some really yummy noodles for once. Keppels has got nothing on my noodles because my noodles are not flavored with racism. They're flavored with ginger, like noodles should be, right? That's how you make noodles, or how you should if you have time. Fresh ginger, I'm telling you, fresh ginger is like, I don't know how I forgot about this. I think I just like, you know, it's a pain. It's a pain. That's the only problem that I have with fresh ginger, is it's like, you know, I should just get a grating. I'm trying to save money. I'm trying not to. My roommate that had all the cooking stuff moved out, and it's kind of good because there's actually room in the kitchen now. Like there's nobody taking up like 90% of the room in the kitchen, but at the same time, you know, all the kitchen implements are kind of gone. So yeah, so I was just like blending the ginger with hot water. I put it in like one of those bullet things, and it doesn't exactly blend. Like I still have like chunks of ginger in here. But yeah, we got noodles today. We got void coffee. We're ready to go. We got the butterfly that Shakespeare got me. So and we've got a lot. Yeah, racism-free noodles. Those are my favorite noodles. Like right there's. It's a weird thing. The whole noodles thing is super weird. The way that she works that, the way that she's turned that into a dog whistle. And it's like, it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. Like if you listen to Keppels, you'd think that people thought that if you're white, you can't eat noodles, right? And it's like, no, just like maybe don't direct hate towards somebody who's already at the bottom of a 4chan Kiwi Farms dog pile. That's the secret, Keppels. That's the right. It's not. It turns out it's not really about noodles at all. It was never about noodles. It was always about racism. I have heard, chat, and a little bird told me that Keppels made a video reacting to the Vanguard reacting to Keppels. And same thing with Dylan Burns. Like the Vanguard is lighting up all the Vashis. Oh my god, super chat, $20. Go bestie, thank you so much. You too, bestie. Thank you for the $20 super chat, Nuana. It's gonna read it off for you though in a second. And it's gonna read it off in a sassier and more British voice than I could ever do. At least I hope. YouTube, assuming YouTube alerts, yeah, it's just gonna take, it's gonna lag. That's what's gonna be. Shakespeare does have good taste, yeah. Shakespeare knows that I specifically like blue butterflies for reasons, chat, for reasons. Anyway, let's get into this today. We've got a lot to cover. We're gonna try to cover, finally cover something from Ben Shapiro that's been recommended to me for a long time. We're going to talk about Kasparian and Shoe0nHead and their conversation, which I'm sure was very enlightening, right? Dark enlightening, right? The dark enlightenment, that kind of enlightening. There we go.
New_Anna super chatted $20. Go bestie, starstruck.
Oh my god, go bestie, yes. So, yeah, it's so weird. It's so weird how that delay works, but that's what happens. So yeah, and then we've also got, wait, what is this? I think it's Mucinex. Is that what we're starting out with? We're starting out with a Mucinex. They are removing Sudafed, Mucinex, and other cold meds from the shelves. What does this mean? Chat, now I'm guessing this sounds like some anti-vax garbage right here, right? So anybody from YouTube that's monitoring this for medical misinformation, I'm identifying this as being misinformation. and I'm against it, okay? YouTube has a problem of not knowing what is misinformation and what is debunking of misinformation, but this is some misinformation I want to debunk right here and there. If you got some weird conspiracies about right in time for the next plague, do you hear what this person's saying? So they took off Sudafed, Mucinex, and other cold medications from the shelf. And now I will say that that's weird to me, because I swear to God, I've used some of this stuff and it works, but there's also something called the placebo effect, right? That if you take a medication that you think is going to help you, chances are it'll help you. Mucinex and Sudafed are separate unless you get a special kind of Mucinex. Well, here's what happened. Okay, so Sudafed is named for pseudoephedrine, I think. And yeah, it's got the word ephedrine in it right there, and that should tell you why that ingredient got banned. People were using that ingredient to cosplay Breaking Bad, right? Produce some blue some blue product with that, right? And so they took that off the shelf because people, you know, it was too exploitable, right? This stuff that's in I guess Mucinex, and yeah, it's phenylephrine. So similar compound, probably. Phenyl just refers to like a ring structure in the molecule. Oh wow, Chad, it's time for your organic chemistry lesson. It's time for your organic chemistry. No, but yeah, so they pulled Mucinex and other cold medicines because PE doesn't work. Oh, phenyl. Okay, so I mean, like, I guess that's right. Like, look, here's the deal. Like, I've used this stuff before, and it seems like it worked. A lot of people swear by this stuff, but I don't know. Maybe it doesn't really work. Apparently, they did tests. So, you know, if you sell a medication and you make a claim like this is going to reduce your nasal congestion, and you do a study on it, and it shows it doesn't reduce your nasal congestion, like that's a problematic claim right there. So it seems to be that's why they took it off the market. However, that's not going to stop the QAnon ants from coming up with, like, and this is even like they're basically predicting like another, you know, public health crisis here, and acting like the amoxicillin. Oh my God! So amoxicillin, that's a antibiotic, right? And the thing about antibiotics is that they do work at killing off pathogens, right? That's what they're for. If you put, you know, various antibiotics in a petri dish with a bunch of cultures of pathogens, you're gonna see a die-off around wherever you placed the antibiotic, right? But the problem with this is that you are also directing the evolution of the pathogen by prescribing this to a person, right? So in other words, these are good, but they, you know, this is a weapon that you've got to keep for the right, you know, you shouldn't be taking, you know, these for anything and everything, right? You should take it for what your doctor prescribes you to, and please don't lean on your doctor to prescribe you antibiotics because you're like, that's the only thing that works. But people do, and you know, amoxicillin is a pretty common one. It's not like a high level one. The high level ones are the ones that we're really worried about, right? Because those are the ones that they really keep restricted because they do not want pathogens to become immune, to evolve in a direction where they become. Anyway, chat, this is way too scientific, way too early in the morning, and my brain's not even there. Shaxby, I was just talking about your awesome, the butterflies that you got me. I'm wearing one right now. Welcome to the stream. Antibiotics do not work against viruses, though. That's the other, people will take them for anything. They think that they're magic. They think, yeah, they're, you know, they're, and there's maybe the placebo effect. Okay, so anyway, I'm getting sidetracked here. The main thing is that they're taking Sudafed, Mucinex, and other cold medications off the shelf, and QAnon ants, like Bicentennial Babe here, are responding in spreading disinformation and panic where they shouldn't be. I know Americans are doomed when Mucinex trends on social media as a conspiracy. So this conspiracy is pretty far-reaching. My daughter recently sick, and the doc said take Mucinex, but the FDA says Mucinex doesn't help with colds. Does not help with does not reduce nasal congestion, I believe is the September 12th Food and Drug Administration Advisory Panel report. So these are panels that look at the preponderance of the research. Reported that oral phenylephrine hydrochloride, an ingredient in many popular over-the-counter decongestants people purchase to treat common cold symptoms, does not reduce nasal congestion. Now again, chat, I will say this is weird to me, but I'm not gonna jump to the conclusion of some like conspiracy, some ridiculous QAnon conspiracy that love how people are going nuts with the conspiracy theory that the government is getting rid of Mucinex, when the reality is far more banal. Corporations have voluntarily elected to stop carrying it after finding out it doesn't do anything. So yeah, I don't know, maybe it's a placebo effect. People swear by Mucinex. Yeah, I mean, look, I don't actually take a lot of this stuff. I don't get sick very much. Okay, knock on wood. But I've never had a problem of my immune system being too weak, right? If anything, my immune system like over responds. But right, so I don't get sick very often. I don't deal with a lot of nasal congestion. I don't really have to use this very much. But what I do, and I need to do something where like I don't need to be sniffing to be able to do. I feel like this stuff works. I don't know. But apparently the preponderance of the research. So people are saying like asking to bring back older. My dad uses or used to use. Like my dad kept this stuff around the house. But for allergy, yeah, he was doing it for allergies, right? Anyway, so that's going on. That's interesting. And then what else is going on? We haven't really covered this, have we? Wow. Oh no! They banned the AI bot that was trained to respond like, trained on Juniper's jokes. They banned a bot, chat. This isn't even Juniper. Wow. There's something else about Musk I want to talk to you about. Okay, check this out, right? Elon Musk has been so affected by his public reputation nosediving that employees at Twitter had to call law enforcement for a wellness check after he locked himself inside the office. Mesrick, the author of Breaking Twitter, great title, told, okay, so there's a CNBC clip of this maybe, that told the Squawk Box that Musk's chaotic X acquisition had a serious impact on the billionaire's reputation. He got to the point where he locked himself in his office, was so upset that the Twitter employees were considering calling, so he locked himself in the audience, he locked himself in the office, and the employees around there were like, yo, do we need to call, like, and make sure he's okay? Do we need to have somebody go in there and make sure that he's okay? They didn't do it, but they didn't end up calling the San Francisco police, but they were worried about him, right? I think he truly cares about his reputation, and he was shocked. Look, here's my take on this, okay? As somebody who has had her... Oh my god, Silent Storm! Thank you for the resubscription. That is 10 months. Thank you so much for resubscribing. Where are we at anyway? Yeah, I'll try to remember the warnings for when the ads are coming up, but those aren't coming up for like 40 minutes, so we're kind of good for now. Okay, so yeah, like, look, this reminds me of Boogie. You know, what's his name? Boogie something numbers. There was just a documentary about Boogie. Boogie's reputation went down the drain, and Boogie, you know, really was beside himself about that, right? I don't know, at some point, like, I don't want to say that you gotta develop thick skin, because, I mean, I've definitely freaked out about people literally lying about me. It's never good, right? You know, when I freak out about it, I'm literally giving the people lying about me what they want. I'm giving them the clips that they want. So, but anyway, Elon's doing the same thing. You would think that Elon Musk, being such a public person, would have gotten over that. This is not good for him, though. Like, if he can't roll with it and be like, a certain percentage of people, including right-wingers, are gonna hate me because I am now the head. That's what he is. He's the head mod at Twitter. Like, he is not the person that makes the decisions of, like, you know, who's going to get banned and who's not, but the person that makes the decisions of how they're going to make those decisions, right? So he is seen as the, you know, final authority, and people aren't going to like those decisions regardless of what you do. Now, like, obviously what Elon has done is this giant, you know, sort of right-wing power grab, just trying to grab Twitter and lurch everything to the right by with takes like, you know, actually, I think cis might be a slur. You shouldn't call people cis, right? But it's not enough to make the cat turds of the world universally happy about him. So even on the right, he doesn't have a good reputation. He went to Chappelle and he got booed. Yeah, here it is, right? Including getting booed at a Dave Chappelle comedy show. Now, he didn't show it on stage, but obviously that really hurt him, probably because he thought that was one place, right? Dave Chappelle is a victim of cancel culture. Elon Musk is a victim of cancel culture. He expected the fans of Dave Chappelle to root for him, and they did not. They were not fans. So yeah, Elon. And then here's our last little, we're gonna just go through some Twitter stuff really quick, and then we're gonna get to, I think we're gonna do Ben Shapiro first. Does that sound good? Antibiotics, yeah, do not work against viruses. I took Sudafed once and it made me feel worse. Yeah, I mean, I believe it. I don't know. I don't want to speculate on stuff that I don't exactly know. I know about the original compound that was in Sudafed. I can't say. I'm not as well educated at the new one that's in there. But yeah, there's every chance that, you know, it could have, you know, make you feel worse. Okay, so this is France. This is Marine Le Pen. The daughter of Marie Le Pen, the head of Le Front National, or the National Front, which was a far-right political party in France during the 80s and 90s. And you know, the leadership kind of passed to his daughter, and she's been working on mainstreaming the party. Racism is really popular in France, as it is really popular in a lot of parts of Europe. A lot of reaction to immigration, you know, that has been exploited by the far right, and Marine Le Pen is no exception. But what is she doing now? Let me see if I can find this right here. No, that's the Jacobin article. I want to find the Guardian article, because the Guardian really screwed up here. Yeah, here we go. Here's the Guardian. Wait, what's going on? Let's put the pause on the music there. Okay, so the Guardian is now, there's like, I think I understand there's like two different versions of the Guardian. One from the US and the other for that, like one for the US and one like right there. There's kind of like two different versions. One that's targeted, I guess, internationally, and the other that's targeted inside the UK. So I'm not sure which one this is, but the Guardian might have provided a more critical framing for this, right? What the Guardian said in their headline, right? And understand, like, as much as you might say, okay, well, that's a headline, like, read the article. What is, you know, okay, right? But, like, understand that the way news works is the one thing that everybody who interacts with a news article reads is the headline. A lot of people don't go past the headline. There's the headline: Marine Le Pen's support for Israel seen as a move away from the party's anti-Semitic past. This is so dangerous. Giving people a pass on their anti-Semitism. This is true with RFK too, right? Giving people a pass for their anti-Semitism by virtue of their support of the far-right government of Israel is a dangerous precedent to set. But here we go with like mainstream, establishment press just signing off on that. National Front has firmly supported Israel's right to defend itself. Yeah, so does that mean that they're no longer Semitic because they're supporting Israel and Israel associates itself with the Jewish people? Or could it be that there is another group that Marine Le Pen hates more / is getting more clout off of hating, and that this is a classic fascist technique to concentrate on one outgroup at a time to solidify your support by going after one group at a time? That seems more likely to be what it is, rather than, oh yeah, no, I guess she's not anti-Semitic anymore. Like, yo, she did not have a change of heart. Come on. Like, right. So, yeah, this is going on right now in France. There was a march against anti-Semitism, and attended by Marine Le Pen, and this was protested by the left in France. I'm trying to find the article. This is a pro-Israel march in France that is branding itself as a march against anti-Semitism. You can see Israeli fascists straight up waving Kahanist flags. Oh my God. Marching with French. So that's like the far right of Israel. Which ones are the yellow ones? Are those the Kahanist flags? Marching with French fascists like Marine Le Pen, whose dad, Jean-Marie Le Pen, was an outright anti-Semite, and I wouldn't expect like the apple to have fallen far from the tree with her. But yeah, you're essentially having, giving fascists a free shot to rebrand themselves, fascists who have been anti-Semitic in the past, by saying that they agree with the far-right government of Israel. And what does the far-right government of Israel want to do? One of its goals seems to be to scare, Jewish people living outside of Israel into moving to Israel in order to achieve their demographic goals, in order to boost, the population, and this is so you can kind of see an anti-Semite that doesn't like Jewish people, doesn't want Jewish people around in their country, right? Their goals and Netanyahu's goals are like way too similar. So the BBC is so casually complicit in the narrative that the left is anti-Semitic, while at the same time they are sanitizing the right. Yeah, and here's what's weird though. They are not selling this, right? It's not, at least in the United States, it's not working. People want a ceasefire, and they're, pushing candidates like Biden to enact one, and to stop giving a rubber stamp to Netanyahu's government. Reputation is tricky. It's just so difficult not to yeah, it's so difficult not to be an asshole. True. Also, FYI, it's literally the same party as her dad's. Yeah. She changed the name to what is it called now? It's something with an R, right? Yeah. Rassemblement National, right? Rassemblement instead of Le Front National. What's up, everybody? Okay, so we're just starting out with a little bit of news. I just wanted to hit the Twitter stuff. Oh yeah, one other news item that I probably should mention. Like, I want to do it like Sam does, right? They always do the news. They always they give you a little taste of the news first, and then they go into their deep dive. So that's what I'm going to try to do. Emulate, emulate the majority report. No, I don't. I feel like a lot of people do this, right? So this is the Q Shaman, the very same, the man right here, Q Shaman, and he has now filed paperwork to run for Congress in the state of Arizona. And it's funny because you could hear him crying crocodile tears when he was, before the judge. Like, he kind of gave a sense that he was apologetic, that, even some blame that, like, hi, I was just doing what Trump, what I thought Trump wanted me to do. I believed what he said, like, right, trying to kind of throw off the guilt. And obviously nothing changed. Nothing changed. That none of that was sincere. He is the same Q Shaman. He's probably just deeper in his right-wing bullshit now. And running for Congress in Arizona, which I don't know what the 8th district. I don't know. Will he win? Really the question is there a strong, far right candidate that's going to be able to, like, right? Is there somebody already in there? Is there somebody running for that office from the right, from the Donald Trump wing of the Republican Party, that's like more established and is just going to win? Or is this even a hard red district? Because Arizona overall has been leaning slightly to the left, has been leaning slightly to, presidentially, and otherwise, even, the governor's race to has been electing Democrats by a very small margin. But that doesn't mean that this district that he's running in is the same. So yeah, watch this space. There he is, going into the U.S. Capitol with the cops like, please don't desecrate, please don't urinate on the speaker's desk or anything. I want to find out more about this district. Anyway, we'll have to check on that later, because we got a lot to cover, right? Including this thing that I've missed covering for a long time, but everybody's saying I need to go back to it. I need to go back to it. It is a Ben Shapiro video, and then after that we're gonna get into, or should we, chat, what do you want first? Grifter's gonna grift? Actually, wait a minute. I'm kind of curious about something. I'm trying to decide what to look at first today, right? We got Ben Shapiro. We've also got Kasparian and Shoe0nHead. Did you see this tweet that's been getting a lot of shit because they started with, as the lover of 2 trans women, we must all vote for Biden to save trans Is this Vosh? No, Radical Dino. Wait, Dino? That's okay. Like, if you don't know, like, Dino obviously can mean, like, dinosaur, right? Maybe they're into dinosaurs, but it also means like Democrat in name only. It's not a very common phrase though, so I wonder if they really mean it like that. Most people would not want to call themselves a Democrat in name only. Oh god, they're responding to Sean. Yeah, Sean was trending yesterday. Sean's take on not supporting Genocide Joe, at least until, he calls for a ceasefire, right? And putting pressure on the Democratic Party to back that ceasefire. Let's take a look at this. Let's see what's going on here. Wow. I simply cannot fathom how many leftists, even American ones, simply don't understand the consequences of a Republican victory. Not voting will never work, but giving up your power as well as voting for a third party. Okay, so that's what they're worried about. They're worried. Sean's tweet is this: so long as Joe Biden does not call for a ceasefire, I think you have a moral obligation to not vote for him. especially if you live in a swing state, right? So, I mean, this is pressure, and this is like the only pressure that you legitimately have. We don't have a choice about who gets nominated. We don't have a choice about who gets like donations, who gets backing, who gets financial support from super PACs, right? But we do have a choice about who we're voting for in the general election. And this far out of an election, this is like the only way that you could exert any sort of leverage on a politician. And it's key right now that Joe Biden and the rest of the Demo cowards understand that their support is contingent on calling for a ceasefire, that the American people, especially the voters that support, the vote for the Democrats, support a ceasefire and are demanding a ceasefire, right? How else are you going to move politics? Because otherwise you're just like, yeah, I'm advancing, I'm making sure our team wins. And then our team wins and they don't do what we want them to do. So what was the point of voting for them? Right? It's a tricky thing to, electoral politics are tricky because you're not getting somebody who's gonna act on your behalf. You're not getting somebody who's necessarily going to support. I mean, there's all kinds of issues where the politicians don't back the popular opinion, and this is one of them. Not just in the Democratic Party, like, right? Most Americans want a ceasefire, and you don't even have like Bernie Sanders like calling up for a ceasefire, right? I think, did AOC finally get behind it? There is a little bit of movement, but it's taking, it's a shame that it takes this kind of thing to actually get that. But also, I also think you should encourage all your friends to not vote for Biden unless he calls for a ceasefire. Share this sentiment as wide as you can. So look, this far out from an election, with so much at stake, and the constant, like, look, the time is not our friend on this issue, right? As the violence is allowed to go on in Gaza, more and more people, more and more innocent people, more and more children, more and more healthcare workers are dying. This is urgent, right? The election is not for another year. I mean, I could see what people are worried about, that, like, that somehow because Biden is shitty, that people aren't going to vote for the less shitty candidate over the more shitty candidate in November, but that's a long way away. I don't plan for voting this time for this reason. Some kind of message needs to be sent. Well, here's the other thing too, is I am seeing a lot more energy behind third parties. Like, right, if you look at the polls, and this is a bad poll, I'm going to tell you why in a second, right? But there was a poll asking people, would you support Donald Trump, RFK Jr., or Joe Biden? And RFK Jr. was polling 25%, right? For comparison, Biden's polling around 30 and Donald Trump was polling around 35. Now, I don't think that means that RFK Jr. himself is really popular, all right? Because look, we're somewhat online. Other people aren't. And you give them 3 names, 2 of which they recognize and don't like, and 1 of which they kind of recognize, but like from another era. Like, right, all that says is Kennedy to a lot of people. 25% of them are voting for the Kennedy. And look, that's a combination of probably Republicans who actually support RFK, because RFK is basically a Republican. RFK is giving, his platform is popular with Republicans. In some ways, popular than more popular than other establishment candidates, right? So there's some votes going for that, but there's some votes, the votes that are coming over for the Democratic side, I would guess, are just ones that see Kennedy and they're like, ooh, is there another option to not do Biden? Because like Biden's, really old, and he's not that great, and like Kennedy, that sounds liberal. That sounds very liberal. Let me vote for this liberal candidate over here. And they don't realize this is the anti-vax guy, right? So in reality, this is why this is a bad poll, right? The RFK is not going to be on the ballot in a lot of states, right? People are selecting RFK because he's presented as an option. When they go to vote, he's probably not going to be there in most of those states. So yeah, for that, and also like I said, it's a long time until the election. It's like about a year away, and so there's not going to be as much. If RFK is ranking that high, if this is a Ross Perot type of election, right? There's going to be plenty of times for people to find out, oh yeah, this guy's anti-vax and kind of anti-Semitic, even though he claims he's not. And he's another guy that's using this Israel thing to launder his image of like, no, I'm not anti-Semitic, I support Netanyahu. Like, it's like, no, dude, no. So yeah, that's going on. And this radical dino, right? Why? I mean, maybe they're a dinosaur avatar. Yeah, it is a dinosaur avatar. Okay, so Chinese libertarian socialist who's also a zoologist. Conservation, zoology, and political philosophy. Interesting. Okay, but yeah, they're saying as somebody who the lover of two trans women, I simply cannot fathom. You can always vote for a third party in a local election. If it's winnable, of course, but under the current system, you literally don't get to choose. I'm sorry. Yo, the only reason this is true is because people think it's true. The only reason that people, like, right, I mean, in some ways, this is a self-fulfilling prophecy. I get the mindset, though. So what this person is thinking is that there's not going to be enough energy behind any sort of third party to even mount a credible challenge to the main two parties. But wait, H Bomber Guy is in here too. Only two, says H Bomber Guy. Oh my god. Only two. With the H Bomber Guy with the ratio? Yes, H Bomber Guy with the ratio. Anyway, if you give the Democratic Party the feeling that your vote is unconditional, they're going to take you for granted. Just ask black people that voted for Biden because of his promise to forgive loans specifically to graduates of HBCU, right? That was a promise that was made, and there didn't seem to be any real, effort to keep that promise by Biden. So yeah, like, I mean, at some point you gotta exert some leverage, right? And like tweeting that you don't want to vote for a genocide supporter that doesn't support a ceasefire 1 year out for the election, I don't know. That's pretty safe leverage to me. Can't third parties somehow still win some seats in the UK and Canada? Yeah, so the problem with the US is that the United States does not have first past the poll, which is there's a different form of voting where you give your first choice, your second choice, and your third choice, right? And so therefore, if your first choice is like, I don't know, whoever, I'm trying to think of, your first choice is Marianne Williams. No, like, let's try to think of somebody that's a third party. Your first choice is Cornel West. Your second choice is Joe Biden, and Cornel West is polling at 10%. Your vote's going to be counted for Joe Biden. Now, we don't have that. So, like, in the United States, if you do vote for Cornel West, it just goes to that 10% supporting Cornel West, and it doesn't ever, get transferred over. There's no, so, there's things that the country could do to change the situation. However, the political establishment, they've got like no interest in that. They've got no interest in that whatsoever. So that's that they want to keep you thinking that you got to accept Genocide Joe's policies. You got no other choice, right? So I don't know. Like I'm a little bit like, obviously I don't want Trump to win. If given a chance, in a swing state, I'm gonna try to do everything I can to prevent a Trump victory. But I'm not mad at Sean for posting this a year out of the elections, and I think more people need to give the Democrats a sense of not unconditional support, but fluid support. That's what needs to happen in order for them to take us into consideration, because they're already taking their donors into consideration. They're, they're already taking the party establishment into consideration, because they know that those things could be taken away from them. They could lose that support, and they're going to be at a bad place, right? If they assume that the support of their base is also fluid, I think that it should cause some consideration in their policies, right? Because there's all this talk from like Vosh and the like of riding with Biden, blue no matter who, and I'm not against strategic uses of one's vote, right? In other words, voting for a candidate who's not your preferred candidate because there's a even worse candidate out there. I'm not completely against that, but it's got to be paired with some sort of pressure on the candidate that you are serving to elect. And if you're a rubber stamp for that candidate, or if you're taken as a rubber stamp for that candidate, you're not exerting that kind of pressure. So when is the time when we're going to force Biden to do the right thing? Because it just doesn't seem to be part of the calculation for the progressive victory crowd, the Voshes and the Destinies of the world. They got no interest in that. If I lived in a swing state, I might think differently, but the line has to be drawn somewhere. Vosh recently said he's tactically anti vote blue no matter who until the Israel. Okay, that's a good thing. I'm glad there's some line for Vosh, right? Because he hasn't been great about holding Biden to anything. Biden needs to understand that what he's doing is wrong, and he needs to change his mind. Yeah, like immediately, right? It is such a there's not, like, for the people whose lives are in danger right now in Gaza, they don't have time to wait until Biden recognizes the sea change that's going on. And that's what's happening, is you're seeing a sea change in the polls. You're seeing like something that was that the Democrats had taken for granted, which is the most of their base wanting to support Israel, whatever the hell that means. Oh my God, are we almost there? Yeah, we are. Okay, so I need to mention that in 7 minutes, I'm gonna be serving you with ads, and it's not because I want to, it's because I have to. It's because Twitch makes me do that once every hour at the top of the hour. Yeah, I think at the top. Are we at the top of? No, we're like at the 30-minute. Oh yeah, because I started 30 minutes into the hour. Okay, so it's not the bottom of the hour. Ad break is what we've got going on right now. At the bottom of the hour at 12:30, if you're on in the Pacific realm. If what is it? 3:30 if you are in the Eastern realm of the United States. You're going to be served with a 3-minute ad, potentially, right? Up to 3 minutes of ads will be coming your way with your eyeballs glued open, and there's no way to escape from that except for if you're able to get a sub for yourself. Now, you could do this for free. If you've got Amazon Prime, you can convert that into a Prime sub and basically slip some Bezos money my way. And that means a lot to me because I know you've only got one of those anyway. So when you give it to me, that means something, right? You can also get out of the ad break by paying $5 to Twitch to buy yourself a sub, or if you're very lucky, you might be gifted a sub. It has happened. It can happen. It will happen. It's more likely to happen though if you're active in chat. So definitely, if you've got no Persona 2 character, if you've got no little avatar next to your name, let people know that by being active in chat, rather than begging for a sub. I feel like that's probably a better strategy, to just show off your lack of a sub. And then if somebody's feeling generous, that generosity might just come your way. So yeah, we did that. So let's see. We got the Ben Shapiro. Oh God, you know what? There's another. Okay, chat. I'm doing this weird. Tell me if you like this, right? We're going through some shorter segments before we get into the longer segments. Because I feel like I just haven't talked about this stuff. We might be able to do a little deeper dive into this later on. So this is my one Hasan. Look, I know we've been covering a lot of Hasan, okay, and I'm not trying to ride that D or anything. But Hasan has been somewhat on fire in this situation, and one of the few content creators that is that's educating people and potentially changing minds on these issues. But in the midst of that, right, Hasan ran into something kind of strange. If you watched, you know what? I didn't cover this though. We only watched part of the Ethan Hasan leftovers. And the part we missed was at the very end. So let me tell you what happened at the end. Ethan got more and more upset, more and more defensive as the conversation went on. And at some point started reading chat, started reading especially what the mods were saying. And, this is a situation where Ethan literally directed harassment at one of Hasan's longest standing mods, Frogan. And so Frogan obviously not very happy with Ethan. A lot of the other mods not very happy with Ethan. So Ethan starts reading off their opinions, right? And Hasan's trying to kind of, he said, sort of handle Ethan, with kid's gloves, because he feels like Ethan's like a good guy, and right or wrong, right, he's friends with Ethan, and kind of thinks that Ethan might change his mind on this stuff eventually. But there's been a lot of Ethan has really made it hard for a lot of Hasan's Minecraft mods going after Frogan and stuff. So right. So now, in addition, right, to what was going on in the chat, there was an image posted, and we can see it right here. Somebody in chat is supposedly saying that in this screenshot that the Allies freed the camps in Germany too early. So just straight up the most vile anti-Semitism that literally I don't know, like this is like Nazi posting here, right, going on in Hasan. Oh, that's what Hasan's chat is like. They're super anti-Semitic. And let's find out what's really going on though. What was really going on with the screenshot?
That's the level we're at. Okay. Ethan, I support genocide. Hamas, Palestinians deserve more than it'll never happen.
People calling him Zionist pig, Zionist rat. I mean, rat is definitely a dehumanization that's been applied to Jewish people historically. It's it's looking bad here. If this is really Hasan's chat, it's looking bad.
Allies freed Auschwitz too early. That's what he fucking said. Ethan literally thought this was real, by the way.
So Ethan somehow came across this and believed it.
Holy fuck! He told me this. He saw this, and he literally fucking said, "Is this a real fucking person?" He just said, "Ethan looks sick."
That pic was fabricated in Destiny's community. Even Destiny debunked it right away.
That's psychotic. That's psychotic, dude. Who fucking does this shit? This guy only said Ethan looks sick on 11/9.
Okay, so yeah, that's what happened, and I think Destiny responded to this. We're not gonna watch the Destiny thing for obvious reasons. I value being able to stream to Twitch, and Destiny is currently banned on Twitch, so I won't show you what Destiny says, but I'll give you the basic synopsis of what he said was that he thought that Hasan was trying to cherry pick, show that fake screenshot and then that none of the other stuff that got said in chat mattered. But I mean, Hasan owned up to what I mean, like what else, Hasan had no choice but to own up what was happening in chat, obviously. And I think he understands too that Ethan antagonized the fuck out of his mod team, and so if there's hostility towards Ethan, and also there was hostility in Ethan's conversation with Hasan. Ethan got defensive, got angry. So, you're going to expect to see that. But I don't know. Destiny's trying to say that Hasan's cherry picking here. However, the fact that screenshots like that are being manufactured in order to basically they want to break up the, they want to burn the bridge between Hasan and Ethan. And, this is all out of Destiny's jealousy of Hasan's success. So here we go. Let's see. Should we jump into? I feel like we need to go into the. I'm just trying to make sure I remember what all I've got to do. Let's go. Anna, Kasparian, Shoe0nHead, Adam, and Sitch. Hey, it's in the thumbnail, so I better get to it early, right? Vosh wants to become Ethan's new co-host. Yeah, I mean Vosh and Destiny, I'm sure would love to get that. Inroad into the H3 community.
Time, like, because I just see what's happening.
So we watched a little bit of this. We didn't really get into it. Oh my god, Shakespeare, thank you for the tier 1 gift sub to Yosiel, who will no longer see ads. And it begins. YouTube, where are you at? Today you're actually getting your ass kicked by Twitch for once, right? This is kind of a reversal. What's going on?
And I'm just like seething inside, like, oh god, I know this feeling, and it will be okay.
So that's kind of why we invited you on, because we were thinking, look, Anna came on our show, and I still feel bad for as much blowback as she got for like the most innocuous.
So we just had to bring her back for more.
It was show in internet history. So
there were people insulting Ethan in chat. It made me uncomfortable at the time, but after thinking about it, I think that's my problem, not the chats. Well, yeah, I mean, like, look, in a chat as big as Hasan, there are going to be some people that, especially, if he's disagreeing with Hasan, there's going to be some people that are hostile. I think that Ethan's main point was that the mods were hostile to Ethan. And, I kind of attribute that to what it's more attributable to Ethan's Twitter behavior, right? And a lot of people are like this. Some people would even say, chat, that I am like this, right? That I have a different personality on Twitter. I've been accused of acting differently on Twitter. And I mean, like, I guess it's true to some degree. It's not that I'm a different person. It's not that I'm, trying to play up to like what's expected of me. It's just that Twitter is such a different medium, and there's only, it's a short medium. It's a very short medium. It's a medium for quips and pithy statements. It's not a medium that really lends itself to a lot of nuance. So the version of me that you get on on stream is going to be inherently less nuanced than the version of me that you get on Twitter. That being said, I don't really start fights with anyone on Twitter. It's just not something that I've ever enjoyed doing, and so it's a little different than with Ethan, who kind of like went off on a lot of people and really just like burnt through a lot of good faith that people had in him by doing that on Twitter. So I'm thinking that that's what it has to do with, especially in terms of Rogan. Good morning to you too, Steel Lungs. It's slow at work, so I can get back to it. Yeah, YouTube people are lurking. Okay, I can. Hannah, wait, Phobesparian? Wait, what does the Hannah thing connect to?
We figured, look, Shoe, you've been down this path, right? You've lived this life. Maybe you can give Anna some advice.
I'm gonna teach you how to be a right winger in left wingers' clothing, Anna. Because I've been doing this for a long time, okay? Shoe is gonna show you the ropes, Anna.
10 years. Just, I guess it's such basic advice, but literally, like,
Let me tell you how to grift, Anna, okay? Like, Anna's gonna be insulted. She's like, I know how to grift. Oh, okay, you meant to say Anna, yeah. Did Hasan say that Frogan is Jewish also? I thought I heard that. I don't think that's true. I could be wrong, I guess. I haven't really 2 victims, 4 times the grift. Yeah.
don't give a fuck. Like, just say what you believe, and then you will get, people who agree with you and people who respect that. Sometimes they don't agree with you, but they still.
What she's really giving Anna advice on, right, is what to do when you've built up a following saying one thing, and either like you were being fake about that, or you're being fake now. Like right, and like what would happen, like oh my god, so like, oh my god, I hate to use this as an example, but like Polly is a very well loved streamer on Twitch. People, trans people, people that support trans rights tend to also support Polly. However, you wouldn't necessarily know it to look on Polly's Twitter, right? Because a lot of the people that are aware of Polly's presence on Twitter are like Twitch poll debate bozos, right? So, you see a lot of pushback on a lot of people hating on Polly on Twitter, and it's kind of surprising. But the fact of the matter is that and I had the same problem when I went up against Dylan Burns, right? All of a sudden, like I say I don't think that Dylan's being responsible with his platform. And I get all kinds of hate because a lot of the people that were following me, a lot of the people that were aware of me because of my appearances on Dylan's panel show, right? So same thing with, Wick. A lot of people that are aware of Polly might be aware of her from her appearances on Wick's panel show, right? And those are not, if those people are agreeing with you, you're not doing great, right? If the Wick fans are really complimentary and like, they're liking and retweeting everything that you say, you got a problem there, right? Polly does not have that problem. Polly has the opposite problem of those people hating on her, right? So it's the same sort of thing that Anna's in. Anna's got people that in general support trans rights that were following her, that thought they were fans of her, and when she posts this turf shit, it's not good. It's not good at all, right? So yeah, why fake? People change their minds. Oh, that's a good point. People change their minds, and that's what Anna claims, that she changed her mind. Look, Black Wolf, you bring a good point up, okay? We can't look into like Anna's heart. I'm not some kind of, Ansem the Wise, like Kingdom Hearts character that studies hearts and knows what's in people's hearts. I don't know what's in Anna's heart. Could be a lump of coal for all I know, right? Maybe Anna was turf the whole time. Maybe Anna never really cared much about these issues one way or another. Maybe it's a financial calculation. And I mean, like, right, there's no real telling. There's no real telling. Grifter's gonna grift, and it's impossible to analyze and pin down the exact nature of the grift. Because like I said, you can't look at you got to judge somebody by their words, their actions, not necessarily what you think that they really think in their heart of hearts. So that's a good point.
Like, respect your opinion or watch you or whatever, and that's a far better feeling than like feeling like you need to be a useful tool for anyone, anything like that, and not to be bullied by cry bullies. So
yeah, I mean,
classic shoe.
You've been doing a pretty good job, I think.
Yeah, I mean, if this is my job, if it's sharing news stories and then my analysis and opinion on it, if that's literally what I'm going to spend most of my time doing, I'm not going to pretend like I'm something I'm not. Some people are going to be really mad, but I think like the portion of the audience that was like outraged has pretty much gone away. I don't know if they still do, but they briefly referred to themselves as TYT refugees, which was hilarious.
Any TYT refugees in chat? I feel like I did see some people earlier on. Any TYT refugees in chat?
And look, I'm happy to say it was a pretty tiny portion of the audience. And that was my prediction. I'm glad I was correct. Most people do want to hear different perspectives. Most people, it's just that like the loudest people are the most sensitive ones. And I've realized like in the Twitch streaming community, there's a lot of like
Steel Lung says, I still need to cancel my subscriptions. There may be people that are just like slow to the uptake, right? Because I mean, that's the thing with me too, right? So for instance, like I said, when I had some feedback for Dylan Burns, when I brought him on my stream to talk to him about what he was doing with his platform in terms of trans people, I had some people immediately unfollow. In fact, my channel, I lost a lot of subs that way. But there still are people that just like, I don't talk about the guy very much anymore. I don't really care about him. He and I, sorry, that sounds mean. I didn't mean to say that in a mean way. I care about him as a person. I hope that he's well and everything, right? But like, I don't care about his content, right? I'm not, we're not really paying attention to his content that much. That came up recently, and there's still people that maybe agreed more with Dylan than they did with me, and so that's like a lagging indicator. Like that's somebody that just was not paying attention when that fight happened, when that debate happened. They just slept on it, they missed it, right? And they were like, oh yeah, this is nocommentchick, the friend of Dylan's that I love so much, because I love to see her metaphorically, rhetorically punching some of Dylan's right-wing chud friends in the balls, right? Love to see it. But when they find out that she's got a criticism for Dylan, maybe they don't like to see that. So I still, had a few people just trailing off that had just missed the memo somehow. And I'm sure the same thing is true with Anna. Like, right, the extent of the loss of community that Anna Kasparian and TYT has experienced and will continue to experience has not been seen, because some of this is a lagging indicator, right? God, what a nightmare blunt reputation these four, right? I used to be an avid watcher from late 2014 until of TYT. Very jaded and dejected TYT refugee. Yeah, we've got some TYT mods in here, I believe. That we definitely have people that have modded for TYT that are now fans of NCC, and partially because of that refugee dynamic, that they're if you're a fan of a certain social media outlet, social media outlet, I could say that's in such a better way, content creators, right? You're fans of a certain content creator. That content creator surprises you with a take that you think is horrible. You're gonna try to find a content creator whose takes are not quite as horrible, maybe even a content creator who recognizes what's horrible about TYT takes, and that thank you for that, Anna. Honestly, like, TYT community is pretty wholesome. Like, you aggregated some pretty cool people, and you no longer really speak for them, and so they end up in different places, including here. Generally, going right wing will draw in more followers. Unfortunately, it's wrong to think people agree with me, so I must be right. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Used to watch a lot of TYT, but I fell out of watching it quickly, mostly because of Jink. Jink is a bit abrasive, right? Even though Anna's always there with the bad takes, Jink, even when he doesn't have as bad of a take as Anna, can be pretty abrasive. I think tribalism of any form is unhealthy.
Things and blowing it up because they got time to fill. Some of these streaming contracts are insane. Like, they have to stream for 8 hours. Did you guys know about that?
Well, yeah, like being a fan of TYT, regardless of how much you disagree with their, you know, vile transphobic takes. I mean, that's a form of tribalism I definitely don't support, right? You don't want to just be like TYT for life. And like, right, if you are that person that is just attached to TYT or Ethan Klein or whoever because you agreed with them and liked them at one point, and you're not even tracking with the fact that like this person's completely pivoted over to the intellectual dark web, right? And I hate Dave Rubin, and I hate, you know, all these assholes. You could look at TYT's trajectory, right, and tell me if you don't recognize a parallel between the trajectory that they are taking, Jink and Anna, and the trajectory taken by some of the, you know, now right-wing or intellectual dark web or fake centrist, you know, content creators they have spun off, right? The TYT is like famous for this. Dave Rubin came from TYT. Jimmy Dore came from TYT, right? A lot of right-wingers came from TYT, and now TYT, like after having burnt the hell out of those bridges, after having, you know, really just like gone off on those people for like, hey, you know, this is fucked up, Dave Rubin, right? I'm just waiting for the reunion, the big reunion that's gonna be like Jimmy Dore, Michael Tracy, and Dave Rubin, where Jink and Anna can be like, you guys were right all along. The left is bullshit. The left is absolute complete dog shit. You were right. I'm sorry for criticizing you. I'm sorry for being creeped out at your weird commentary on my outfits, Jimmy Dore. I guess you did nothing wrong, and it was just cancel culture for me to say that shit was inappropriate. That's what Anna's going to be saying to Jimmy Dore at some point. They're going to come crawling, right? Because at this point, I mean, I don't know. It's hard to gauge, but I almost feel like Jimmy Dore has got a more active and engaged fan base. I could be wrong, chat. Feel free to disagree with me if I'm wrong here, because I'm just spitballing. I'm just throwing this out here. I haven't really, you know, looked into the social blade status of you know, TYT. I haven't really parsed, you know, who's got the more active audience, right? But I feel like it would be Jimmy Dore. The left is so bad. They told me to look at my bigotry and take on basic criticism, right? The phone somehow activated the camera and it just took a picture of her butt. Oh God, was that the Jimmy Dore thing? Oh my God, let me like open up this so I can fully see chat here. TYT's social blade does unfortunately look very healthy. Jimmy Dore, well, yeah, there's people coming in as there's people going out with TYT, right? In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if there was people that were just spite following Anna, like, right, to own the left. That's why Jink is rebranding TYT as the home of mainstream progressives. Yeah. And really what he's trying to do is take that brand of progressivism and move it to the right. Shift it to the right. My cat just said, oh, the cat said on your phone. I thought you were talking about something with Jimmy Dore, Jules. I was thinking you were talking about Jimmy Dore taking a picture of somebody's butt. No, I think what Jimmy Dore did was like, Anna was actually I think worked as like a professor or something, and at some point she brought her students to the TYT facilities, and Jimmy Dore was there, and Anna was just kind of dressed normally, right? That, you know, but Jimmy had a strange reaction to what Anna was wearing, as it, you know, and commented on how risque, you know, basically slut shamed Anna in kind of a creepy way. Anna called Jimmy Dore out for this. And look, I mean, that's a decent call out. Yeah, Jimmy Dore's a creepy motherfucker, right? But you know who else is kind of creepy? Old school TYT. So Jimmy Dore goes back in his Jimmy Dore. Like, people say that No Comment Check has the clan ops. People say that I keep receipts. I actually don't. I'm really disorganized. I probably should keep more receipts around and you know, be ready when somebody's like trying to pull some bullshit on me, right? But I'm just not about that shit. But Jimmy Dore is about that shit. And he had old footage of Jink and Anna like doing this kind of content where they would show when people had camel toe in public. And they'll be like, look at that camel toe. Oh my God. Oh my God. So it's kind of like, Jimmy Dore's a creep, but Anna and Jink were doing that same kind of creepy stuff back in the day too. So, as far as the social media pissing contest, Jimmy Dore won that one. Jimmy Dore showed my cat's butt on stream and made fun of her. That seems like a Jimmy Dore thing. I don't doubt that. My cat sat on my phone, and that's why it took the picture. Exactly. There are always new people coming in. By the way, did you know that Jackson Hinkle has 2 million followers on Twitter? I heard that. Jackson Hinkle is one of the most, not just followed, but like followed with engagement, kind of, like in terms of, and the real danger with Jackson Hinkle, right, is that some of his takes on Israel Palestine, like they sound, they sound right, like, right, people don't recognize like where he's coming from with that, right? People really do need to watch the accounts that you're following, because they have a good take on current events, and make sure that you're not following some Nazbol that's just this way as a for maybe even anti-Semitic reasons, like, right, with some of these accounts that are getting follows. Jink and Ben used to be really progressive. Whatever happened to Ben? Most engagement on Twitter. Oh yeah, and also, like, this is Twitter, right? This is Twitter. Like, Elon says that he wants to get rid of the bots. I feel like there's more bots on Twitter. It's hard to know, but yeah, it does seem like Jackson Hinkle's been able to situate himself in a place where he's getting left-wing people agreeing with him now, and he's got right-wing people agreeing with him already, and he plays that. This is the game of the Nazbol, right? Aggregate a huge audience by saying stuff that sounds like you are a different thing, right? Because you're saying, like, kind of a mix of right-wing and left-wing stuff, and you're aggregating an audience from both sides of it. But the danger of that is that third positionists like Jackson Hinkle, Nazbols, they're always going to turn to the right at the end of it, right? That's always their trajectory.
Like, they got to stream for
We're
8
streaming
hours
for 12 hours today, Anna. Okay.
No, I know, but you guys didn't sign a contract to do that.
Oh, of course not. Of course
right?
not. I mean, I wish we had like one of these $100 million contracts could go a long way. Come on, we could do a lot of good in the world with that.
So, like, with us, like at 2IT, we do a 2.5 hour show every day, and that's limited real estate at a time when there's so much news to cover. Like, the idea of covering, like, oh, Lance said something that's offensive, like, it's just laughable to me. Like, we would never do that.
We would never do that in the free portion of the show. That's what she's really saying. We know where you hide your drama. You hide it behind a paywall, Anna. You hide it behind a paywall. As if leftists make much more money by criticizing. Oh yeah. Always a good rule of thumb: do your own research using multiple resources from any size. Yeah, and do research, like Black Wolf. The big thing is doing research on your sources, right? Understanding who that source is, understanding what their motivation is, because you can agree with somebody on one issue, but then find them vile and reprehensible, which I think most people in here would find Jackson Hinkle if they actually do, scratch the surface and find out what he's really about.
What's the craziest thing about
Lance is
that whole
trash,
thing?
right? We all
Lance is
agree on that,
trash.
correct?
I dislike Lance. Yes.
Look, Lance has not always been there when I needed him, right? But I will not say that he's trash. I think that his takes are usually pretty good, actually.
Okay.
I mean, this being to say that, like, like Lance and I play for different teams as far as the fact that I'm independent and he's kind of attached to the Vosh network in some way. But for a person, for I don't want to call him an orbiter, right? If he's an orbiter, he's like a comet rather than a planet or a moon, right? He's like on a long orbit around Vosh, because there is some real distance. There is some real distance between Vosh's takes and Lance's takes. But yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. I feel like he's pretty on point most of the time.
Very
Look,
diplomatic.
we told you, Anna, we were going to try to get you in trouble. Do we like? If you got like, what do you guys want to talk about? Look, our first, we're trying with guests. Our first, like, we always have a bunch of questions, a bunch of things we can talk about. But I think our first question should always be like, what do you guys want to talk about, right?
Yeah. Well, I have a lighter topic to start off with, if that's okay.
Okay, sure, let's do
Fair
it.
enough.
So,
So pineapple on pizza, good or bad?
Adam, when you are looking for guests that have good chemistry for Sitch,
Uh-huh.
What?
like
What do I do?
Sitch. First of all, let me just say I really liked Aristocracy.
Hold on, we have to give the backstory here.
Oh no! Shouts out to apartheid anime girl. Wow, I didn't expect that.
My God.
We did a live stream last Tuesday, okay?
Yeah, Black Wolf. Never discount anything because a broken clock can be right twice a day. Good point, but like I don't think that you should need Jackson Hinkle to recognize the brutality of what's going on in Gaza right now. Like, right? It's not like Jackson Hinkle is not really like a source on that. He's just a broken clock.
And Sitch and I had a guest on that.
Yes.
Look,
Was
I didn't do a lot of talking on that live stream because
No, you did
I
not.
felt like
Adam
there
fell
was
asleep, okay? He was
magic.
just playing with the chat.
I just felt there.
Are they shipping Eris and Sitch? Is that what's going on here? What's up, Chromatic Mage? Good to see you too. My favorite part about pineapple on pizza is when others don't like it and I get more pizza. Yeah, that's what did apartheid anime girl do? So the last time we watched Adam and Sitch was because they had a conversation with apartheid anime girl, and you can go back to my VOD on that. Look, chat, I recognize that I have not been putting out as many videos. In fact, it's been like a month since my last video. I guess it's because I've been streaming. I feel like there's a lot of content. There's a lot going on in the world right now that I need to talk about. And if I take too long off, and you know, like it's just made it hard for me to get videos out. But that VOD is there. If you're a member, you can watch like all of my VODs, right? There's some VODs even that are older that are not available to the general public that you can go like a time machine and be like, you know, what happened here, right? But we watched Sitch and Adam talk to Aristocracy, and there was just some amazingly like bad takes from Aristocracy. I mean, it's not amazing if you paid attention to Aristocracy's takes on Palestine. You know, this is the first thing that kind of got Aristocracy in trouble, was when people started like noticing the stuff that she said about you know, on Canada Day. She went and defended Canada as being really good you know, for immigrants to Canada, which, I mean, I'm glad that's your experience, but it doesn't really like take away from Canada's genocidal history, right? But you know, Eris did everything she could to deflect that, and then, you know, her conversations, her talks about how you know, Israel needs more like living space, right? Just like everything about that is like, and then if you look a little bit further and you just ask, like, where does she come from? Who does she do content with? Like, what's she about as a content creator? You trace her back to her own Discord, the Calliopean Club, right? And the Politics Discord, which is, you know, even Vosh will tell you that Discord is about half fascist, right? So that's the environment. She's like kind of come up as a content creator in a far right environment. When you look into her points of view, she is actually like far right herself, and so like these kind of takes, you know, a mesh of you know, Zionism with far right ideology. It's actually not that uncommon if you look at Netanyahu himself, right? Netanyahu himself has said some really sussy shit about the borders on the borders on Holocaust revisionism, right? In terms of like blaming Palestinians for the, instead of like taking the burden of blame off of the Germans in the Holocaust and putting it on Palestinians, like, right? Netanyahu said some weird stuff. His son has retweeted alt-right stuff, right? There's a lot more of a parallel between like the far right in Israel and the far right worldwide, which is oftentimes anti-Semitic than you would realize. And when you look at the goals of both of these groups, right, whether it be the far right in Israel, wanting to portray the like there's some real commonality between the goals of the far right in Israel and in even some of the anti-Semitic far right, where you'd think that they wouldn't get along at all. Actually, they agree on a lot more than. Have you seen the CNN interview of Bibi? Apparently, I should. Yeah, Harrison Sitch. I don't know about this. Is this real? Like, I mean, they were talking a lot, but I thought that was because maybe Adam didn't know a lot about the issue. I just assumed this was like Adam not knowing that much about the issue. How long until Anna and Shoe premieres? Wait, what are you talking about? Oh no, you're Hivesai. I think maybe you're on a what is it called? A delay. There's a delay in YouTube. If you haven't seen me get to the Anna and Sitch part of the see, this is the thing though. Hivesai, if Hivesai is on a delay, Hivesai is like in the past, and Hivesai can't see what I'm currently saying. So maybe somebody in chat just mentioned that like she's on Anna and Shoe0nHead right now. Because if you're on that delay, you might not realize that.
There's magic in the air, okay?
Oh my God.
And I know when to shut my mouth, okay? I really do. So, but there was a heated debate in the chat over whether or not.
Yeah, Chad Alva's got it. It's because Israel provides the service of being a place for anti-Semites to tell. Yeah, so like essentially you've got anti-Semites that don't want Jewish people in their country, and you've got the far right in Israel that wants to both the biggest that wants to get more people, more Jewish people that are living outside of Israel to move to Israel. Also, like the conflation of Israel with the Jewish people is a project of the far right in Israel, as well as the far anti-Semitic right elsewhere in the world. So yeah, it's strange, really strange, strangest of bedfellows, I would say. You put the interview in suggestions. Nice. Shakespeare, do you have the Ben Shapiro thing? The Ben Shapiro thing that people have been wanting me to cover? You might have already posted that. Maybe I'm just like not seeing it because like people post in stream suggestions a lot. Hey, look, what are we talking about? We're talking about the Discord, right? I have a Discord. Some of you are members of it. Some of you are not yet members of it, right? Let me go ahead and give you the link to that Discord. So I always forget to promote it. I always forget to promote the Discord, forget to promote the Patreon. I could do better about that kind of stuff because I want to do more on that stuff. Oh, is it with Norman? Wait, Ben Shapiro debates like Norman Finkelstein? Just right wingers supporting ethno-stakes. Yeah, I mean, like it's essentially. So yeah, there it is in Twitch chat. Let me. Oh my God, I need to pop out YouTube chat, don't I? Don't I? I believe I do. Okay, let's get this popped out. Pop out chat. All right, so this is the Discord. If you're not in there already, you can be. You can join up. Just jump in there. You'll be in welcome. And just say hi and tell us a little bit about yourself, and we will approve your account, right? So when you get in there, you're not going to see very many channels, right? But as soon as you get approved by myself or one of our lovely mods, you'll see maybe more channels than you need. Definitely more channels than you were expecting, right? Because one of those channels, the one that I'm talking about, is stream suggestions. And that is where I ask people to give me suggestions. Oh my God, I posted my Discord link in stream suggestions. What am I thinking? I'm just out of it today, chat. I don't know. I need to eat my noodles. Delete this. Right. So yeah, stream suggestions is where I ask people to give their suggestions for stuff that I should react to on stream. So that's what Shakespeare and I were talking about as far as the Discord. And if you want to join, and it's a great place to hang out. You get announcements as to when I'm going live on Twitch, as in terms of when content is coming out, and more, and also the ability to suggest content and interact with each other, because I feel like we've got a nice community growing here, and it's getting better. So the hub of that, we're hoping, is the Discord, right? That's one place that, even like, let's say that, like, I don't know, somebody was to get really mad at me and get me banned on one or more platforms, where would you find me? The Discord is a good place, right? The Discord is a great place to find me. Let's hope none of that ever happens, right? But if worse comes to worse, right, you can find out like where my content is going to be going up on the Discord. It's a great place for us to communicate. It's a great place for you to communicate with each other. So there's the link. Here's the video. It starts at 20:31. Okay. Nice. Yeah, we've got a few things to get through today. I don't know how
there was
I don't know how long we're going to be on here. It somewhat depends on you, chat, in terms of hitting the goals on Twitch, hitting the goals on YouTube. Actually, either one of those goals will be good for extending the stream to even longer, so I can cover even more stuff. And it all depends on the support that you and chat provide to me and the streamer to help me keep this going, to help this be sustainable and a fruitful usage of my time, and hopefully a fruitful usage of your time too, in terms of what I'm able to bring you. So
chemistry between this guest. Now this guest
There's
is
no
Aristoc.
There's no debate. Come on.
Okay.
You know, sometimes I hate that you actually
Anna's
watch
literally
our show.
Sorry.
So this
Anna's literally shipping Aristocracy and Sitch. Well, look, they both are avatars, right? So I mean, in general, if you're not familiar with Aristocracy's content, the reason that Aristocracy has been dubbed Apartheid Anime Girl is because generally Aristocracy will stream with a VTuber. Oh my God, Shapiro, thank you for the 5 community subs. There we go. We're 6/10 of the way there. It looks like Twitch is resurgent. Photophile, Julia Anna. You just got a gift sub. Belly Bean also got a gift sub. All these gift subs are coming from Shapiro. Jimmy Dore showed my cat's butt on. Wait, I'm like way back in chat. Chloe Girl 23, you just got a gift sub from Shapiro. And it also makes this night. Chromatic Mage also gift subbed from Shapiro. Everybody that just got a gift sub, thank Shapiro for making sure that you don't suffer from, like, because when is it coming up? Oh yeah, we got another one coming up in like 13 minutes, another ad break. But these 5 people, these 6 people counting Yosiel, actually will no longer see those ads, thanks to the beneficence of Shapiro. But yeah, we've got a lot to cover today. I want to see, I might even throw in a little extra treat, especially if we hit, yeah, in fact, I will. If we hit either of these sub goals, I will throw in an extra treat.
This guest is Aristocracy. She does some streaming. I think she has a Twitch channel. I think she has a YouTube channel that she's thinking about streaming on.
So yeah, she has all those things. She hasn't used them in a long time. When those clips came out of her being racist against Palestinians and the playing kind of apologia for Canada's genocidal history, etc., like it was a bad look, and she seems to have stepped away for a certain period of time. But maybe Aristocracy is back. I feel like she's given us false positives before, though. Like sometimes she does pop up from time to time and say that she's coming back. I'm not sure. I haven't really seen her content. I haven't really felt her presence in a while. But yeah, definitely not exactly a friend of the VOD. This is, in fact, somebody that didn't she rebrand? Oh, I mean, that would be an excellent idea. That's probably what she should do. I don't know though. They're still talking. They're still calling her Aristocracy. So the reason that she's called aristocracy, right, is because she's a monarchist. It's aristocracy, like the goddess, the Greek goddess Eris, the goddess of chaos, right? But it also sounds like aristocracy with an A, the belief in the divine right of kings, which apparently she supports, right? And I really thought this was a joke at first. I thought it was a meme. She comes from a server where a lot of people are really weird about their beliefs and kind of have meme ideologies. But it also is a place where the far right is super normalized and the left has been marginalized, right? That's been the effect of the Twitch, the politics server interacting with Twitch has been to pull everything to the right on Twitch. And that's why Twitch poll is so fucked up, right? That's why people don't appreciate awesome streamers like myself and Polly, because we're not getting on board on that right-wing train to Doobieville. If time becomes limited, may I suggest skipping this Anna and Shoe thing? It's kind of boring. So Natalie Marie, you've watched this then, and this is boring. Do you have any timestamps to suggest? Oh my God, Shakespeare! I also wanted to copy your link and make sure to.
Again, so look, you have a fan here, Anna Kasparian. So check out Aristocracy's channel, subscribe, and maybe she'll do some more content. Maybe she'll come back on our show again.
Right.
So
there you go.
Yeah.
So Sitch, are you sufficient?
Right,
Is it just me, or does Adam Friended sound a little bit like Nick Mullen's portrayal of Jeff Goldblum? Like the whole thing where Jeff Goldblum is like being inappropriate to Glenn Close and lusting after the dinosaurs in Jurassic Park. That version of the version of Jeff Goldblum that's horny on Maine. That's what Adam sounds like to me right now.
So Adam and I think the chat have been, for some reason, trying to get me married for the last 3 years of the show. So I think Adam intentionally goes out of his way to
look. I don't know if you guys know this. Anna probably knows this because she's such a super
Okay, that makes more sense.
fan. But
see Natalie's comment above, the comment about skipping this. I would feel bad about skipping this, given that this is the headline. This is what's on the thumbnail. This and Ben Shapiro.
my New Year's resolution was I was going to stop playing matchmaker for Sitch.
He had to actually say this on the stream.
Right. But I think my because New Year's is coming up here. I think I might have a New Year's resolution. I'm gonna try to get Sitch married next year. That's my goal.
I mean, you seem to be picking. I mean, look, I remember when Katie was on, I watched that, and you guys were like making jokes about how like, oh, there was chemistry between Katie and Sid. There was no chemistry.
Really?
I give you guys no, come on. I mean,
wait, who's Katie? Anybody know? Jeff Goldblum, the actor playing Jeff Goldblum.
I didn't. Maybe it was one-sided, and it wasn't coming from Sitch, at least from what I gathered, right? Like, so that.
Oh my God. Okay, so somebody said, isn't it Kira Chats or something now? Okay, so just so everybody understands, Kira Chats is a different streamer. It's not aristocracy. Very very different political ideology between those two.
That was a ridiculous thing to say, but. Look, unbeknownst to me, I didn't look at the chat at all. I was I like to listen to the audio of the show
thank
while
God.
I'm
The
running
chat was-
errands.
She's fangirling. That's probably why Natalie is saying this is boring.
And later I went into because I remember hearing it thinking to myself, like, oh my God, these two, like, I feel
they do go on
I
for
feel
a
like a
while.
voyeur right now listening to this conversation. It seems so intimate and so like
oh my God. I mean, I didn't anybody in chat, what do you think? Okay, one in chat, if you thought there was chemistry between Sitch and aristocracy. The thing I was going to joke about though is that Sitch is a Ransona and aristocracy was appearing as a Ransona as well. So, I mean, there's that Ransona, two Ransonas, like, right? I don't know. Let's see. Anna Kasparian, DeSantis or Trump, who would you vote for? Oh my God, I got to hear this answer to this one though. That sounds interesting.
Listen, I need to bully you. Okay.
Some people in chat were feeling the chemistry. I didn't see it, but I can be a little bit like I don't always pick up on social cues, chat. I don't always pick up on social cues.
Okay. So let me put you in the hot seat. Okay.
okay, let's do it.
I want to
I'm ready.
ask you a question. I want to ask you to choose, if you had to choose between DeSantis and Trump, who would you choose? But Adam said that if I asked you that you would be dishonestly clipped out of context. Okay. So wait. So my new question is, if I did ask you that question, who would you choose if you had to between DeSantis and Trump? How likely would it be that someone that would clip that out of context?
Oh, 100% someone's going to clip it out of context. Okay, 100%. But like if I had a gun to my head and I had to choose. Oh, that.
What do you think, chat? Is she going to choose DeSantis or Trump?
That's.
Look, let's.
She can't decide. They're both too appealing. No, just kidding.
Yeah.
Let's look at how they're going to clip you out of context first. Like one of the advantages I have of
she's not going to say it. She's not going to say it. Sparks were flying over their mutual appreciation of ethnic cleansing.
Of doing the show with Sitch is like we look out for each other. So if Sitch says something that I know is going to come off as like he accidentally said gas the Jews, I'm like, look, he didn't. That's not what he meant, right? Like that was what he actually means here. Like if I say something inarticulate, he's going to say, he's going to cover for me as well. So I just, how exactly is it going?
I don't like having that on my VOD. I really don't like. I know like he wasn't like in favor of that. I just like don't like that. I have no idea who these people are. They're discussing are a bit late to the party. So just to explain this to everyone, we got Kasparian of the Young Turks. Young Turks was a home of the progressives for a long, long time. They started to become more and more irrelevant, more and more just a subject of ridicule, and not really, it's one of these channels that, has a lot of subs on it, but doesn't really get the the watch time, doesn't really have like viewers to match with those subs, right? So possibly because of this, possibly because of some heartfelt change during the pandemic where she immersed herself in intellectual dark web content, Anna has come out with a lot of what a lot of people are saying are like transphobic takes. Jink has been right behind her with that, and they've been like kind of doing like tough on crime content for a long while, and people were like kind of like, I don't know, this seems kind of right wing, attacking unhoused people, talking about the need for advocating against the prisoner releases during COVID, right? Where basically the prisons were a hotbed for the spread of that disease, right? Just like a lot of right-wing stuff coming out of them, and then it just kind of went full on with Anna's turf takes, those becoming more and more common, right? Shoe0nHead is a former anti-SJ, so Anna's like a former progressive that's become more of like an intellectual dark web figure recently, right? Shoe is a former anti-SJW that has been dallying in considering herself a progressive, considering herself even a leftist, I think she's claimed, right? And who is there to help her, get the street cred that she needs other than Vosh, right? And she's been a bit of a Frankenstein's monster for Vosh, right? Because despite the fact that she says that she's a leftist, she says that she's progressive, from time to time she will have the most, grotesque right-wing takes, right? So really what Vosh did in an effort to bring on more people into the left, that'll be like, yeah, there's nothing wrong with Vosh. Vosh didn't, Vosh's takes are fine, right? In an effort to kind of bring on more firepower, Vosh has unintentionally brought on somebody who's playing this weird grifty game. Like after her anti-SJW content strategy failed to work, she's kind of hiding herself as a progressive and just waiting to hatch out like a sleeper agent with her right-wing takes from time to time. And then Adam and Sitch are just, I don't know, I would call them intellectual dark web figures. I don't think they've ever pretended to, well, they do, okay, there is a little obfuscation there, right? There is a little obfuscation. The obfuscation is that they will present themselves as enlightened centrist, as independent, as not having a dog in a lot of fights, but just time after time they veer to the right. So they're fairly far right figures that are hiding their power levels.
going to be clipped out of context. My theory.
Team canceled. Exactly. That's a good description of them. If I were forced to vote between Trump and DeSantis, I'd just vote smash the state.
Is like if you said, well, I would have to pick DeSantis, like they're basically going to say Anna Kasparian endorses DeSantis for president. Like that's going to be the headline.
Yeah. Yeah, look, honestly, I don't even care. Like, they can go ahead and do it anyway. Like, it is what it is. Like, I really don't care.
Answer?
Look,
at this point, I don't. Because the people who've already decided that, like, that's what they want to do, they don't like me, their audience doesn't like me, so F them. Like, I don't care. But I do think it's a really interesting, it's a provocative question, but a fascinating one, because I think there are, again, like, let's say those are your only two options, and you have to pick one or the other. You know, there are different reasons why each one would be bad or good. So with DeSantis, he's just so awkward. So I just feel like he's a standard Republican politician. I will say, I do think that he's smarter strategically than Trump is.
Now, does she mean that he's more intelligent than Trump is? Or does she mean that he is a better choice for if you're a Republican that you just want Republicans to win, right? That going with DeSantis as your candidate instead of Trump is more likely to yield a victory against Democrats.
But Trump is also entertaining, and sometimes he has the right instincts. So that crazy Axios podcast that you guys covered the last time you streamed, that was really interesting to me, right? Like the fact that he met Abbas, he met Netanyahu, and he's like, you know,
I mean, she really is fangirling.
F Netanyahu, he doesn't
on Sitch and Adam
actually want peace, and he wanted to broker a peace deal, just that he appointed so many hardliners who are pro-Israel, and they kind of worked against him, which made me kind of think about that the Joint Chiefs of Staff guy, I don't know why Mark Milley. Remember how Mark Milley got into all this trouble because China was under the impression that Trump was planning like some sort of invasion in China, and that he was going to escalate war with China. And so, you know, Milley reached out to them and just kind of diffused the situation. And that was supposed to be like a big example of treason. But then you have...
Yeah, Milley's also the person that Trump implied that called treasonous, because he's basically, I think he's also the person that when Trump proposed the idea of, you know, stealing the election, like suppressing the transfer of power in the House, and then utilizing the U.S. armed forces to suppress any sort of dissent, any sort of protest, any sort of people, you know, manifesting against that, right? Milley, I think, was the one who threw cold water on it. So yeah, not somebody that is well liked by the Trump people. Trump is entertaining when he quotes Hitler. Oh my God. It's not that we don't like you, Anna. We don't like your take. I feel like it's more like you don't like us. I don't know. Like, who shot first, right? I feel like it was Anna.
Have like Trump's literal bankruptcy lawyer meeting with Netanyahu behind his back and like promising Netanyahu the world without even letting Trump know about it. Trump's never like spoken out against his bankruptcy lawyer for doing that. He's never considered that treason. Like, it's just such an interesting side.
Oh, that's an interesting perspective. No, I never really considered that. Yeah. Yeah, because he goes after all these people, but he never went after the attorney that got him in all the hot water with Israel.
Well, the question is, are these people, right? So we're talking about people on the Trump team who have been out of step with Trump's public pronouncements, right? But then you have to ask yourself, if there's one that wasn't punished, wasn't called out, wasn't called a treasonous traitor by Trump, maybe they weren't really undermining Trump's, you know, real strategy.
So
yeah, sorry, maybe that was like a total tangent.
No, that's okay. Look,
there can also be somebody on your team that that reaches out to somebody that you're not embracing publicly and kind of lets them know that you're on their side. Although with Trump, with Israel, like, right, he moved the what did he do? He recognized did he recognize Jerusalem as the capital? Is that what he did? Like Trump has done some things to really make the far right in Israel happy. So
I want to get Shoe in here.
Yeah.
Do we have any questions for Shoe?
Shoe's apparently
Sitch?
too boring.
Well, wait, what was?
Is
was
my
there an
mic
answer?
working?
Your mic.
I don't
working?
think
Yeah,
so.
it works great.
Oh, okay.
Are you
It's
not?
it's not lighting up. All right.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay. There we go.
That's
But
fine.
wait, was there an answer to who DeSantis or Trump?
It's
Look,
too hard to say.
Sitch,
I will
look.
say
Oh, come on.
Sitch.
No, wait, whoa. You guys
I
put
feel like
me
it's
on
easy.
the spot. Okay.
Look at Anna.
Like, well,
yeah, tell me, Shu,
Anna,
what
you're
would you
feeling.
prefer? I'm curious.
It's got to be Trump. It's got to be Trump. There's no question about it.
Okay.
No
because
question.
DeSantis is smarter,
What?
right? Like he would be able to actually accomplish things that Trump might want to accomplish. but
Wait.
he's
Don't stop. Don't throw her a life raft. Let Shoe sink her.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead, Shu. Sorry.
No, that is my exact reasoning too. So I've tweeted about it before.
Yeah.
So like DeSantis could actually get shit done, and he just sucks. Like all around, his personality is terrible. He wouldn't be funny. He's just awful. At least with Trump, you get some like jokes, you get some one-liners. Like even if the world is crumbling, it's still pretty entertaining. And also like you guys said, sometimes he does have like these tidbits of like, oh, I agree. Like, like 20%, like sometimes he says things and I'm like, oh, like even he might be like on the right track. He has like that populism and then like he'll just veer off and it's like, oh, okay. But I feel like he's one of those he basically agrees with the last person who kisses his ass.
Totally.
So like if you get him in a room and you're like, hey Trump, like we should introduce something called Patriot Care, right? And everyone gets like every like American gets free healthcare. Doesn't that sound like cool? Or like Trump Care. We call it Trump Care. And he'd be like, oh yeah. So like I don't know. I feel like
a better interviewer would force Shoe to say what takes she agrees on with Trump, and that would be interesting to find out. But we're not going to find this out because this is Sitch and Adam.
I would just like Trump better, I guess. Like,
Look, Trump.
Okay, that's right. He moved the embassy. Trump is entertaining. Yeah, like this is what a bunch of cringe lords. I know. We're gonna get off of this chat because like Natalie said, this is kind of boring, and we got more stuff to cover today. This is this is the headline. Like I thought this was going to be more interesting. We got some interesting stuff already though. The fact that Adam is shipping and Anna are shipping Sitch with aristocracy. I guess that's kind of interesting. I feel like you should maybe talk to Eris before doing that. I don't know. This seems a little inappropriate, but I guess not unexpected. These are inappropriate people here. And then Anna saying not being able to say like whether she favors Trump or DeSantis. If in a hypothetical situation where those were the only two options, right? Anna doesn't really know what to say. Shoe says Trump because he is more easily manipulatable and he is less good at executing the policies that he wants. Hey, what's up, Morgan? Most cursed Discord call, right? Yeah, this is like the nightmare blunt rotation here. To the Anna thing, the other one is slightly terrifying. Trump wants. Oh my god. Ad starts in 5 minutes. Thank God it's actually letting me know. Okay, so Twitch is telling me to remind you that we've got an ad coming up in 5 minutes. Now, chat, I don't want to scare anybody, but that ad will last for up to 3 minutes. Somebody that experiences it tell me exactly how long it lasted, right? But I think it's like 3-minute ads at the top. The bottom of every hour, considering that I started at the 30-minute side, and that this is it's like they're death and taxes and Twitch ads, right? These are the things that you cannot prevent, you cannot avoid, except for chat if you get a sub. Now you can do that for free if you have Amazon Prime by linking that into Twitch and using a Prime sub, right? That costs you no money. That puts money in my pocket. It increases our sub goal, so it lets me stream for longer and provides me material support as well. And also like it impresses me because I know you only have one to give, and if you give it to me, that means a lot. But that'll get you out of the ad break and give you the emotes that you are wanting, that you are needing. Somebody post some Twitch emotes in chat, right? Show people what we've got, right? You can also get out of the ad break by paying $5 to Twitch and buying yourself a sub that way, right? And the third possibility is that you could be on the receiving end of a community or gift sub. These do happen. These can happen. These will happen, but they're more likely to happen to you if you're active in chat. So yeah, there we go. There's the ad read for this hour. Are you implying that we can evade death and taxes by subbing to NCC? I mean, you could try. I'm not sure how well it would work, but Trump wants concentration camps for homeless. I'm surprised that Anna is not enthusiastic about that. Yeah.
Trump just wants credit, right? So during the coronavirus pandemic, I remember the left was so angry with him. And when I say left, I mean, I don't mean leftists. I mean, like, just like liberals were mad at him because he wanted to sign the stimulus checks. He wanted his name to be on the stimulus checks. And I was just like, why are you guys so dumb? Like,
no, Anna, why are you so, I won't say dumb, but like, really? You want Trump to be able to buy votes, right? With the stimulus check that people would have gotten regardless of who was the president, because the machine of capitalism literally needed the government to pay people to stay home, right? And for Trump to be like, oh yeah, it's because of me, it's because of Donald Trump, that remember where your bread is buttered, right? I don't know. I feel like this is Anna being a little daft. But she didn't answer the question about Trump and DeSantis. And really, like, at this point, like, I would love to get a temperature. I would love to, feel out Anna's temperature as far as what, right? Because, like, as much as I dislike Biden, especially, his lack of doing anything to push Israel towards a ceasefire, his support of the genocide that's going on in Gaza, right? Like, I gotta say, like, versus Trump in the White House, I'd rather have Biden, right? I wonder if that's a hard thing for Anna to say anymore.
Why do you not realize how strategically smart this is? Like, he wants the American people to know, I made this happen. Like, if Democrats were smarter, then they would know how to message as successfully as Trump messages, but they think it's beneath them or something. But most of politics is really about taking credit for making people's lives better, even if it's, marginally better, it still counts. And so he understood that. I think he's actually pretty brilliant when it comes to marketing. And people kind of look down at him for that on the left. And I just think it's actually really dumb to do that. I think you can learn something from how he markets to people.
So it sounds like you're
not the most thought out take I've ever heard Anna make.
You're on the Trump train. Is that what's going on here?
Look at Sitch.
I would never say I'm on the Trump train.
Oh my God.
He's mad at me because I started off this trip by mentioning aristocracy. I see you.
Look. That was perfect, Anna. Comedy.
Okay, Natalie was right. This is kind of boring. Let's see what else they got for us. All right, that was boring. How Anna got canceled for normal takes, aka transphobia. Normal take, right? Normal take, being offended by medical language that includes trans people when we're talking about who has the capacity to give birth. Normal freaking takes, like taking offense at something that has literally nothing to do with her, right? Conspiracy theories and Shoe0nHead. Yeah, Natalie, are you still here? This might be, I didn't hear Natalie say there were any specific timestamps that we needed to. Let's talk about the woke. Have we reached peak wokeness? The future for the left. Yeah, ask two right-wingers what the future to the... Oh my God, well, there's those ads. There is the ad break now. Who is more right-wing, Sitch or Adam? These are boring. Why does the left attack their friends? Okay, let's do this. Let's do this and we'll be out of here. Because I feel like I've got something kind of special to cover.
Scored
with you here today.
Higher than conservatives, which was surprising.
You're gonna be surprised.
One wasn't that surprising. Loyalty, I scored super high. And I think you probably do too, Adam.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. And then
We had an exchange after you had read. Well, while you were reading the book, we DM back and forth a little bit, and we both had a chuckle over how the left shows scores particularly low on loyalty. Yeah. As they're throwing you under the bus every single day, you're like, oh, I see this. What does that mean, this seems obvious.
Wait. Totally. And that helped me.
What does loyalty mean? Please define what you're even talking about, right? Because if you say loyalty, like, is there such a thing as loyalty to trans people? Is there such a thing as loyalty to marginalized people? Are we talking about loyalty to a content creator, which is not loyalty, but being a goddamn stan? Like, this is like Minecraft community behavior. No offense to the Minecraft stans out there, right? But like, right, it's more appropriate in Minecraft. Like, where there's no issue in Minecraft. It's not like, well, I mean, there might be an issue of like, you know, what stuff that a creator has done and whether you want to stand behind that and support that, right? But there's not like a political issue, like in like, do I like, you know, like Synap, or do I like Tommy Innit, or you're like, right, there's not really like a anyway, this is like the loyalty. What the fuck do you mean?
Kind of understand the disconnect, because look, I got to be honest with you guys, like the idea that I would see one of my friends say something I disagree with on another show and then go on my show and trash them is like inconceivable. Like, I would never do it, right? So, well, but now I kind of understand like why that happened.
The idea that I would see one of my friends like attacking a marginalized group and stand with them on that bad take because they were my friend, that's what's unthinkable to me.
Go ahead, Shu.
I think these two have got loyalty backwards, if I'm being real.
Oh, like I said to Anna in DMs, like, I say this all the time, but a lot on the left, they don't have friends. They have temporary allies. And
that's so sad.
They have enemies.
If you're talking about politics, that makes sense. It's not sad at all. What's sad is like blowing like the wind, because like the majority of my, and look, let me be real with you. A lot of political content creators, you know, a lot of them act this way, right? I've seen this time after time. That's what we're talking about when we say a clout network. I'm not saying that everybody in the White Leaf Network like agrees with every bad take Vosh has, but when Vosh makes a bad take and they don't agree with it, they're going to at the very least play that down, if not completely just sit on it and pretend like it's not. They just won't weigh in, right? Because they know the rules are like, you cannot attack somebody in the network, especially somebody higher than you in the network, somebody that is you know, that has more clout than you, right? That's why those things exist. And that's why you get people that seem otherwise good, like supporting like pieces of shit like Vosh, because they have to make content. They made that calculation, right? That's
they have enemies and they have temporary allies.
She just wishes everything was more like the Vosh network. That's what she was saying. And even then, even Vosh has gotten off board with Shu when she has when she goes and attacks trans people, right? Even Vosh has a red line, right? She just wishes there weren't any red line. It was just like, oh yeah, Shu's my friend. Shu is good. Shu's my friend, you know?
Like, they don't know what friends are. And so they'll do that. They'll just like drag you. And you're just kind of sitting there and you're like, why are you dragging me, Papa? Like, just talk to me. Like, this is so weird.
It's so weird to see grifters complaining about why other content creators are not grifters. Because that's what we're getting here. That's exactly what we're getting.
So like, I'll see a friend of mine have a shitty take, right? And maybe I'll go after someone else who has the exact same take, but I'm not going after them for having a shitty take. And like, go off, queen, have your shitty take. I don't give a shit. And I used to not be like that, though. There was like almost this pressure that people like, that I didn't even like, would put on me. Call out your friends, no, I'm not going to call out my friends. Like, I'm not going to do that. Like, sorry. It's just, it's very asocial behavior.
Oh my God, I did it again.
There's of course like healthy critique and things like that, but the way they do it is not that. They just want to get in front of it to like virtue signal, be like, I don't want anything to do with this person. Like, look, that's gross.
Yeah, like really, I love and
Real loyalty is staying in the chat of the streamer that you care about, even if she is covering something that you're not terribly interested in, something that turns out to be boring, something that sounds promising, and maybe in here somewhere, there's probably a clip. There's probably clips, right? And if people would send me clips, I'd watch the clips themselves. But, you know, saving a timestamp or something to direct me to what's good in this thing and not, I kind of have to just go and hunt. Like, right now, Adam and Sitch are, you know, are one thing I appreciate about the channel is that there's always timestamps that give you like a little sense of what they talk about when, but realistically, it's not like you're not gonna like for instance, like I would love to see that little thing that tells you like the Moch Swatch clip was right here, right? That thing that tells you where most people are watching, right? We don't have that, so I'm having to go through this. It is something that I promised to chat, something that I put on my thumbnail, and something that I have to cover. Otherwise, I am clickbaiting, right? And I don't want to clickbait you. Like if I clickbait you, it's going to be because I'm promising something, but I'm actually giving you something better. Not because I'm promising you something and I'm just not going to give you that at all, right? It's like, you know, there's an agreement, right? That's what loyalty is. Me staying loyal to the content that I set out to cover, even when it ends up just being a fuck around.
And I respect my
Anna did make this unequivocal. I'm tongue in cheek here, by the way. Did make this unequivocal rant on her show about how she is not voting for Joe Biden. Oh yeah, I think I saw that. Oh no, it's Socked Him Lad. This is one of the most cursed accounts I've ever seen. This is an account that I literally caught defending Steven Crowder in his assertion that the Nashville shooter was a symptom of the anti-whiteness that afflicts our nation, and there's so much that anti-white rhetoric is out of control and it's going to get people hurt, right? The Nashville shooter, they looked into their I think they got some kind of manifesto off of this person, and it turned out they didn't talk about like trans issues at all. So that's what they wanted to do. They wanted to find somebody talking about, you know, trans rights, and that ended up being a shooter to smear all trans people. They didn't find that, but they did find them saying like, you know, the C word that describes a saltine treat that Hasan once got banned for saying. So I'm going to try to avoid saying it too, just in case Twitch decides to ban for that. But that you know, like the word that rhymes with slacker and starts with CR, right? That was what they. So Steven Crowder tried to make it like, yo, this is like a real issue with the anti-white rhetoric, and if this was about any other race, people would be up in arms about it. But no one cares about white people in the United States of America. Everybody's so immersed in this woke multiculturalism. Won't anyone think of the white people, right? And this person, Socked Him Lad, got on board with that. Like, was like, yeah, that's right. What about white people? Some of the worst takes I've ever seen. I think they're like a Destiny fan. I'm not entirely sure. I mean, it sounds like Vosh think, right? But when I look at the, you know, the Twitter ecosystem, we'll look at it because like we said earlier, even a broken clock can be right twice a day, right? And so, you know, maybe Sock Dim Lad. I want to say Sock Done Left, but that's not who. I think it's a variation on that. But like maybe. So what is this? This is like a...
The George W. Bush administration condemned the Israeli government for doing an airstrike in Gaza that took out one Hamas militant but killed 14 other civilians. Think about how disgusting and devolved our country has gotten, where Joe Biden can't outdo the war criminal George W. Bush, where George W. Bush has more morality than Joe Biden. Joe Biden is a disgrace, an absolute disgrace.
Now, I don't know.
I will not.
Okay, so I'm noticing something about this. Did you notice it, chat? Did anybody see the cut? Now, I'm not saying that Anna did nothing wrong here or anything like that, because generally that's not a good premise to go on. But I will say that I'm noticing that this is cut up a bit.
Be voting for Joe Biden under any circumstance. I don't care about any other policy that he has championed. I cannot, as an Armenian American, support a president who has greenlit the ethnic cleansing and genocide of Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. This, for me, is the red line. The George W. Bush administration condemned the Israeli government for doing an airstrike in Gaza that took out one Hamas militant but killed 14 other civilians. Think about how disgusting and devolved our country has gotten, where Joe Biden can't outdo the—
Oh my God, there's so many cuts here. Look, I hesitate to want to comment on this, given the fact that this is Sockdem Lad posting that, like, I don't know, like, I almost think that this account has to be a parody. Like, the shit that I see from Sockdem Lad is like, it's beyond belief that but you know, maybe a person does believe this. Like maybe this is some like cursed spawn of Vosh and Destiny here. Putting pressure on Biden is something that I don't mind. I do hope at the end of the day, though, whether you say it or not, and you don't have to say it, right? I do hope that at the end of the day, you know, people would do everything they can to avoid a second Trump presidency, considering what's coming down the pipeline, right? But at this moment, 1 year out, I'm not going to get on anybody for saying they're done with Biden, right? And you know, I can't see. I just don't want to comment on this because I can't tell what's behind the cuts, and I don't trust this account. I do not trust this account at all. So let's see. Is there anything more interesting here? I think Natalie was right. I think this is boring, and Anna and Shoe just suck, and Adam and Sitch just suck, and they're boring, and
audience.
Like, this is just Anna fangirling, Shoe trying to get a word in edgewise when she does. It's like, you know, people on the left don't have any loyalty. Where's your loyalty at? Who was I supposed to be loyal to? Like, what was I supposed to do? This is like the Tekashi take, right? This is like the Tekashi take. Who was I supposed to be loyal to?
But what? I love and value my personal relationships and my family more. I'm not going to throw them under the bus to appease.
So they got a members only segment. Yeah. Looked for it. Yeah. Well, I don't blame you for that, Natalie. I mean, you brought me. So I think the Vanguard might have talked about this, right? I believe the Vanguard did a segment on Anna's Biden take. So maybe we could take a look. Yeah, is this even a panel? Like, this is just such low tier content, right? Unless you're like, look, if you love Anna Kasparian and you want to hang out with Anna in her kitchen, if you love Shoe0nHead and you feel patriotic when you see that flag, if you love Adam and Sitch and you wanna have a little, see what they're like. So this is like more social. Like what she was saying is right, that she's more invested in the social aspect of the friendship, right, that she forms between content creators, and the loyalty to that rather than any sort of ideology. This just tells me that she is every bit the grifter that we thought she was. And surprise, surprise, that the anti-SJW account that wheels around and calls it, rebrands itself as a BreadTube account, and then when BreadTube stops doing so well, wheels around again and goes back into the intellectual dark web, right? You're surprise of surprise that this person's a grifter, right? So I'm just amazed.
A portion of my audience that might be like, you know, they've got that bloodlust, like, oh, are you going to condemn them? Like, no, I'm not. It's happened with like Cenk several times, and it's like I'm very loyal to Cenk, and it's because he's been good to me. He's, you know, yes, he's my employer, but he's also a good friend of mine. And do I disagree with him on some stuff? Absolutely. Am I going to go on the show, or am I going to go on social media and trash him? Never. And it's not loyalty to a fault. It's about respecting the people in your life enough.
Look, if you I would respect you more if you said this, that if you said something like, you don't have to burn a bridge because you disagree. If you've got a friend who's been your friend and they've been good on issues and you respect them and you like them and they have one take that you massively disagree with, you could say, I disagree with the take and I'm surprised it's coming from my friend, but not say, you know, we're done with them, right? Sure. If that's what you want to say, that every disagreement does not have to be a knockdown, drag out fight, then sure. I'm open and I'm receptive to that, but that's not what we're getting here. We're literally getting them. Yeah, no, if your friend says something fucked up that you disagree with, don't don't disagree with them. Don't say, hey, like, look, I know you all trust me and you like me, and I have recommended this other content creator to you because I trust them and I like them. However, recently they've said something that just like crosses the line, right? It's a wrong kind of loyalty. And like somebody earlier said, it's lunch table politics. Yeah. Yeah. And that's not what you're looking for. Like, right, we're on here to give political takes. We're on here to do political analysis. When that political analysis is tainted, is seen through rose-colored glasses over, whether we're friendly or not friendly with someone, to the point where you're like, I will not say that this person said something wrong, even though I know that they've said something wrong, even though I know my audience is counting on me, my audience is curious now, my audience wonders, are you okay with what this person said? I will not say, no, I'm not okay with what that person said. I will find somebody else that's got the same take, and I will attack them over the take. I will cause drama over this. So it's not like she's anti-drama. I mean, for fuck's sake, Anna subsists on drama. Anna lives in a petri dish filled with drama. Okay, that's who Anna is. She's not anti-drama or anything like that. She's just, I don't even believe this thing about, like, I feel like she has turned on her friends. She's put her friends in situations where, like, if you've said Anna Kasparian is a good person, you should go over and check her out. If you've given Anna shout outs and then Anna says, like, yo, this transgender movement has gotten out of control and I don't want to be called a birthing person, right? It's incumbent upon you to let your audience know that even though you've said nice things about this person in the past, you do not agree with this take. You don't have to say they're a bad person. You don't have to say, like, I'm done with them and nobody should ever watch them ever again, like, if that's not how you feel. But you need to be free to speak your mind on political issues if you are a political content creator. Otherwise, like, how is anybody supposed to believe you? How is anybody ever supposed to believe you or trust you?
To have those conversations privately. Like, I don't need to put on a show for people, right? If I disagree with him, we have conversations and we duke it out privately, and that's it. That's the way friends treat each other. But, like, I won't say who, but, like, after
is it Limey?
The initial tweet, and I really don't want to get into birthing people again, but, like, the initial tweet about that, someone, I won't name who, like, reached out to me to let me know, hey, there's pressure to address this. So basically, I'm about to go.
Sounds like loyalty to a fault. Look, my guess is it's somebody from the leftist mafia because, these people had, some of these people had good relationships with TYT and with Anna. And I think we're genuinely surprised. Like, if you weren't paying super close attention to TYT, you might not have noticed the right word turn that, it was already there. I'd covered the content, even about trans issues, right? I'd kind of covered that in terms of Jink and Ben Gleib's bad take, but I don't expect, like, everyone who's making content to keep up with everything that their friends are saying, right? But when this birthing person stuff came out, there were a lot of people on the leftist mafia that wanted to think that maybe this was an misunderstanding. You could imagine that, right? That maybe Anna just doesn't understand what the functionality of the term birthing person is, and that it is not trying to reduce her, and it does not reduce her to, a capacity to give birth or lack thereof. It's not about that, right? You could imagine that, somebody, could be, and somebody who's only heard good takes from Anna Kasparian in the past, might be genuinely surprised, right? So I don't really put that much, I mean, I don't know. Olay was right. She doesn't care. I don't think Olay was, but I do remember that, like, everybody on the leftist mafia, including Olay, nobody was trying to trash Anna. Nobody's trying to burn that bridge with Anna. They were very, very, maybe even to a fault, very, very generous and very, giving, they tried to give Anna the benefit of the doubt, right? And I don't think Olimey really said anything about Anna that was just, like, personal and, like, it's not like Olimey was, like, poisoning Anna's reputation or anything like that. Anna poisoned her own reputation. Yeah, Yeah, human right. I'm trying to catch up with chat here. Oh, if somebody was a PDF file, would she stay loyal to them? That she'd talk to them behind the scenes and be like, "Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that?" What a nightmare blunt. Yeah, right. This is a total nightmare blunt rotation here. Ole was right. She doesn't care. Ole hit the head. And look, let me give Ole some more credit here. Okay, and this is not to take away from anybody on the leftist mafia. I like most of the creators on there, and but Ole was the only one, or Ole was the most willing to come out and just say, I don't agree, right? Maybe the other people were like trying to reach out behind the scenes, and like I understand that. But I got respect. Not that I lose any respect from any other leftist mafia creator or anything like that, but I got massive respect for Ole for just saying the truth, right? And not being afraid of burning a bridge, and not being afraid of, the overreaction that Anna did end up having, right? This put Ole in the crosshairs of a much bigger content creator. I got massive respect for Ole being the first one to say this is a garbage take, right? And you got to say that, right? Look, if I had a garbage take, I'd expect Polly to, and somebody was like showed the clip to Polly, I would expect Polly to say, yeah, that's bullshit. NCC's wrong. Same thing the other way. If Polly had some take, that wasn't like right. Like, I think we know this about each other. It's part of what I respect about Polly. It's part of what I respect about content creators like Ole. Is there honesty, right? Yeah, Ole's awesome. Her response to Humanist Report guy asking her to rethink what she said is that maybe that's what she said. She could be talking about Mike, because Mike is just, my sense of Mike is that he is a really nice, really genuine person. And I could imagine him trying to reach out behind the scenes if he thought that Anna was reachable. And I don't blame anybody for thinking that Anna might be reachable. Like I said, the more content you produce, right, the more you're on stream, the more you're making videos, the more you're doing whatever, the less you're going to be able to keep tabs on what the Young Turks are up to, on what nocommentchick is up to, on what anybody's up to, right? The less you're able to really, so I don't really fault people for not being like up to date on the cringe that TYT is posting. At a certain point, you got to say, yeah, you can't really stand with them after Anna goes off on turf takes like that, after it's really clear what she's doing, and that it's intentional, it's not a misunderstanding, it's not anything else, right? You do have to stand up and say something, but I wouldn't I don't look down on anybody for thinking that maybe there is a misunderstanding, maybe Anna is reachable, right? And if she is reachable, and Mike or somebody else reaches out to her and explains it, then that's great. But every liberal eventually morphs into Bill Maher, and their faces even have to have that smug look. I hope that doesn't happen to me. Okay, I don't want to become Bill. I think I would be like the worst, like, intellectual dark web grifter that you'd ever seen. Like, my heart would just not be in it at all.
On my show and trash you, and I was like,
what?
Okay, thanks for the heads up, I guess, And then they proceeded to do it several times. Like, it was really like amazing to me, but it didn't really.
Can you tell us the first letter of their name?
Yeah.
No, I won't do that.
Why?
Because,
Look,
see,
why didn't you just respond?
I can't
Fuck
do that to
off.
people.
Like, why didn't you just give them the finger? Say,
Because
okay, well, fuck you.
Iron loyalty. That's why. Even when they're stabbing you in the back, you're like, I'm still loyal.
Even now, like, I just can't do it. I'm not that kind of person.
The amount of
yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, you go.
Oh no, I did it again. I did it again.
I never know when to like the amount of other like streamers and creators who will like DM me privately.
Let me tell you what's happening there, because I think you're going to be massively entertained by this. Okay, it's that there's a hotkey to pause the video, and it's K, right? So as long as the last screen that I've clicked on is my browser, we're good pressing K to pause it. However, if I press K on OBS, it takes you to the kitchen scene, right? And right now there's no camera hooked up there. I do want to do some cooking, like not streams, but like segments. I do want to do, show you. I want to show you how I make a smoothie. I want to show you how I make noodles. I've been getting more and more into cooking, so I do want to do that at some point. But yeah, right now there's no even camera hooked up to that, so all you're seeing is the old HelloFresh sponsorship, GIF and stuff. So that's why that keeps on coming up.
When things are going down, they're like, I agree with you, but I can't say.
I'm not that kind of person. And sure, Anna, you repeatedly went after Olay, but you're not that kind of person. Yeah, if anybody like tipped it into like an unrecoverable, beef, it was Anna, not Olay. Olay left some room for being able to. I'm not a liberal, Irene. Yeah, that's true. If someone thinking someone is reachable. God, I can't read chat fast enough. I fucks with smoothies. Yes, smoothies are fucksable. Shakespeare, can you give me that link and that timestamp again? I'm so sorry to ask you for this, but like I saw it come down the wire and I don't think I grabbed it right then, because we do need to shift gears and get into the Ben Shapiro content. Look, can I say it? All right. If somebody wants to make a clip, including Natalie, you have my permission, right? Natalie was right. See, I gotta fall off the trampoline. I'm not even on the trampoline, right? But Natalie was so right about this piece of content that I feel like falling off a trampoline. Look, I've got a yoga ball here, but if I fall off of the yoga ball, I might actually hurt myself. So I'm not gonna do that. But I will backpedal, and say Natalie was right about this about this interaction between Anna and Shoe. It sounded a lot more interesting than it ended up being. So we should probably get to the Ben Shapiro that Shakespeare is linking me to. Begins at 21 minutes and 30 seconds. Thank you. Oh my God. Natalie is usually right about. Natalie knows content. Natalie knows content. I will say that. All right, let's take a. How are you doing, chat? How's everybody doing? I'm kind of listening for outside of my door because I know that there's a I've got a roommate who should be moved out today, and we're supposed to coordinate to put me on the internet so that we don't. And I'm like listening for that. So yeah, if I have to end quickly, but like I want to go on for a while. Yeah, we're like 2 hours and 30 minutes into this. I've got a lot to show you today, a lot to go over, a lot is going on, a lot is popping. There's something that I'm kind of waiting for, and if we hit either of these sub goals, let's see, I gotta fix that sub goal. What would it be? Gotta change that to 650. You're waking up your neighbor's dog. We're so close with the Twitch. That's true. That's true. We are very close. And look, I want to try to make it so that it doesn't matter whether, like, I wish I could do like I wish I could combine some. Oh my God, Twitch would hate me for that. That's the one thing that they're like big about, is they don't want you combining. Twitch has always had some weird rules. But look, they're not gonna. I don't think they're gonna care. Actually, I don't think they're gonna notice. Oh yeah, this one needs to be. There we go. You're walking the neighbor's dog? Wait, did I read that wrong? Let's take a look at
myths generally propagated by the left around the history of Israel and the Palestinians. These myths matter because they lead people into a peculiar.
Okay, so now this is Norman Finkelstein and on the Swissbox conversation, reacting to, you might have seen this, Hasan's reacted to this, a lot of people have reacted to this, right? Reacting to a Ben Shapiro's attempt to provide historical context. that does anything but provide historical context. So let's dive into this and see what's going on here. Like I said, I've got something really special to show you if we can hit either of those sub goals today.
Peculiar moral relativism, whereby attempted murder or successful murder of Jews is excused, and meanwhile, the evil human rights violations of the Palestinians are minimized. Myth number one.
Okay, so that's the, oh no, they're having technical difficulties. It sounds like this is the video "You're Being Lied To" about Israel and Palestine, Facts, episode 5 from Ben Shapiro, posted 2 weeks ago. Let's see, this was posted 5 days ago, so like 2 weeks and 5 days, maybe 3 weeks most. 3 weeks max ago. That's how old this video is, if that gives you any context about what we're looking at here with Ben Shapiro. But the Swiss box conversation is trying to do like a watch along with Norman Finkelstein about this Ben Shapiro video that let's see what it's at right now. 1.7 million views. So yeah, Ben Shapiro, unfortunately, way too influential.
Israel is historically
you can't hear.
Muslim.
Skip forward by a minute to get out of the technical difficulties section of the... Look, I understand technical difficulties. We have technical difficulties all the time. Sometimes I even press the wrong button and I switch you to the kitchen scene when the camera's not even hooked up. How ridiculous is that?
Here.
Okay, looks like they're getting it solved. They're getting it solved.
Tell me if you can hear now.
There are 4 myths generally propagated by the left around the history of Israel and the Palestinians. These myths matter because they lead people into a peculiar moral relativism whereby attempted murder or successful murder of Jews is excused, and meanwhile, the evil human rights violations of the Palestinians are minimized.
So that's completely true, except like 180 degrees in the opposite direction. Like, right? This phenomenon that he's describing goes on, but it goes on with Palestinian lives being the ones that are devalued.
Myth number 1. Israel is historically Muslim territory. This is a pure and absolute lie. Israel is historically Jewish territory. According to the Bible and certain interpretations of...
There's this book, have you heard of it? It's called the Bible. I know this is the United States of America. Not many people are familiar with what's in the Bible or anything like that. But actually...
Contemporaneous archaeology. Joshua entered the land of Israel in 1400 BC. The kingdom of David was...
Wait, dude, the book of Joshua, isn't this the book? Okay, so I remember my Bible and I remember the book of Joshua. It's after they've been in Egypt, right? Now, I also know... I've also got a little bit of perspective on the Bible in terms of fact checking it with contemporaneous sources. And when you do that, right, archaeological records and stuff like that, it kind of, you know, this whole reconquest, you know, is sort of there's some doubt cast upon this too. But, you know, that being cast aside, right, the thing I remember about the book of Joshua is that it was brutal. It was brutal. They're taught literally in that book. God tells them to, you know, not leave women or children alive, right? In the conquest of those cities. This is one of the least. I mean, there's a lot that's not excusable about the Bible. Like there's a lot, you know, of New Testament stuff that like literally the Gospels disagree with each other, and the, you know, Old Testament, you know, there's like I said. Some stuff that disagrees with the archaeological record and contemporaneous historical sources, right? I don't know. I don't know about going to the Bible for your history. It seems like a bad idea. Archaeology, his archaeology stuff is not true. Like there was never a conquest of Canaan or a United Kingdom of Israel ruled by King David. Yeah, this is stuff. This is lore. This is lore. This is, you know, if you want to say that, like, you want to be Joseph Campbell and say like myth is that which is most true, and that there's like a spiritual truth underlying this stuff, fine. But you can't say that this is an accurate reporting of history. You absolutely, look, go to Genesis 1 and 2, all right? The first 2 chapters of the Bible. There's 2 separate accounts of creation, which would be fine, except for the fact that they're contradictory, right? God creates things in a different order in Genesis 1 compared to Genesis 2. If you are trying to tell me that the Bible is like historically accurate, if you're trying to tell me that every word of the Bible was written with God, like, you know, standing like a dad teaching you golf or baseball, like behind and being like, you're gonna, you know, make these words and like, right? You just can't fucking justify it. There's no fucking way, right? The Bible is a very old collection of the oral history of, you know, some ancient oral history. It is very interesting thing. You know, it's a document that I'm glad that we, you know, have in this day and age, but god damn, you know, substituting this for a book of history is so wrong in so many different ways. In the beginning, Ben Shapiro lied. Yeah, this is just like, this is wild. This is wild. God's a bish, getting people unalived for them and sending them to hell. I mean, like, look, if you want to, like, right, I'm not against religious people, okay? I started my life as one, all right? And you know, I do think that there is, you know, I don't know, like, I think it's worthwhile to study religion, but people that are literalist, biblical literalists, I just can't take seriously, because it should be obvious to you that you know, that there's not the one place that the Bible really falls down is when you take it literally as a book of history. All right. Anyway, not even that. The Bible has been changed and rearranged multiple times by popes and bishops to adapt to dogma. Yeah, votes of what goes in, what, you know, stays out. There's even a book of Judas, right? It didn't get canonized. It didn't become part of the you know, Bible that you're gonna, you know, find in a what do you call it? Where do you buy a Bible? Where do you buy a Bible? Are there like little stores, like little like Christian book, yeah, Christian book store or something like that, right? Or you know, basically any bookstore probably, but like, right, you're not gonna find the book of Judas in there, the book of Judas, the Gospel of Judas, right? I think the Gnostics, didn't the Gnostics pick that one up? It was I don't know if it was like supposed to be written by Judas or what, but it paints a very different picture. So since civilization started in Africa, does that mean that we can all move back? Yes, that's right. We can all dispossess you know, people living in Africa because you know, humanity you know, came from there. Do people know the real story, the real Adam and Eve story with Lilith? Most of the time not. Yeah, you're right. Also, the Jewish, you get there's also Lilith. Isn't Lilith a good example of like lore that exists outside of the Bible? Like Lilith is you know, it is part of the oral history, but it didn't get put in the scroll. I'm sorry to stunlock so early and so hard. It's just like, it drives me crazy. The Gospel of Mary Magdalene or the Shepherd Gospel. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that didn't get put in here. What even is free will? Good question. Lilith is not included, but she is seen as being present in the story as such. Yeah, she's in the Jewish Bible. Literally says, do not take this literally, please. Yo, it's almost like the Persona, if you play Persona 5, right? I don't know if this was ever a problem, I really hope not, but if you play Persona 5, the first thing that you'll do is you'll agree that this is a video game, this is a story, and this is not real life, right? Now, I mean, like, the fact that they had to put that in there is like, I don't know, that's a little scary, right? Because but yeah, literally to play the game, you have to agree that this isn't real. Igor can't hurt you. None of the personas can you know, like, right? You have to, like, at the beginning of the game, it's like, so just so you understand, this is a game. This is fiction. It's not real. Okay, I don't know why they had to do that. I'm guessing there was some event in Japan regarding one of the earlier Persona games. Wow. Like, I should do some research on that. That's an interesting story. I heard Persona talk. Yeah, I mean, we were talking about myth and stuff. Lilith is literally in Persona. may have gone to the Lilith Fair in the 90s. How was it? The Oral Torah, Bible stories in the deserts. Oh my God, I'm trying to read everybody's chat. I bet Mary Magdalene would have a fire feed on Twitter or Blue Sky. I think so too. Yeah. Why would they say that? Unless it is real. Yes. Persona 5 is. Wait, there is. Oh my God, what was it? Oh God, I want to watch this with you. Oh, sometime I gotta have time. I want to watch the Curtis Connor video about Potterheads with you, because it turns out that some people take Harry Potter a little too literal as well, right? And that's really not good. If you masturbate, Jesus will cast your soul into eternal hellfire. Well, yeah, because you're spilling the seed. You're supposed to interpret the story of Onan as being a commandment not to do that. That's why you need to spy on your kid's phone. Jesus better. Yo, I'm scared for the future, right? Somebody said spy on your kid's phone. Soul Life said spy on your kids' phones, right? Or not to spy. Soul Life said this is why, the masturbating gets you cast into eternal hellfire. That's why we need to spy on our kids' phones, right? But that's a real thing with Mike Johnson. Apparently is accountability partners with his son, which means that he's got this app on his phone and on his son's phone that it basically reports, it snitches to the other one. So if his son ever looks up porn, right, it's going to tell Mike Johnson, hey, your son looked at this, URL, and then Mike Johnson will look at the URL. It'll show it blurred out, but then he'll look at it for real. And if it's porn, he'll have a conversation with his son. Same thing happens if Mike Johnson were to look at something that was unwholesome or unholy, right? His son would be like, hey, Dad, have we got a problem here? What's going on, right? And so they're supposed to keep each other honest as far as not looking at porn on their phones. I'm guessing that they probably both have burners. Let's be real. They've got to both have burners. 100% they both have burners where they look at porn on. But what scares me about that is not so much that app, but what about the future? I mean, you know how like there's apps that like detect your heart rate and how are you sleeping, how are you breathing, right? There's the Apple stuff, right? What if in the future it's like literally detecting when somebody has like when somebody's aroused, right? And they, like somebody, like you're a kid and your dad is like or your dad or your mom is like texting you, are you aroused right now? The phone says that you're aroused. Come in here and let me examine your crotch to make sure that you're not actually aroused, right? I don't know, it could get really scary. It reminds me of that episode. Did anybody see Black Mirror? I don't remember what it was called, but they put a chip in this woman's daughter when she was really young, and it basically allowed her to, get all the biostatistics, all the vital signs of her child. If ever like the heart started beating really fast, that it would alert the mom, and the mom would look and say, oh, what's wrong? Or like, if she got lost, it would say, because she's chipped, it would say she's right here, right? So she could go find her, right? And they did this when she was really young. They put the chip in, and at some point they discontinued the chip. They decided it was unethical. They decided it was dangerous, or whatever reason, they weren't going to use these chips anymore. And they could not remove the chip from the daughter because it would it would harm her, like, right, it was like in her brain or something, and it would have caused a bleed or something like that. So they can't take the chip out, but what they do is they tell the mom, all right, this device that you're monitoring your daughter on, you got to throw it away. These things aren't allowed anymore. We're not allowed to put new ones in. The government said this is bad, right? And she is like, okay, and she thinks about throwing it away. She thinks about getting rid of it, but she just puts it in the attic. And then later, when her daughter, becomes a teenager, and she's not where she's supposed to be, the mom falls, the mom gives in to the impulse and looks on the thing, because this thing like literally can like look out your child's eyes, right? And you see what your child sees. And when she turns it on, what she sees is her daughter losing her virginity, right? Like a real breach of boundaries, right? And it ends up, I don't want to spoil it for you, okay? I feel like I've spoiled too much already. God damn it, I'm not supposed to do. Black Mirror predicted Elon's Neuralink. I'm pretty much, yeah. Okay, so there's more to the story than that. I mean, that's minor spoilers, but I saved the major spoilers in case you want to actually watch that, because I think some Black Mirror is okay. I am permanently scarring you. Black Mirror permanently scarred me. Those tracking apps are no joke. I've helped friends get rid of them. What? Are like chips and stuff? Yeah, because in real life, I don't think they have a chip that goes in your brain and like picks up your visual input or anything like that. But they might have a chip that goes somewhere else and keeps like track of you. That's wild. That is super wild. Okay, let's finish this bit. Sorry, that major stunlock so early.
Found around 1000 BC. The first Temple of Solomon was built in approximately 957 BC. The second temple was built in approximately 515 BC. The Hasmonean dynasty was founded in 166 BC. Jerusalem was destroyed in 70 BC, and the Jews exiled from Israel in 136 CE after the defeat of the Bar Kokhba revolt. The Romans, in an attempt to shame the Jews, renamed the area Palestine as an insult after the Jews' historic enemy, the Philistines.
So again, this is something that I don't think is historically supported. Right? This is an idea, this is a theory, but I don't think that it's a theory that's been borne out by historical fact. Also, that's David and Goliath, right? That's how literal we're getting here.
Philistines. Even during the exile, there was continuous Jewish presence in the land. Islam, which is the religion of the Palestinian Arabs, was not even founded until the
This is not historically accurate.
7th century CE or AD. No independent Arab state has ever existed in the area known as Palestine. Myth number 2. Israel is the cause of the failure of land partition in the...
Here we go.
Although I gotta say my favorite Black Mirror is the one with Boney M. The guy that sings Rah Rah Rasputin. I'm no religious historian, but all these guys seem to have an alternate version of accepted history.
Could you hear that?
Yes, I heard it fine, Antoine.
Okay, good. So you have the mic. What do you think about this in start?
First of all, I don't think at the present moment what happened 3,000 years ago in Palestine.
Oh my god, I almost repeated that, anti-corporatist. But it would be very anyway. Like, oh, I haven't heard of that content creator before. Mr. Oxlong? Yeah, I've not heard of
is the most pertinent topic. Second of all, I don't think Mr. Shapiro has a faintest idea what the anthropological, historical evidence shows. He has a couple of pictures, a nice timeline, adequate.
It is kind of sad how little it takes to convince a lot of people. Like, right, it's almost like because we've created the format of the documentary and we've gotten used to looking at a documentary as being, you know, the truth, right? As opposed to, I don't know, some other presentation of the material, right? If you can show people basically kind of like a movie about what happened, then most people don't question, like, yeah, but is that really is that supported historically? Is that our current understanding? Are there any biases in here? Like, people tend to not think of that when they see a documentary. It is very scary, the authority given by essentially the format of the information presented.
Adequate graphics,
cute music,
but he has no professional knowledge of the topic.
Or peer-reviewed articles. Yeah, good point. That's another thing where people place they don't understand that it's not just the article, it's well, when you're talking about like a study, you know, like you got to look into the methodology. Anyway, there's like, yeah,
5-year-old and he,
or sometimes not even that. Actually, Shakespeare, what I'm more afraid of even than, people just citing a peer-reviewed article and being like, this is the fact, this is the truth, it says it right here in black and white, therefore it's true, right? Is people citing media reporting on peer-reviewed articles, right? Where they're like, they did a study and it said that whatever claims being made is given an undue amount of authority. That's dangerous too.
Hebrew school, in Hebrew day school,
imagine watching the History Channel like, yep, it's all Bigfoot and aliens.
Put together the same graphic depiction as his. So I'm not going to even attempt to answer him because he doesn't have any professional, scholarly, or any other kind of knowledge on the topic that merits a reply.
Well, what he does have is a way of speaking that is presented in our culture as intelligence, right? He's a fast speaker. He enunciates, everything he's saying. He's a clear speaker, and he speaks with authority. And people misinterpret that as somebody that knows what he's talking about. When there's plenty of people that do know what they're talking about that aren't great speakers, and there's plenty of people that are great speakers that don't know what they're talking about or might, mislead you, right? I call Mike Johnson Mike Ock.
However, it is worth exploring the logic.
Mike, oh my God, I gotta stop reading these things. Somebody's gonna clip this out of context. Oh yeah, that is a very bad academic practice. The news media will cite things that aren't even, oh my God, even held as proven by the field, or that's not even claimed by the article. Like, it's just like, they want a good headline. The news media is looking for a headline that's going to get clicks, basically.
Of his argument.
Yeah.
So here's a simple question. I haven't a clue who occupied the apartment I'm currently living in, the building. Who occupied this piece of land 3,000 years ago? I don't know. I'll be perfectly honest about that. I've been in this apartment for 25 years. I
hope this isn't doxing. No, I don't think it is. It's not. Wait, no, I'm worried. I'm worried because this is such a unique name that I'm worried if I mention the name of okay, let's just say this, okay? There was a girl that I went to school with who's how do I say this? How do I say this? Her last name was Wiener, and her first name was something that kind of goes with the concept of Wiener. And for some reason, either she was always getting in trouble and she was getting called down to the principal's office, or maybe she was I don't know, maybe she was doing the announcement. She was always getting called down. Her name was always on the announcements in the intercom, right? And I was just every time that her name got mentioned, everybody in class would snicker. Everybody would laugh. Everybody would. I can't say what her first name was, though. It's funny, but it's not. I'm afraid that there might be only there might be very few people with this name, and that would be, I don't want to Norman just does not have a cell phone or such. He he has house phones. Oh, he's got a landline.
30 years, so I know who's been here for 30 years. And my father occupied the apartment 15 years before me, so that's roughly 50 years, a half a century. But I don't know anything further back. So for all I know, if somebody were to knock on my door holding a Bible and saying, Mr. Finkelstein, sorry to disturb you, but it so happens that 3,000 years ago, my ancestors occupied the space where the was erected. And so, if you don't, is that a serious argument?
Chat, did I like freeze up for a second there?
To reconstitute the world's map and borders on the basis of something that occurred between 2,000 and 3,000 years ago, it's just so completely lunatic that it's just hard to believe that unless you live inside this seamless bubble, that anybody can take arguments along these lines seriously. There were, for the last century, last centuries up until what's called the emergence of modern Zionism in the late 19th century, there were the estimates are about 5 to 10%, depending on the period, about 5 to 10% of the population was Jewish. For about 2,000 years, 5% was Jewish. And under normal conventions of modern morality, the land belongs to the people who occupied it and have occupied it. That's not a controversial concept that the inhabitants of a part, I should say it was controversial until developments in international law in the modern world.
If
that the land belongs to its inhabitants.
If I'm understanding it correctly, what I'm getting is that land does not belong to a culture. Land belongs to people who occupy it. And maybe you could say like to a family, or at least in the way that it's been practiced, right? And that's the thing that makes the most sense, because dispossession is when you take somebody who has been occupying, living on, and utilizing, land and maybe a building associated with that land, and you move them off, you forcibly remove them. He's saying that the Zionists stole the land that they did not own nor occupy. Am I muted? Somebody check. Wait, let me. Whoa, what's going? Testing. Okay, yeah. Anybody else unable to hear me? I am not muted. Okay. It's probably just like, I think my computer's doing some process behind. I don't know. Like something's making my computer like chug. No, it might not have been you. It might have just been my computer like not spitting out sound at that moment.
And that a people, if a people exists, have the right to self-determination up to and including independence. And that basic principle ought clearly to have applied to the people of Palestine. So that too strikes me as uncontroversial. New elements were introduced into the equation with the emergence of the modern Zionist movement, the settlement of Palestine by Jewish colonists, and the real fact that those Jewish colonists created a society with the governmental institutions, the language, a distinct language, a distinct culture. They did create a society there. And then the issue, whether it was just or not, whether it was imposed by force or not, it was a fact. And then the question became, how do you adjudicate, which is just a fine, fancy word for legally allocating rights between those who lived there, quote unquote, originally. And here I'm speaking to the Palestinian Arabs who had been there for several centuries at least, and those who created a separate society.
Okay, so there's a little bit of what I'm interpreting as a simplification of in what he's saying by saying that the Palestinian Arabs had been living there, like, right, for the most part, yeah, but there were also Christians there, and there were also Jewish people there. It's it's a little bit more complicated than that, but like the even under the Turkish Empire, which was the the empire in charge prior to the takeover by the British Empire, right? My understanding is that the rights of these three groups were preserved within the territory.
And there are various ways to adjudicate that situation. In the case of South Africa, it was finally resolved with one person, one vote between the black and the white populations of South.
So essentially a one-state solution. Although there's more to that story too. Read Naomi Klein's shock doctrine if you want to find out more about some of the kind of complications and how through the adoption of neoliberal economic policies, some of the privilege that the colonizing Dutch Afrikaners held and continue to hold was maintained through that. But yeah, that's essentially an example of a one-state solution. Okay, welcome back. Sorry for not mentioning to you that the ad break was coming up. I actually didn't get a warning this time. I don't know what it does. It sometimes gives me the warning, sometimes it doesn't. Jews made up 1/3 of Jerusalem's population pre-1917, and were a majority in the Ottoman Salonika, where the main language was Ladino Judeo-Spanish for the city. Kind of weird that the whole justification depends on magical thinking, that none of the population either changed religion or intermarried. Yeah, that's an important thing to mention, right? Is that like some of the Palestinians that are, if you were to, and it's a complicated thing, because if you think about it, right, you want to trace back like populations over years. I mean, you're talking about like, you're talking about different, marriages and the children conceived under those marriages, but like, right, it's not inconceivable to think that some of the Palestinian Arabs living there could probably trace some of their lineage back to the Jewish people like living in that land prior, right? So yeah, like populations, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. It's never, we tend to think of populations as being definite and like hermetically sealed from each other, and that's just not how the world operates. That's just not in humans, not in any like living creatures, right? It's more complicated than that. Even Ben Gurion stated that the Palestinians are the people related to the ancient Israelites, something like that. Yeah. So, it's a little bit more complicated than this thinking of like that there's one group of people hermetically sealed away from everyone else, and they are exactly like each other, and these other groups are exactly like each other, and that they near the twain shall meet, right? No, always the twain shall meet, right? The twain have been meeting since time immemorial. The walled world is a very, very recent historical in history as an idea. I mean, it seems like a very bad way of conceiving of these things.
Africa. In other situations, there have been separation, partition, many cases in the world. Then in places like Switzerland, there's been one state with various minority rights for various subgroups who speak German, French, various kinds of rights. Without going into all the details, the bottom line is the way this conflict was resolved between the indigenous population and a new society that had been created over the course of time, admittedly by force, the resolution was to have two states there, and a Jewish state and an Arab state. Now, that to me is the logical starting point. I really don't care about the Hasmoneans.
Yeah.
It's an interesting topic. If you're into biblical history, it's an interesting topic. But I think you have to have a few mental loose screws to imagine that what happened between 2,000 and 3,000 years ago establishes a title to a parcel of land in the 20th or the 21st century. That just makes no sense to me.
Yeah. I don't mean to insult you. I use Ben Shapiro not to confront you with his argument. But this video has 1.7 million views. And
oh my God, I did it again!
It's like we're losing the information war if there's such a thing.
I don't know how any of this...
I'll go one step further and say that I think that any kind of historical, justification to ethnically cleansing any people, from their land is wrong. It's like the people, like I said, Jewish people, Christian people, and Muslim people have been living there. Those all those groups lived there, right? And to take anything historically and say, well, these Jewish people, these Christian people, whatever, they should not be living there. I mean, that's you're dispossessing people of their home. It shouldn't, it's not. I feel like there's a tendency to make this more complicated than it is.
Social media works. Whenever Barack Obama says something, he immediately gets 20 trillion views.
I know, yeah.
And
maybe they pay
I can't imagine anyone listening to Barack Obama for about more than 5 minutes without falling to sleep.
Exactly.
He's a stupendous narcissist and an insupportable bore at the same time. So I don't know. When I hear about these views, I figure there must be some robot.
Yeah, that's possible too.
In any case, he does have a following.
Yeah,
good for him.
So there's only 4 points, and now we reach the points of not history, but more actual argument about the partition, for instance. So let's keep going. Here we go.
I hate to bring chemistry into this because that's not a justification either, right? But I will tell you there's a concept in chemistry. I don't know if anybody's ever said it this way or if this is just my take on it, but nature abhors a pure substance. In other words, the idea that there would be that there's an area and all that's here is O2, 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 O2. No, it's not the air you're breathing, right? There's a lot more than O2 in there. There's a lot of different molecules swimming around in the air that you're breathing into. Actually refine that air to pure oxygen, is not something that would be easy to do, and B, it's not good for you. You don't want to be breathing pure oxygen, right? I love it when you bring up chemistry. Noble gases are super reactive. Whereas Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza have Ottoman era and even British era land titles, but Israel doesn't recognize them, especially not in East Jerusalem, where Palestinians would have to register their deeds with Israel, but cannot do so since they don't have Israeli citizenship. It's actually mostly nitrogen, different species of nitrogenous Anyway, I'm sorry. Most air is water vapor. Yeah.
Sharing, and here we go.
Middle East. This is, again, a pure lie. In 1917, the British promised the Jews the entire area of Palestine. At the time, Israel and Transjordan, which is today's Jordan. In 1920, the Arabs began pogroms, a mass murder of Jews, in Jerusalem, as a sign of anger at the British mandate in Palestine. In 1922, the British government, in response, announced in a white paper that the Transjordan area, 70% of Palestine, would be sliced off and made.
Yeah, so when we're talking about noble gases, we're talking about molecules, right, at the end of the right side of the periodic table. And why are they on the right side of the periodic table? Because their valence, their outer shell, is filled up with electrons. There's no room for more electrons. And generally, how we get a reaction to go on between different atoms is that there's there's a hunger or an electronegativity, we could say, and then it meets with electropositivity, and some electrons are exchanged, and that exchange actually causes the covalent bond between the different atoms.
An Arab state. That would become Jordan. In 1937, the Peel Commission recommended a rump state for the Jews, in which the British would retain control over Jaffa and Jerusalem, the Arabs would get the entire Negev and nearly the entirety of Judea and Samaria, and the Jews would...
Wait. How is that a rump state? Maybe I don't know exactly what a rump state... I've heard of this term before, though. How is that a rump state? It looks like it's all contiguous. I mean, the only thing that's like there's a very narrow... it's very narrow in places. I'm not noble. I'm just catty and don't play well with others. Yeah.
And a tiny swath of territory along the coast, including Tel Aviv and Haifa. In 1939, the British, in response again to Arab pressure, restricted Jewish immigration to Palestine just as the Nazis began World War II and just before the Holocaust. Nonetheless, the Jews sided with the Brits, the Arabs sided with Hitler. In 1948, the British mandate ended and Israel declared its independence.
David Ben-Gurion read the Proclamation of Independence to 13 other members of the Israel Provisional National Council. Israel had taken its place among the nations of the world.
In 1964, with the Arabs still in full control of the Gaza Strip and West Bank, the Palestine Liberation Organization was founded, calling for the destruction of Israel. Here is a contemporaneous British report on the first chairman of the Palestine Liberation Organization.
It means the state is the state that it was merely a small portion of what it once was. Okay.
Extreme anti-Israeli politicians in the Arab world, Ahmed el-Shukr, the leader of the Palestine Liberation Organization. As the spokesman for 1 million Palestine refugees, he's fanned the flames of hatred for Israel with unflagging energy.
In 1967, the Arab League announced the 3 no's: no peace, no recognition, no negotiations. With all of Israel's enemies mobilizing against it, Israel launched a preemptive strike on the Egyptian Air Force, inaugurating the 1967 Six-Day War. This ended with Israel gaining miraculously the Sinai Desert, the Golan Heights, the Gaza Strip, Judea and Samaria, now known as the West Bank, as well as the entirety of Jerusalem. In 1973, the Arabs launched all-out war again, this time on Yom Kippur. Israel survived and gained territory. In 1979, Israel gave the Sinai back to Egypt in return for peace. In 1993, Israel agreed to the Oslo Accords, which promised a step-by-step process to establish a Palestinian state. In 1998, Israel conceded yet more territory to the Palestinian Authority under the prime ministership of Benjamin Netanyahu. In 2000, Israel...
Okay, so I'm noticing a real religious perspective that Shapiro has, even in saying miraculously they were successful in these wars, right? That sounds like it's connecting back to historical it's binding the state of Israel and its history to biblical stories, if I'm not mistaken, right? I mean, maybe you could use the miraculously can mean a lot of different things, but and that's what I've noticed with the hard right in Israel is there's a lot of these callbacks to the Bible. I would like to know exactly what it means by saying that all their neighbors were mobilized against. Oh my God, it's more complicated than that, right? You gotta. There's 4 conflicts going back to 1948. And we're kind of we're doing a speed run at best, right? We're doing a massive speed run with Shapiro.
Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak offered Yasser Arafat.
Because he's not interested in teaching you the history. He's interested in imbuing you with his perspective.
The terrorist leader of the Palestinian Authority, 91% control over the West Bank in contiguous territory, and an Israeli security presence along 15% of the border with Jordan. Arafat walked away from the table and began the Second Intifada, a massive terror wave that ended with the death of thousands of Jews. In 2005, Israel unilaterally withdrew from the Gaza Strip. Hamas immediately took it over and began using it as a base for terrorist activity. That continues until this day. In 2008, Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Olmert offered even more than Barak in terms of territory, with some land swaps.
Like I said, I don't hate religion. I don't hate religious people. Okay, I'm not, religious myself, but like I'm not some new atheist or something. I don't have like an antipathy towards it. What I do hate, and where I think that it's really destructive, is when it gets applied to material reality, when it skews the analysis of material oh my god, I'm a Marxist. That's what I'm sounding like here, right? Like that's the real danger of religion, is it superimposes itself over reality, and therefore obfuscates reality. That's what's bad with it, right? If you want to say that, you conceive of the universe in a certain way because of your religion, right? If you want to say that you do some spiritual practice, you meditate, you pray, you fast or whatever, I mean, as long as you're not like, harming yourself in the process, right? I don't really have a problem with that. It's when this mythology starts superimposing itself on material reality, and people lose track of the difference between the two. I think that's where yeah, Irene's MLM arc, right? I have a problem with people that support policies, but can only, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. When it intrudes into, like if your religion was to tell you that, like, you must always attack people with butterfly clips in their hair, right? We'd have a problem. But if your religion was to tell you that the butterfly in a dream is an inauspicious omen, okay. Actually, no, even that gets into it too, because now you're like, oh, something's gonna happen in material reality because I saw a butterfly in my dream.
To maintain Jewish populated areas in exchange for some Israeli territory. Olmert even offered to relinquish Israeli sovereignty at the Temple Mount, the holiest site in Judaism, as well as the entire Old City of Jerusalem, to a 5-member, non-sovereign international trusteeship comprising Israel, the PA, Jordan, the US, and Saudi Arabia. PA head Mahmoud Abbas walked away without a counteroffer. Myth number.
There you go. So that was long. That's propaganda.
So yeah, my understanding of this, just to give you a idea of where we are in this content, there's going to be 5. It's called 5 myths, right? And so I think that's. Did we just get through the 3rd? I only attack people with butterflies in their hair because I already have a butterfly net, and if I don't, then I feel like I wasted my money. Well, yeah, you got to catch those butterflies.
I know, but there's so many people.
With all due regard,
mm-hmm.
In my day, we used to have a thing called bubble gum. It was pink gum.
Yeah, as I said the thing about fasting, I realized that could probably cause some problems. But
yeah,
and
if it's the kind of fasting where you don't eat or drink any, well, okay, the drinking thing, like that's a little bit concerning. But if you're just like not eating in between like sun up and sundown or something like that, I mean, that's like less of an issue.
Bazooka bubblegum, okay? And it was a little square of bubblegum. And one of the bonuses of bazooka bubblegum was that a little comic, you know what a comic is? COMIC?
Yep.
There would be a little comic in the bazooka bubblegum.
Yeah, I may had one.
The intellectual content of the bazooka bubblegum comic was more weighty than what this imbecile just put together there. So he's so stupid.
You're talking about like a comic that's so tiny that it can serve as the wrapper to a bubble gum, right? This is reminding me of the Frost Nixon. Has anybody ever seen Frost Nixon? Or maybe I'm thinking of like the Saturday Night Live like parody of this, like where Frost and Nixon are talking, and Nixon is like, I remember in the morning we would eat oatmeal porridge and I would stir the oatmeal. It's just like really boring. And then at some point he says something that's like a little bit shocking about Watergate, but like Frost has to get through all this bullshit of him eating his memories of oatmeal porridge.
No, really. For anybody who has
I do saltwater fast. You have to hydrate and you have to restore your electrolytes. Yeah.
An iota of knowledge. He says that the Arabs gave 3 no's, no to negotiations, none of this, none of that. And then came the 1967 war. Buddy, come on.
Oh, yeah. There it is.
You couldn't pass my class when I used to teach the Israel-Arab conflict on rare occasion. The 67 war comes, and then the argument is made that at Khartoum in November 67, if my memory is right, in November after the June 67 war came the famous, so-called famous 3 no's. He doesn't even have the most elementary chronology.
So that's key. That's key. The chronology, right? The order of events, right? Ben Shapiro talks about the 3 no's. That was a thing, right? And then, but places them at what as the reason for the war, rather than being like an outcome of the 67, which is the 3rd conflict.
Right. I don't know. He's got so much money, I'm told, from his. Can't you hire somebody who's taken at least a 200 level course in the subject before you put together your idiotic video? I couldn't possibly engage that, because he goes in approximately 1 minute, maybe 1 minute 30 seconds. He goes from the Balfour Declaration through to Omert's offer, so-called offer, which is, Omert's offer, is 2007, if my memory is right. Could have been later, but I think it's 2007. He goes through more than a century. You understand? No, a century. From Balfour, which is 1917, he goes up to the Omert offer in 1 minute, 30 seconds.
That's the scrolling behavior you were describing earlier about with the youth people, scrolling and needing to be fed fast.
Is that history?
Look, here's something that really, really, really bothers me about not just Ben Shapiro, but like Jordan Peterson. You could put him in the same category here, right? It is content meant for people who, for whatever reason, did not connect with something like an undergraduate liberal arts education, right? Either they didn't, do it, they didn't take those, they didn't, take that kind of degree, or they were, they just kind of like, sailed through it without really engaging or like learning anything, right? So, but maybe because they think that like there's an ideology, they don't like their professor, they don't like being taught by a woman, like, I don't know. There could be a lot of things to this, right? But it takes what I'm going to call an anti-intellectual audience, and it gives them something that they very much need, which is an intellectual experience, or at least something that feels like an intellectual experience without any of the rigor of what that would really entail, right? So they can't take a course, or they don't want to take a course in history, or they don't trust the professor. The professor's a liberal, the professor's a Marxist, whatever. But they will accept it. They will accept a lecture from Jordan Peterson. They will accept a video from Ben Shapiro in place of that intellectual engagement. And what it does is it gives them dopamine of having, because in their mind, they have just engaged in an intellectual enterprise, right? They have been edified, or so they think, right? This is what's so dangerous about this content. It gives people that really could use some grounding in historical studies. It gives them the feeling of having that knowledge without the important part of having that knowledge, and with all this all these shortcuts, right? Ben Shapiro's not interested in imparting knowledge. He's selling like the feeling. He's selling the sizzle, okay? He's not the steak. The steak is actually knowing the history. The sizzle is feeling like you know the history. The steak, the phrase "you sell the sizzle, not the steak," like, right? It's from advertising, that the idea that you're not selling the product, but you're selling the feelings associated with that product. Like Apple, think differently, right? You're not actually. It's not about you're not selling product based on like the product that you're selling, the iPhone, the iPad, whatever you're selling, you're selling the idea, like, right? The idea that people buy this thing and they think that this is for me because I think differently. I don't go along with the herd. Therefore, I've got an Apple, right? And like, depending on that, that might be a good thing or a bad thing, depending on, exactly when you're talking about it, what you're going to use it for, right? There's a long time where Apple products were industry standard in terms of digital media, but it's a long time ago that when that was true. But yeah, they're selling the appearance of the thing. They're selling the optics, not the thing itself. You're not getting edified. You're just feeling edified, and I think that's actually dangerous.
No,
it's all light and no heat. Yeah, CRT is rampant, and well, that's right. The CRT. Yeah, you're gonna run into the CRT, and cultural Marxism too. That's why both Ben and Jordan always show up in suits and say random stuff that is nonsensical. Yeah, and because they wrap it in the package of intellectualism, right? And they give privileged people generally the feeling that the one area where they might not actually have the privilege, which is in terms of education, right? They give them the feeling that no, you're actually smarter than all those people that tell you that you're wrong about these things.
Is that an attempt?
That the losing lobster in the battle of wills of lobsters, their brain actually melts down and reformats into a more appropriate brain for a subservient lobster. The lobster's brain melts and reforms to become the beta lobster once it's lost the battle. That stuff. You know that humans and lobsters both have serotonergic systems, and therefore humans are just like lobsters, right? You're smart. You know the secrets of life.
Is that an attempt at even meaningfully presenting your own case? Trying to meaningfully present your own case? Or is it tweets for morons?
Yeah, probably.
That's what it is, tweets for morons. Now, if Ben Shapiro is listening, and if he disagrees with me, there's a very simple way to engage this. You choose any one...
Melt my brain, reform it, mommy.
...point. Any one point in that 1 minute, 30 seconds, and let's discuss it. You choose any one point in that 1 minute, 30 seconds, because I'm not going through 100 years of history in a conversation.
We need a Jesse Lee Peterson sound effect yelling, beta lobster.
That's not... If you're in any way...
I have this problem with the Rock Lobster song, though, where I mix it up with another song by the... B-52s. Looking for the rock lobster. Head into the rock lobster. I've got me a lobster. It seats about 20.
If you are in any way intellectually serious, that's ridiculous. And what does one deduce?
Rock lobster baby. Rock lobster baby.
From listening to that. I think the main deduction is he's not serious.
It seems when you look at the comments.
He thinks that tweets, if you combine enough tweets, you have an argument. No, if you combine enough tweets, you have a lot of tweets, but they don't metamorphose into an argument. They don't metamorphose into a serious presentation. Now, I realize, and I have to acknowledge, most of what I just said was ad hominem. It was directed at him. But I am presented with a problem. There's no substance there. There's literally no substance. And it's quite embarrassing, I think.
Those are two different songs. I know, but I always mix them up.
To him, that when he gets out of his bubble, he looks ridiculous. And that's what happened when he was on BBC with Andrew Nell.
Yeah, so only to people who know better. But yeah, he looks ridiculous, right? If you know the part of history that he is skipping past, he looks ridiculous. It's like when what happened with the Chud in my stream, because he wanted me to go into 4,000 years of Jewish history.
If you saw that famous interview where suddenly,
I saw it. Yeah.
Suddenly,
you had to go.
Ben Shapiro was not in his echo chamber, and he had to confront not a brilliant challenge, just a very minimal challenge, and he fell completely apart. And that's how I feel with this video. It's just what you're presenting now. It's just for his echo chamber.
Yeah.
Nobody listening to that.
Look, I'm not
take it seriously.
I've had enough of echo chambers. Like, what I really want is a gecko chamber. That's what I need.
There's nothing there. As I said, and I'm going to leave it at that.
Yeah.
It has
Finkelstein to Shapiro, come at me, bro.
less weight than a Bazooka bubblegum comic. Pitiful. I mean, I'll tell you, I'm going to be serious with you. I'm not joking. I'm actually quite shocked.
Yeah.
I'm actually quite shocked.
You're expecting a little bit, a level
Yes,
a bit
because
higher.
many people are telling me about this video and they're begging me and pleading with me, answer it, answer it. So when you started to play it, I had a slight writhing in my innards, thinking, all right, I'm maybe going to have to think this through. Maybe there are going to be some complicated arguments, and how will I present the arguments? And then suddenly, because this is the first time I've seen it, I'm really kind of shocked. He doesn't. Can you just play that one more time? Go up to around 1967. That's around halfway through.
Yeah. And as soon as I find it,
1% control over the West Bank in contiguous territory.
Let me share it with you, otherwise you cannot see. Bim. Here we go.
You'll say in June 1967, or a miracle.
Yeah.
Okay.
See.
And an Israeli security presence along 15% of the border with Jordan.
No, that's
walked away
you're
from the
way
table
ahead.
and began the Second Intifada, a massive terror wave that ended.
Yep.
Israel
No,
survived and gained territory. In 1979,
No, you got to go back to 67.
67, eh?
Norm made a joke. If I enroll in a university as a freshman, then will you debate me, Ben? Yeah, that's right. That's who he wants to debate. Chad, I gotta pee really hard, but I want to remind you, okay, we are we're pretty close to hitting the sub goal. I have something pretty big for you if we hit that sub goal. Pretty cool. Something that we're gonna catch up on something that we covered last week, and it's now gone into a whole nother thing, right? But I don't know if we'll have time for it. I'm gonna pee. If we can hit that sub goal either on YouTube or on Twitch or a combination of the two, right? Like if I can, in other words, if there's any way I can justify it, right? We will go on to that. If not, we'll hit it some other day. But yeah, it's pretty interesting stuff, and I'm really curious to get into this. Anyway, I gotta pee right now. I'll be right back.
Go so fast. Wait.
No peace.
Yes, right there.
Right there. Yeah. Wait.
Liberation organization. As the spokesman for 1 million Palestine refugees, he's fanned the flames of hatred for Israel with unflagging energy.
In 1967, the Arab League announced the 3 no's. No peace, no recognition, no negotiations. With all of Israel's enemies mobilizing against it, Israel launched a preemptive strike on the
Okay,
Egyptian Air Force.
stop. Okay, stop there. Now, are you in front of a computer?
Yep.
Okay. Just enter Khartoum, Khartoum.
Khartoum.
And 3 no's. Enter 3 no's. N-O apostrophe S. 3 no's.
Okay. Khartoum, 3 no's.
Should be November 1967.
Yeah, what should I find?
So bring it up on the screen if you can.
How do you spell 3 no's?
The number 3.
Yeah.
And then
the nose.
N-O apostrophe S. 3 no's.
Okay. And I show you what.
You can go to Wikipedia. I'm sure they have it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Should I tell you or share what I see?
Yeah, bring it up on the screen.
Okay. Here you go. That's it. Can you see?
Yeah. So it says Khartoum resolution, the famous 3 no's, right?
Yep. In Wikipedia.
So was the Khartoum resolution of September 1967. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, you see what it says in the wake of the 6-Day War? It came after the June 67 war. So
yeah. Okay.
The 6-Day War is June 1967. The Khartoum resolution is September 1967. Okay?
Yeah.
Now go back to his video. And listen to what he says.
Where is it?
The things that we've been seeing on our screens from as the Nazis began World War II and just before the Holocaust. Nonetheless, the Jews sided with the Brits, the Arabs sided with Hitler. In 1948, the British mandate
ended. It's a bit further.
In 1964, with the Arabs.
Oh my God. I should not have. Is this too fast, chat? Like, okay, so we're watching Ben Shapiro, and I unintentionally put Ben Shapiro at 1.5 speed. That's a general rule that I have about Ben Shapiro is not to speed him up because he's fast enough already. Was that intelligible? Could everybody hear that? No, I believe it can happen. I believe that the sub goal is hittable, especially like between like 2 chats, right? Because I'll do the math if I need to. I'll make it work. We're actually talking about the Keffels versus the Vanguard situation, right? and I will cover it. I will cover it, right? I want to. I'll at least give you like a synopsis of what's going on there. But it's there now for us if we wanna look. And just need to have enough time to actually do it.
In full control of the Gaza Strip.
The Israeli politicians in the Arab world.
It's still fine because he's just hotter. Yeah, he's not saying anything like Norman Finkelstein noted. He's not saying anything with any more gravity to it than a comic from an old-timey bubblegum.
Ahmed el-Shukeri, the leader of the
Yeah, Kerfuffles has been busy lately. Also, the Vanguard boys have been busy lately.
Palestine Liberation Organization.
They've been pissing off all the right people, too.
As the spokesman for 1 million Palestine refugees, he's fanned the flames of hatred for Israel with unflagging energy.
In 1967, the Arab League announced the 3 no's. No peace, no recognition, no negotiations. With all of Israel's enemies mobilizing against it, Israel launched a preemptive strike on the Egyptian Air Force, inaugurating the 1967
Yeah.
Okay. You see that? He doesn't even know the 3 no's at Khartoum came after the war.
Yeah.
Anybody who took Arab-Israeli conflict 101.
Well, no, here's the question, like, right, does he not know it? Or is it more convenient to present a false chronology to his audience, right? Is he actually selling this false narrative? TYT started doing a thing where they played a slow down Ben Shapiro during the ad break, and then they let it go to normal speed, so it sounded like it was sped up. It cracked me up so it sounds normal when you slow him down. I feel like I remember that if you slow him down, maybe it's 50%, maybe it's 25%, but if you slow him down to a certain extent, he does sound a little bit inebriated. He does sound like he's been drinking. Ben presents the events out of order, but he talks so fast that you wouldn't even notice. You wouldn't even notice if you weren't aware of, and you're not look if you're listening to this because you just don't have any sense of this historicity at all, you're not going to, that's not going to raise any red flags for you. It's just going to sound like right. And even if you go into Wikipedia and you check on it, you're not necessarily going to notice, oh yeah, he presented that as happening, as being a cause of that, when in actuality this happened after that happened, so it couldn't possibly be a cause. He's inebriated. The 67 war happened in June. It is even, oh my god, Vitengale! You have activated my stand. Welcome, streamer. Welcome, raiders. Good to have you with us. Good to have you with us. So what are we doing? We're watching Norman Finkelstein take down Ben Shapiro. And it's pretty satisfying because here's the thing with Ben Shapiro, right? And this was what I was just saying. What he's selling to his audience is the illusion of intellectual engagement. This is the same thing that Jordan Peterson does. This is the same thing that Jordan Peterson does. Also, Vitengale, let me know how your stream was and what did you talk about? I'm curious. It is the no comment chick, the one and only chick with no comments whatsoever. That's why I'm making comments right now, because I have no comments to make. So yeah, this is Ben Shapiro's grift. This is Jordan Peterson's grift, right? They take an audience that is like, for whatever reason, staunchly anti-intellectual. In a lot of ways, the right wing has cultivated an anti-intellectual audience because it's very useful for them to be able to put a fast one over on these people, right? But they're still hungry for some kind of an intellectual engagement, right? Isn't that interesting about human beings? Even if you convince us that intellectualism is bad and gay and that you shouldn't, want to have anything to do with it, right? We still hunger for it. But the unfortunate thing about Shapiro and Peterson is that they're actually selling the illusion of edification, right? You listen to one of these conversations and Ben will use, if you're like a average conservative anti-intellectual, there's going to be a few words that just go slightly above your vocabulary, right? Oh, that's a big word. Wow. And, and you can still get the point of the lecture without knowing that word, right? So you feel like you've been challenged. You feel like you've been engaged, right? But what you don't realize is that they're just giving you like highly palatable schlock, right? They're giving you the intellectual equivalent of junk food, right? Norman Finkelstein here just compared Ben Shapiro's arguments, his level of profoundness to the profoundness of a comic found wrapping around an old-timey piece of bubble gum. I believe it's called bazooka gum. I believe that's what he's talking about, the Bazooka Joe bubble gum, right? Famous for having comics. The gum itself is like wrapped in a comic, and because it's a wrapping paper for a bubble gum, there's not a lot to the comics. But what Finkelstein is saying here is that Ben Shapiro's like intellectual sounding, content, like his videos here, have less gravity, have less weight to them than the comics of a Bazooka Joe bubblegum. So yeah, pretty interesting, pretty good call out, and pretty good deconstruction of Ben Shapiro. One of the main things that we're noticing here, right, is that he has got some of the chronology out of order, right? He's talking about the 3 no's in terms of oh my god, I don't remember. It's no negotiation, no peace. But he's presenting this as being a cause of the conflict in 67, when really this was an effect stemming out of that conflict. That conflict, right? So he's really just he's mixing up like the order of events and the causality in order to deceive his audience, who just doesn't know any better. And after having listened to Ben Shapiro talk about history, they feel edified. They feel smart. They feel like they know what those damn libs, the damn libs that think they're so smart, but they're just indoctrinated with cultural Marxism. Well, guess what? Oh my God, Live Laugh Louie. Oh no, Rob MC. Thank you for the 3 community gift subs. We're almost there. Look at that. We are almost there. I've got something special. Okay, so J Power, you just got a gift sub. We got people getting gift subs. Thank you so much, Rob MC. I appreciate you, and I think the people getting gift subs do as well. Where are we at? We're at 15 minutes until the next ad break. Welcome raiders, welcome streamers. The worst jokes ever in the bazooka. I'm not super familiar with what he's talking about, but I get that, like, it's a bubblegum wrapper. Like, how deep could it be? Unless it's like, Calvin and Hobbes or something. To be worse than that, yeah, to be worse than the bubblegum. So yeah, Live Laugh Louis, you just got a gift sub from Rob MC. J Power 83, you just got a gift sub from Rob MC. And Snake Piss Diablo, you also just got a gift sub from Rob MC. Those are 3 people that will not have to see the ad break when it comes up. Yeah, I hope the Raiders appreciate these. I think they will. I feel like I have a strong feeling that your gift subs are appreciated. They're definitely appreciated by me, and I'm betting that they're appreciated by the recipients as well. Okay, so it's like 15 minutes ahead of I always forget to mention this, right? But yeah, at the bottom of the hour, at the 30, on the clock, we have a 3-minute ad break. Twitch enforces this on me. I don't really have. Oh my God, hype train already. Agla, thank you for the community gift sub to ZZ times infinity. ZZZ times, I'm sorry, ZZZ. There's 3 Z's. So ZZZ times infinity, you just got a gift sub, and we just hit that goal, and we just hit the hype train. The hype train is hyping. That means there are 4 minutes for you to contribute to this. We'll get to higher levels. Oh my God, Computer Bailey just got a gift sub. Where is that even coming from? Resubscribed for 1 month at tier 1. That's 5 months of subscription to NCC. Sorry, I don't chat much. I'm usually working. Hey, we appreciate you nonetheless. I've been in that situation too, right? Where I'm using a stream as almost like a podcast or something like that. So yeah, we're at level 2 of the hype train. We got 4 minutes to get higher. I think what it does is it gives you emotes, right? So you earn emotes by unlocking higher levels of the hype train. If you want to interact with that, I think it responds to bits. It responds to subs, to gift subs, to Twitch Prime subs, to almost everything that you could throw my way. It will respond to that. We'll see if we can open up and unlock some higher levels of the hype train. But yeah, if you're just joining us, we're covering Finkelstein versus Ben Shapiro, and so far it is like no contest. 23 bits. Thank you thank you Spectrophonic for the 23 bits and getting us a little further on that hype train. Wow. Okay. So yeah, like this is just like what you're seeing here is I don't want to say unmasking, because usually when we talk about right wingers and we talk about unmasking, we're talking about something different, like, you know, saying the quiet part out loud. That's not exactly what we're seeing with Ben Shapiro today. But we are seeing his mask of the intellectual be torn off of his face, as if Norman Finkelstein was a persona protagonist, right? Like a Persona 5 protagonist jumping off and like ripping the mask off, right? That this is what's going on. Ben Shapiro is nobody's intellectual. Ben Shapiro just sounds like an intellectual, right? He's a good speaker. He speaks fast. He speaks, you know, he uses some, like I said before. Oh yeah, also, if you're not following Vitangale already, I would suggest you click that button that you're seeing right now, that heart button. If you hover over it and click it, as long as you're not already subscribed, you will subscribe to Vitangale. Be careful though, because if you are already subscribed and you hit it again, sometimes that unsubscribes you. And I'm not suggesting anybody do that, but just give it a check, because sometimes you don't know, you know, sometimes we forget like who we have subscribed to and who. Ben's academic dishonesty. Look, and honestly, like I said, he's not selling the steak, right? This is a phrase in like advertising. You don't sell the steak, you sell the sizzle. He is very much selling the sizzle, the appearance, the auspices of academia, without actually teaching his audience much of anything at all. In fact, you'd be worse from the wear. You would have a backwards timeline. You would have, you know, out of order chronology in terms of understanding the events that the Ben's describing in the conflict, you know, going back to 48 in Israel Palestine, right? You would be worse for the wear. You would be less like edified, less knowledgeable of real world events than you were coming into it from watching Ben Shapiro's content. So if anything, yeah, just like Jordan Peterson, like you watch Jordan Peterson and you feel, oh my God, I'm so much smarter now. I know about the lobster. I know about the serotonergic system of the lobster. And you didn't really learn anything. You learned a bunch of bullshit, right? You talk to an actual like evolutionary biologist, even maybe the person that Peterson like learned this from, and you find that Peterson didn't understand the lecture that he was listening to. He's telling you, you know, like garbage science, and now you're thinking that, like, yeah, humans are just like lobsters. We both have serotonin, and we live in a hierarchical order where we have these battles of will, and the lobster that comes out on top will raise his arms in the triumphant, like, you know, champ stance, right? And the losing lobster will have his brain melt down, and it'll be reformatted and recreated as the brain more appropriate to a subservient lobster who now realizes who his boss is, right? And it's garbage, right? Jordan Peterson doesn't know about lobster. Ben Shapiro doesn't know about history, but they're going to convince their audiences that they're experts because they sound authoritative, right? They speak, you know, with confidence too. That's a big part of this grift, right? Is selling the idea that you're really smart. And if this person just listens to you, look, the hype train is coming in at level 2, 51% completed. That is 5 gift subs, 23 bits. Looks like we collected all of the level 1 emotes. I think that's good. Yo, they need to make this into like a RPG game or something so we can actually play the hype train video game. Jordan Peterson doesn't know about lobsters? That can't be right. I know, right? It's his whole core brand proposition. But it turns out that much like everything else he does, it's a grift. Lobster history is it's a canon, part of the NCC lore at this moment. We did it. Thanks for all the support. 10 out of 10. Damn. All the Twitch alerts today. Yeah, thank you for helping us. And so what that just did, right? Because it might seem like just like an innocuous thing, like, okay, sub goal reached. What does that mean? What does that mean? That means that we're going to get to check out what's going on between the Vanguard and Keffels, right? We touched on this last week. We touched on the Vanguard giving their take on what's going on with Keffels lately. Keffels' weird McCarthy-esque anti-communist era that she's entered into now. The Vanguard opined on that, and it looks like Keffels has come back, and the Vanguard have got something to say about that, right? So we're gonna check and see what's going on with them. Look, I'm not gonna follow like every single bit of this drama, but I do want to know what's going on. And the Vanguard did talk about this today, so since I promised you something special, that is what you're getting. You're getting this like 1 day early, because I would probably cover this anyway, but I really wanted to cover it now. Thank you everybody who contributed to the sub goal and got us there to the sub goal on Twitch. I love the fact that, like, look, so we got the YouTube's member goal, and we got the Twitch sub goal, and it's kind of like sometimes YouTube kicks ass and sometimes Twitch kicks ass. Sometimes Twitch carries YouTube, sometimes YouTube carries Twitch. I like it that it kind of works both ways, right? I like it that both audiences are engaged, because that's one of the more difficult things, is to kind of like, you know, I shouldn't say too much about integrating the audience. Twitch really doesn't like that sort of language, but I like that you're working together. There's good, Jordan Peterson, there is good and evil in the world. Since the left chooses to be good, then the right has to be the force for evil. It's the only way. Up yours, woke moralist. We'll see who cancels who. Jordan Peterson. Excuse me. Drank some of the apple cider. Almost. That apple cider was rough, right? I've never heard of anybody having. Look, sometimes people have allergies they're not even aware of, but I don't know what's going on with Keffels is so boring now. Well, hopefully the Vanguard are a little bit more exciting. I just want to see what's going on. I just want to see what they have to say, since they felt it necessary to clap back at Keffels. So I'm curious what's going on with that. Wait, what? These are, like, people are showing me. Okay, those are really cute emotes, Shaxba and Buffy. Where did those come? Oh, it's just a hype cheer. Okay, that's a like Twitch emote. Wow. You could see that my knowledge of emotes isn't exactly encyclopedic. I saw that come out, but you haven't seen it yet. I'd love to watch it with your commentary. Yeah, we're gonna get to do that today. I want to finish up. This is so Ben Shapiro put out a video. It's called like the 5. We're almost done with this video here, but like it's called the 5 myths of Israel Palestine or something like that, right? And Norman Finkelstein, who actually knows the history and you know teaches the history, right? Is debunking and unmasking and exposing Ben Shapiro's worthless analysis. In his own words, less gravity to what Ben Shapiro is saying than to the comic on a package of bubble gum, like the old-timey bubble gum, the bazooka bubble gum has a little comic in it, but it's like so little. It's like a little tiny bubble gum wrapper. It can't have much of a comic. It's just like 3 panels of whatever, you know, probably somebody blowing a bubble and the bubble gum gets on somebody or something. I don't know. It's one of those. It's like a Scooby-Doo joke, but even worse. Like Scooby-Doo's more complicated than what Ben Shapiro is throwing at us. But yeah, we wanna take a look at this. Oh yeah, look at that. Some shouts out to YouTube. Apple cider vinegar is a hell of a drug, right? Was it apple cider vinegar, or was it like the alcoholic cider, or was it just like cider, like, you know, non-alcoholic? 3 gum wrappers of NCC. Shapiro on history, Peterson on lobsters. Wait, what's the last one? Keffels on communism. Yeah, Keffels is our expert on communism. Watching this made me so mad as a historian, especially someone that does know the history of Zionism and Jewish history, etc. You're back. Welcome, Zara. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Streamer. Welcome, Vitangel. I'm so glad you decided to join us this lovely afternoon.
Went to the United States, we need an introductory course. We know that fact. He doesn't know anything.
Thank you for this easy demonstration.
But, it's for like healthy.
Yeah. I mean, I'm telling you, I actually was bracing myself for this because I figured he must have prepared a very sophisticated presentation, and then it's going to
vinegar does have some interesting like effects on your metabolism.
Require fine arguments, finding the detailed arguments to try to refute it. This was like breathtaking. I mean, it's very sad because there are many people like this. The social media has so, and I don't want to sound like the old days were so wonderful and so terrific. No, they weren't. But the social media has so corrupted the thinking process that this guy can actually believe he's presenting an argument. Do you know how embarrassing it is to go?
It should be embarrassing.
One video.
The only reason he's not more embarrassed about it is that there's nobody there with the intellect and the understanding to be able to see how ridiculous what he's saying is. Right? You don't have Norman Finkelsteins in the audience. You have a bunch of chuds.
In 30 seconds, going through 100 years of history. you know how embarrassing that is?
I feel it now.
I was asked several times to go through the history of the conflict. I was asked for a teach-in in Amherst, Massachusetts, and on the Michaela Peterson show.
Yeah.
And it took me at least an hour.
And a half.
If you go back and look.
Yeah, I see
just the most superficial.
Wait, did he actually go on the Michaela Peterson show? When fruit goes bad, you get alcohol. When alcohol goes bad, you get vinegar. Yo, chat, how much you are tempting me so hard to go into like my knowledge of organic chemistry and actually take a look at these reactions. However, I'm not sure everybody's on board for that. So I'm gonna go through. We're gonna do the content that I promised you. So
discussion, and I needed an hour.
Yeah.
And he goes through 100 years. He goes through 100 years in 1 minute 30 seconds, and he really believes it. He really believes it. He thinks he's making a substantive contribution to an intellectual debate. It's so pitiful. It's so pathetic.
So we won't go further with that. I think
No.
I got your point, and
we didn't actually do all 5 myths because I think the first 3 were just enough to show you that Ben Shapiro doesn't know what he's talking about.
I heard that the
And
offer
you
of
could say to him,
I don't know him. I can tell you, I have no.
No, I've just announced it because people keep saying to me, "Why don't they debate him?" As if I were afraid to. So
oh
I
no!
posted it.
It was the apple that did it, according to Peterson, because humans are only meant to eat the dead meat of animals. Yeah, no, that's Michaela. That's Michaela Peterson's. Like, so do you know about the lore on Michaela Peterson? She actually has a type of condition that's classified as autoimmune, meaning that the thing that goes wrong with her body isn't like a pathogen attacking her body, but it's actually her immune system reacting to her own body as if little proteins in different places were a pathogen. So her body attacks itself, her body's immune system attacks itself. It's a really pernicious kind of thing to deal with and very difficult. A lot of times these people are helped with something called an elimination diet, right? That's a diet where you just kind of pair it. You say, I'm not going to eat this. I'm not going to eat this. I'm not going to eat this. Like, things that are known triggers, you eliminate those all and you make your diet simple somehow. And for her, I think it was like all meat was how she like simplified down her diet. And she stopped feeling, whatever symptoms she was getting, once she went to an all meat diet. Right. And I think that she's gone from this and like, tried to, sell this all meat diet, this as being healthy for everyone, right? And in reality, it's probably not even what somebody with autoimmune issues should be doing. The idea of an elimination diet should be that you eliminate things and then you add them back one at a time. But I think she's gotten herself to a situation where she's just not, like she's too scared to add other things back and wants to just think that like meat is good for you. So yeah, she dated Andrew Tate and her dad's attracted. Oh no, her dad's. Oh, I thought that was Trump and his daughter. Maybe it's Peterson too. She did say I did say promise content. We're almost done with this part here. Does he eat the all? He does eat the all meat diet too. Yeah. What was his issue? Like, I know he had an issue actually with substance abuse, but I'm trying to remember what his other issue was that caused him to eat the all meat diet. Wait, what? Oh my God, I'm missing things that people are saying in chat because chat is so engaged. I have like the most engaged chat of all. Wait, why is it not? Oh my God. He went full Liver King. Maybe even beyond. I don't even know if the Liver King is as Finkelstein was on the Michaela. Yeah, my understanding of Finkelstein is he will go wherever he's invited. He's done content with a lot of people. Wait a minute, what am I missing here? I feel like somebody said something and oh my God, chat. I apologize. Who went on their podcast? Wait, who went on whose podcast? She signals. Oh no, she signals arousal by wearing makeup. That's right. That was what Peterson said. Women apply makeup and blush in order to simulate arousal. And so really, is it the men that are sexually harassing the women, or is it the women that are? Oh yeah, the Liver King's having trouble. Well, he went off of his steroids, right? The Liver King went off of his steroids, and it turns out he thought he was like, because that's what happened. He got exposed for that a lot of his, a lot of his physique had to do with the steroids that he was taking. So he tried to do like he went with this thing with like, well, you know what? I mean, you could get like pretty much the same thing from eating like testes and like I don't know. He's eating organs, chat, right? And he I think he thought that if he ate the right organs, that he would have virtually the same effect as his steroid regimen. But it turns out didn't quite work so well. And also, you like even with steroids, right? Even like staying on the steroids, like if you want to see what that does to your physique, look at any old wrestler. They are some weird looking people. The old school wrestlers from the 80s, back when everybody was on the juice. Oh my god, I missed something about farts. Liver King is disgusting. I mean, like I wouldn't eat that stuff. But then again, I don't eat meat anyway, so my farts have no other order. It's quite concerning actually. I mean, that is kind of unique. I just farted from my soul. Is that like breathing from your diaphragm? Rocky Mountain oysters. Yeah, he eats all of that stuff. So yeah, I mean, I feel like we got through. Like, there's so many barbs though. Like, Finkelstein is like, I get that he's not trying to like intellectually grandstand and present himself as like, this is not what this is about, right? But there's something so insulting to like, an academic like Finkelstein about the way that Shapiro is selling the auspices, the appearance of academia without any real substance. That I think that's what causes him to go off so righteously on Shapiro.
You want to debate? I'll debate.
It's always the question, like, should we waste our time on that? But like the number also telling, if like 5 million people watch something, at one point someone needs to take the effort. I know it to that was the point. But sorry for
some turtles can breathe from their cloaca. That's amazing.
For the low level.
Sorry. Wait 1 second, Antoine. There's no sorry. It's not like I occupy a high place and I'm doing.
See, he's not.
I'm just expressing.
That's exactly it.
No, I really am.
He's a humble guy for how how knowledgeable he is.
Because I was prepared for a certain level of sophistication.
Yeah, but
this.
Yeah, I have to be honest that I'm like very interested interested of this conflict for a long time. And when I see someone talking like him, it feels wrong in every sides and matter. But if someone asks me, okay, then debunk that, I don't think I'm able to. I don't think I'm able to.
Right. You're absolutely right. And many people have asked me to reply to him, in particular this video, which until now I had never looked at, and I didn't want to do it because first of all, I don't think you don't. I'm sure you understand. You can't do it. That's why I said if he wants to challenge me in any.
I mean, Norman Finkelstein is definitely not the audience that Ben Shapiro's going for.
On the point, it would still take a half hour
to
go through what exactly is said.
Yeah.
So to answer that 100 years that went through the Balfour Declaration, the 1922 decision to parcel off. It went through the Balfour Declaration, then it went through what he called pogroms in Hebron in 1920, then the decision to partition off Transjordan from Palestine, then he went to 1939, the British White Paper, then he went to the Holocaust, then he went to the creation of the State of Israel, then he leapt over to the formation of the PLO in 1964, then he went to the 1967 war, then he went to the 1973 war, then he went to the Oslo Accord, then he went to the Barak-Arafat negotiations at Camp David in 2000, then he went to the Omer. I mean, what is this? It's like Wikipedia for idiots. I mean, Wikipedia, if you take any single entry for any of those topics, just anyone, here, do a simple one. Do 1967 war. Just go right now, Wikipedia.
Okay.
June 1967 war.
June 1967 war.
1967 war.
Yep.
Arab-Israeli war, whatever you want to call it.
6-day war.
Right.
Yeah, and I'm sharing now.
Right.
Here you go. Can you see it?
That's the third conflict.
Now scroll down and look at the size of the entry. Look at the size. Just scroll down. Just keep going. It's going to be very long.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's long, but it's systematic. It's organized, right? There's a method to the madness of how this historical event is presented. And you get the same thing if you were studying this in school, right? But with Ben Shapiro, you're just being told a story in a fashion that to some degree resembles like documentary. And because of that, you know, he's able to slip in like, you know, kind of like distortions in the chronology of events that change the way that you look at it, that literally suggest a truth that's not there, that's not real.
We can go
Look at the
along.
size. No, look at the size of it. And he disposes of the 67 war. He disposes of it in approximately 5 seconds, maybe even 4 seconds. And this is Wikipedia. I mean, we're not talking about a substantive scholarly source. We're talking about Wikipedia.
Yeah.
And he disposes of it in approximately 4 to 5 seconds.
I understand it's an insult because you've been working for 40 years on the topic, and when you talk very.
I've read at least 50 books on the
specific.
1967 war.
Peterson is how Tennesseans say Peterson. Like it's also like in that Amon animations about Peterson, right? The thing with there's those like weird looking birds that are like the Peterson fans. They're like Dr. Peterson. Oh my god, okay, anyway. Look, I've been promising you something, and I'm gonna make good on that, right? This is fresh off the presses. Fresh off the VOD. Oh, hell yeah, they even timestamped it. Thank you, Vanguard. Friends of the VOD, the Vanguard boys, got into a little tussle with someone named Keffels. And you might have seen last week, they talked about Keffels. They talked about Keffels' weird anti-communist, you know, arc that she's been on. And Keffels noticed, because like literally anytime anybody says anything about Keffels notices. Like I think that more than anybody else, she definitely name searches herself. So yeah, the chat's asking who is Keffels. Not everybody knows about Keffels. Not everybody's as online as myself and some of you. But we're gonna find out what Keffels had to say about the Vanguard boys, right?
But do you want to just dive right into this?
Let's dive right into it. Are you in favor, chat, of diving right into this? Are we ready to dive right in? Let's dive right in. See what's going on. Shapiro doesn't have the attention span to analyze what he's actually saying. Well, the thing is, he only sounds like an intellectual, right? He's got like, and what by sounds, I mean he has the qualities that we attribute to an intellectual that are just surface level nonsense that don't have anything to do with actually knowing what you're talking about, because obviously Shapiro does not know what he's talking about.
Keffels videos?
Oh, yes, absolutely, guys. So first things first, guys. Keffels is a way bigger channel than us. We're basically completely irrelevant in terms of size and internet impact, which is why you know that we got her so fucking bad with our video the other day. Like, you have to be dead ass humiliated and honestly fucking triggered, as you guys will see in this video over here, because she just...
And the thing is, their critiques of Keffels were not drama, okay? So this wasn't like, I don't like Keffels. Keffels is boring. You know, whatever. This wasn't some like surface analysis or, you know, just hate or whatever. This was a discussion of the way that Keffels talks about communism. The way that even though Keffels, I guess, you know, you'd classify Keffels as a leftist content creator, or at least at one point you would classify Keffels as a leftist content creator. The way that she seems to be so allergic to leftism, right? Was what they were commenting on, right? I don't think they got like personal. I don't think they got mean. I don't think it was about drama. It was just, you know, this noticing that they just constantly, this person, like, you know, calling everybody to the left of her a tanky, and you know, really just emulating like McCarthyism, I would say, in terms of her anti-communism. So
plays a video of her getting like absolutely owned, just getting humiliated basically with her dog shit argument, you know, where she...
And that's the thing, is if somebody makes a good criticism of you and you react to it on stream, all you're doing is posting your L's.
He's going to come out and talk about how.
Can you imagine Ben Shapiro being like, Norman Finkelstein talked about me the other day on this podcast. Let's take a look at, like, Ben Shapiro's never going to react to that because it's just posting his L's, right? Ben Shapiro knows better than to post his L's. Apparently, maybe Keffels does not.
Brave she is for saying that communism is bad. Wow, in America? What? That's almost
You're so
unacceptable
brave.
rhetoric. Can you believe that somebody had the courage to come out and say on their media platform that they're afraid of communism? Wow.
What did Keffels say about the Vanguard? We're about to find out, Medplay.
I mean, next she's going to come out and say that she supports bombing the Palestinians. It's just the fucking, it's the natural segues. It's whatever's caught fire in American fucking politics, apparently. Jesus fucking Christ. But anyway, we'll get into all of that and more. But yeah, honestly, this whole video just...
Keffel says that the right cares more about addicts than the left. Look, if you want to tell me that the left is like, you know, I didn't engage any of that shaming Keffels about substance abuse. And, you know, I think if, you know, it's a mistake to do that, right? You know, we don't need to be like that. But like, I mean, that's obviously where this is coming from.
As Gavin was saying before the show, it's just a huge victory lap for us. If you watch it, we're clearly hilarious. By the way, Keffels, if you ever want to sign up for a live roast, you can just reach out to our agents. We're happy to get back to you about that. It's not too expensive. I'm sure you can cover it. But anyway, I guess we'll go ahead and play this video because if you guys missed this segment, it's one of our best that we've had in a while.
Oh yeah, dude, I actually forgot how funny this was.
I enjoyed it
until I was watching her react to it. So let's take a look here. This was on her live channel. LOL.
Agent, LOL. If you honestly, anybody that has a Guy Fawkes mask, you get an insta ban on the Vanguard.
So Cavernacle? Wait, where's the what are they saying? Guy Fawkes mask? Okay, I don't know.
Sorry, it's not 2008 anymore. Grow up.
Hey man, calm down. I have not.
Oh, they were reacting like a chatter had that as a chatter had a Guy Fawkes mask as a avatar.
Guy Fawkes mask's up there. It's right.
You don't
it's not
wear
there
it
right
on
now.
You don't have it as your fucking profile picture because you're not.
Didn't Ben Shapipi react to a Hasan clip where he was owning Ben? Oh, did he?
Not 12 anymore. Gavin used to ride his bike on November 5th around the...
Maybe he doesn't know better. Maybe he doesn't know better, Natalie. The right wants to jail addicts, but I guess she's rich enough to get out of jail. It's not a Guy Fawkes mask. It's a Mr. Robot mask. Yeah. Is the Cav live tonight? No, when they said Guy Fawkes mask, like it's not a Guy Fawkes. What is it? Do you know what I'm talking about, chat? Cav's got like in the background of his shot, it's like a variation on the Guy Fawkes mask.
The neighborhood with the fucking feet for...
Is that what you're saying, Damiel?
Had a mask, like fucking like representing the revolution, you know? We had him from a young age. He's always been a comrade. I guess that's good.
I think there's a Guy Fawkes emoji in the chat too for members. So.
Gavin's a true...
Yeah, V from Vendetta. That's like the the original is like actual Guy Fawkes, but yeah, the modern original would be V for Vendetta. Left wants violent criminals on the streets. I learned that from TYT.
Believer. Flew too close to...
The left wants people publicly pleasuring themselves on the stoop of your building.
The sun with that one. Sorry, Agent Mad Hat.
Yeah, so check this out. This caught my eye. I think one of our lovely audience.
Oh, the one that that Cavernacle has is actually Mr. Robot. Okay, I was wondering because it's not that it's got like a mustache. It's got like a different mustache.
Members actually alerted me to this. They said, "Oops, I think I saw your guys' logo in a Keffels video thumbnail."
Also, how I am the Vosh now, so desperate. Gosh, wow. No.
Yeah, I know. Whew. Honestly, Keffels is like Vosh if Vosh just wasn't that funny.
Oh my god.
Or entertaining.
If I disagree with Vosh all the time, but you have to give him the fact that he's a charismatic and genuinely hilarious guy. Watching Keffels, in my opinion, is kind of just like watching Vosh without any of the humor, just like a very dry, kind of sanctimonious version of the same kind of commentary.
Yeah, Jinx front lawn is definitely where the party's at, Deem Stars.
So
yeah, it's I don't quite understand it either.
Oh, it's like the Pringles guy? Yeah, it kind of does look like the Pringles guy. V from Vendetta is one of the Wachowski sisters films most commonly misunderstood. I didn't realize that was the Wachowski sisters that did that.
Also, by the way, I haven't seen any of this outside of the like very first, like very beginning portion. It actually looks like it's 22 minutes.
Well, so like can anybody characterize they had a debate with Vosh, right? I know they debated Vosh on something. They had a disagreement.
Minutes and 50 seconds. So I was like, I actually did not watch this full thing. So we'll be reacting to part of it for the first time together.
Yeah. I also only watched the first like 10 or 15 minutes.
YS says, I don't think anybody shamed Kaffels for substance abuse. They criticized her for hiding behind her addiction issues to justify her shit behavior.
But yeah, so here's the video. No one understands communism, apparently, except for Keffel.
They must have Vushites in their audience. I don't know. It doesn't feel very Voshy. Maybe a few.
Only no I understand that communism is bad.
Exactly.
Wow.
The best Wachowski sisters movie is actually Speed Racer.
They called me a grifter?
Maybe I need to watch that again. I know I've seen that before, but I think I might have been a little bit a certain way when I saw it. Like, right, I wasn't completely in my head.
Classic YouTube thumbnail. Respect. Let's take a look.
He said at the start of the
All right, gotta
Like,
turn
I
this up.
feel like my memories of Speed Racer and my memories of Final Fantasy X are like mixed up. Because when I think about it, it looks like Blitzball. But I know that Speed Racer is not about Blitzball.
He said at the start of the video, he doesn't know who I am. He doesn't know what I believe.
That's called a humegalol. So it's a simple Do we have that? Is it like a Twitch? Is humegalol a Twitch emote? Is this like a global emote?
He has never followed me before, and now
you don't have to be on Twitch to humegalol somebody, right? I'm sad because I loved Jupiter Ascending, but now I can't enjoy Mila Kunis after her supporting sex abusers.
Now he's trying to do political commentary on what my motivation.
Yeah, there needs to be a movie about Blitzball.
Are. So
what if it was like the Jack story? It was like it's like a sports documentary about Jack.
I don't know. If this gets uploaded and they want to have a conversation with me on stream, I'm more than willing to have that conversation because
this is going to happen, chat. This is, and I, as soon as I heard them say, if you ever want a public roasting, you know where we're at, I was like, oh, this is going to happen. This is going to happen. They're going to debate.
Seems like a lot of this is being said out of ignorance and lack of research, which, you know,
the Blitzball movie is called Hold Your Breath. Yeah, what's up with that? Did they ever explain why do they not need to breathe? Like, what's the deal with their breathing? Like, right, are they like on gillyweed? Did they smoke up on gillyweed before the Blitzball match? Like, how do they breathe it in the bubble of, like, what the fuck is even going on with that? The one bit of technology, that's what I don't get. The one bit of technology that Spira retains, right, is Blitzball? Or is that magic? Maybe that's is Blitzball magic? I was never clear. All I know is that game, the mini game, actually gets good, right? So you first start playing it and it's like way too hard, right? And then you keep playing it and it gets to a point where it's like pretty good because, like, you got to be strategic to win, right? If you have the right strategy, if you do the right things, you're gonna win the match, right? That's when it gets good. But then it gets to where your players are too good and it's easy. It's easy to win. But that, if they could have just balanced it a little bit more in the early game and the late game, I think that Blitzball would have been like the best. And I like I'm trying to think. I like the card games. I feel like the one that oh my god, it was that one weird one that I got from like it was that one from the 90s, like, right? That had the really good card game. That one from the 90s. They had a few in the 90s, didn't they? It's Triple Triad.
I'm not like
the internet. Could you believe it on Twitch? Are you sure? I don't know about that. It's on. Oh fuck! First, there's too many commies and tankies, and now there's a lack of research on Twitch.
Calling you out for not being an expert.
I'm an improper journalist on the history of Keffel's beliefs, but I'm overreaching when I say that the history of America has been pretty one-sided on its takes on communism. You're not exactly a fucking crusader for.
I think I've tried a lot of the old Final Fantasies, but I never really got through them. Like I started off 6. I've seen people play 7. I've actually never played 7. Like the one that everybody talks about, the one that everybody says is the best. I've only ever watched other people play that. But the one that I finished was 8, and I gotta be honest, it's gotta be because yeah, I think I like stuff with a love story. That's why I liked 8, and that's why I liked 10. But oh no, and I also finished 13. Yeah, those are the ones that I finished. 8, 10, and 13. And there's 13.2 and there's 13.3. I need to finish those. Actually, somebody got mad at me back in the day. Like, right, I had somebody write a manifesto about the fact that I played Final Fantasy, like a long document, right? Starting off with like, you know, the big letdown that nocommentchick gave you was that she played Final Fantasy 13 and she didn't immediately start playing 13.2. And the truth of the matter is that like I have it on Steam and there's a bug. There's a bug in the game. And if anybody can tell me how to get past that bug, I will play 13.2 because I did enjoy 13 and I especially enjoyed the combat system. I liked that it wasn't like, you know, the old school combat system like from 8. It gets, oh my god, that shit was like there was just a little too much grinding, a little too much drawing, and you know, like I don't know. I like 13's combat. Chocobo breeding, that sounds like fun. Oh wait, what's the other one? There's one that I did. Was it Chocobo breeding? But Final Fantasy Tactics. Excuse my res. I love the aesthetics of it, but 6's gameplay is way better. Oh, see, maybe I should finish 6. 6 seems good. NCC bad for not playing 13.2. Yeah, that's right. I only played. I don't know. I pissed this person off. They were a mod too.
You know, new information. If you're out here being like, guys, I think we should really be worried about the scourge of communism. Like, are you really sure? Because there is no fucking communism in America at all. Far from it.
To be fair to Keffels, I do believe she's Canadian and now lives in Europe. I think so.
Oh, you're right. And communism's just fucking everywhere in Canada and Europe. Sorry, Gavin. It's a communist utopia. It's just like
communism is based
like North Korea over there.
Right. I would be down to chat with Keffels though, you know, for as much as
this is gonna happen.
I have my disagreements. She seems like
they remastered Final Fantasy VII, but only the first half. I don't know. I have to ask my son if the video. Oh yeah.
At least a nice, you know, respectful
I'm sure
person.
She's fine. I always think it's fucking.
Oh, that's right, because the reboot is completely different.
I just think it's funny, and I have to continue to roast you if you like find an obscure video that somebody made about you, and then you just mauled about it on your own fucking show. Like, at least laugh about it. Like,
you know, somebody needs to take all the old like RPG games and somehow like mod them so that whatever annoying, grindy bullshit like repetition, or like, you know, like maybe they're walking too slow, right? Or so, like whatever it was about the game that caused it to take like 60 hours to beat when it really should take like 5 hours to beat. Like if they could just take that out, I don't know, maybe I'm pissing off real heads. Any real heads in chat? Any real RPG heads? I apologize if I'm pissing you up. Maybe that's not the way the games are supposed to be played. Maybe it's you need the grinding to teach you something. I've beaten 5, 7, 8, and 9. 9 is the last video game I ever beat.
at least be like, wow, that was a really good joke. These guys are ardent comedians, even though we have
right.
fucking one small political disagreement. I've you know. Anyway, we can keep.
Wait, is she by the Keffels Tower?
Keep going. I don't have to.
Yeah, bro. If someone made a video this,
I'm describing Game Genie or mods.
Funny roasting us, I would at least crack a smile.
Okay, I reinvented the wheel. I'm sorry.
100%. When Tim Black got us, we were like, "Oh, hey, you got us." That was funny.
Final Fantasy VI, like, yeah, it like the part that I played was really cool, and also I really like the art. Like that's part of what I like Persona 2, like about Persona 2, is that like it's like the fact that it's on the old PlayStation, the old PlayStation, right, is what makes it like it makes them have to invent different ways. Like some of those, like I would say not so much the sprites, the character sprites, right? I mean they're fine, right? But what's really impressive I think about Persona 2 is some of the backgrounds and some of the like spaces, like the you know, the places, the stores, the Velvet Room, the places that you go. Like the way that they implemented that, I think was really cool. It's yeah. Anyway,
exactly.
Off topic.
super mad about that for, but I think that they should have this knowledge if they want to do political commentary in the leftist space.
What? They're not smart. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Vanguard boys. You're not as smart as Keffels, okay? Just like I'm not as smart as Ben Shapiro.
Oh. Well, we're not lefties, right? We're pretend lefties. We're a communist podcast.
We're fascist.
You're tankies, remember? You're red fash, yeah.
Yes, sick.
Yeah, we're fascists. Woo! Everybody who's not me is a fascist. Let me guess. At some point, this comes back to World War II. I don't know.
Wait, Keffel's editor put her head on Tony Montana. Is that Tony Montana's Scarface? For her thumbnail about the left failing drug addicts? I did see that. I did. Have people seen that? It's basically, I didn't realize it was from Scarface, but I guess Keffel's head superimposed on Scarface, and then like mountains of white powder. ARPGs are the best. I find random strategic fights boring, especially the old 2D style. Wait, what is an ARPG? Because I always think of ARGs, or like alternate reality games. I played Final Fantasy, a game that was for the DS on N64. That's what I like about 7, the background. Oh yeah, I guess 7, yeah. I've heard that. Like, it was there was like some breakthrough that game represents. I can't remember. How is the left failing drug addicts? I mean, look, I mean, I feel like pathologizing addiction and addicts is something that's kind of baked into the culture, and you're gonna find it like in leftism too, or in leftists, you know, when it's baked into the culture like that. Oh my god, thank you for the membership, Chazardus. Grim Dawn. Wait, what is the action RPG? Oh, okay, so you're actually, there's some button mashing. Yeah, they were really creative with art and aesthetics in the early PlayStation / N64 era. I guess they had to be. So there's like a little bit, yeah, so it's, yeah, because that's maybe my one complaint about those games, is that they're cerebral, and they're, you know, because they're strategy, because they try to be pure strategy, you know, it kind of takes some of the sense of action out of it. I'm not trying, like, I'm trying not to say they're boring, right? Because they're not. Obviously, I played Persona 2, Innocent Sin all the way through, and need to finish Eternal Punishment, right? So, you know, obviously I like them, but there's things that about them that I don't like, and one of the biggest things, and one of the reasons that, like, right, I literally got stuck in a place in Persona 2 Eternal Punishment where I literally have to grind to get through the rest of the game. Like, in other words, in order to have the personas that I need to beat the boss that I gotta fight, I have to be like, I don't know, 5 levels above where I'm at. And I'm stuck in the like final, I can't remember, I'm trying to remember what it's called. Like the final area, the final there's like a name for this place, right? But I'm stuck in the final, so there's no way to go back to and to like earlier and like be able to like level up on a bunch of different stuff. So it's kind of like I'm at a place where what I got to do to go further is to beat the same monsters over and over and over and over. Tube Baby, thank you. Welcome to Weird Champs. Thank you for the there we go. Look at the, I've got the, I'm prescient, chat. I've inhaled so much of the spice that I'm able to tell the future. To Tube Baby, thank you for the membership. Zelda is one of my goats, but I tend to think of Diablo likes when I hear, oh, ARPGs. Yeah, I didn't really, like, I haven't played Diablo, but I've seen people play Diablo. It doesn't seem like the kind of thing I would get down with, but who knows, you know, it's good to give things a chance, and maybe I should.
So
one in chat, if you would actually like to watch, like not, does Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines qualify as an ARPG? Oh wait, what is that even on? One in chat if you'd like to see video game content.
Oh, I noticed,
particularly like RPG.
So this went out. The Vanguard podcast put out a video recently.
She got our name right. She didn't call us the Vanguard Boys.
LOL. Yes. Shout out to you. Appreciate
Apple's
that.
new anti-communist.
Okay, wait a minute, chat. Wait a minute. Did you just hear that? Did you just hear that? You missed. Oh no. What's going on with Pac-Man Soul Life? Depends on the game. Final Fantasy 6. Yeah, maybe I should do that. Maybe I should have people vote so that, like, yeah, because I just don't want to do something that like bores people, or that some people are like, oh god, she's playing the video game again. Because I know that, so like, especially with all the grinding that had to go on Persona 2, I know that there were some people like, god damn, it's the video game again. Because you're like hoping that I'm gonna do political content, and then instead I'm beating the exact same like 5 monsters again and again and again, and you're just like, it's not great.
Grift. And I wanted to hear them out and give my thoughts.
Wait, but did you hear? Okay, sorry. What I was noticing is that she called them the Vanguard Boys. Let's just, oh no, we're gonna have to watch her intro
At some
again.
point, this comes back to World War II. I don't know. At some point,
or anything like that.
Fascist tanky sympathizer.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of easy jokes you can make when you click on a Vanguard video.
I expect everyone to make it. That's what you're supposed to do. That's how you entertain your audience. We're not journalists. Keffels, you don't have to worry about scrutinizing our journalistic integrity.
Have you played Final Fantasy 9? A little bit. It looked really cute. Actually, there's a love story in that too. Yeah. Like, maybe I should play all the Final Fantasies with a love story first. Because, like, I really liked 8, and 8 was a love story. Right? The love, the undying love between Renoa and Ultimisia. That's right.
Integrity. See, I can't even fucking speak correctly, and you're trying to have a debate with me about fucking leftist politics? Absolutely not.
Yeah, and reminder, this was a totally off-the-cuff segment inspired by a question from the...
What if I had said Renoa and Irvine? I could get all kinds of reactions from people from shipping Renoa with different characters, but I thought I'd go for Ultimisia. Can we make a video where we play and rank the stories behind the... Ooh, interesting. What did I just press?
The George W. Bush administration.
What did I do?
I expect everyone to make it. That's what you're supposed to do. That's how you entertain your audience. We're not journalists. Keffels, you don't have to worry about scrutinizing our journalistic integrity.
I just wanted to see, okay, like, look, what I'm looking for is, like, she called them the Vanguard Boys. Now, look, chat, maybe the reason that I call them the Vanguard Boys is because they are doing, like, a podcast, right? This is kind of like a podcast. There's 2 of them doing content, so at least it feels like a podcast, right? And with podcasters that are guys, like, a lot of times you call them, even if it's not all guys, right? Like the Chapo Boys and Amber, right? But that's why I say that. I don't know why Keffels. Have you heard other people call them the Vanguard Boys? Maybe it's just obvious to everyone. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's nothing, chat. Maybe it's nothing.
I don't integrity. See, I can't even fucking speak correctly, and you're trying to have a debate with me about fucking leftist politics? Absolutely not.
Yeah, and reminder, this was a totally off-the-cuff segment inspired by a question from the boss. So shout out to you, the boss, if you're in the chat right now. This is
when they said the boss, I was like, wait, who's their boss?
This is all inspired by your query.
Just 2 blue-collar boys giving their opinion.
With Keffel Shameless Grift, have you seen some of her recent tweets? She's like really going in this like anti-communist direction, posting shit like this all the time. The reason I'm so passionate about the topic of tankies is because I used to be in the Communist Party. I used to defend Stalin. I used to defend genocide. I know what they say behind closed doors. They want power, and if they get it, they want to put all actors in camps. So you guys know that, like, I'm not a tanky myself, and Zach and I don't really do the whole thing where it's
We
like
run the tanky brigade. What are you talking about? We're flag waving tankies. We're soldiers.
But I also do think it's really weird when people supposedly on the left somehow end up spending more time shitting on like communists than they do like right wingers or conservatives.
So I guess my first criticism of the point that they're making here is that I am talking about tankies. The reason
their girlfriend, whatever Celsia and whatever Gav's girlfriend's name is, are their girlfriends are their bosses. Tankies aren't real. That tweet is cringe. I mean, it's a mythical creature, much like a weasel. Tanky means nothing at this point. It just means a person who claims to be a leftist that I dislike. Or yeah, like it feels like the way that Vosh and Kevels use it is like somebody to the left of me that I'm gonna preemptively criticize them since I anticipate like a criticism from them. Kevels can't seem to understand what being a leftist means.
The reason that I use the word tankies so often is because I want to make a distinction between communist.
I don't even know. Does she want to be like with Keffels, right? I know she doesn't want. I've heard her say she doesn't want to do trans content anymore. She doesn't want to defend trans rights. She'd rather, you know, attack trans people when they're under a dog pile. Does she like consider herself a leftist anymore? Because there's some of these Vosh Network people, like, you don't have to be a leftist to be in the Vosh Network. Xander Hall at various times has signaled that, you know, he doesn't really consider himself a leftist. It was just a good lane to be in to call himself a bread tuber. And so that he said he was going to read the bread book and get all into Papa Kropotnik. He was going to get all into Papa Krop. But he never really got around to it, right? And when you talk to him about it now, he's like, well, really, like what's gonna convince normies? Like leftism or maybe just some really good progressivism? So, yeah, I mean, we've seen that kind of like a devolution before. I wouldn't be surprised to see it from Keffels, right? And she also does this thing that's like Anna Kasparian. A lot of like and you never know, but like a lot of Anna Kasparian's like politics, Destiny does this too, right? Where it's like they have a fight with somebody of a certain political ideology. Like Destiny has a fight with Hasan, right? And before then, he's like, yeah, let me learn about, you know, what is leftism? Like, how does it work? What is it? You know, what is the theory? Let me read about this, right? Because he wants to be smart. And then he has a fight with Hasan, and he decides that leftism is evil and he needs to purge his community. Do you realize, Destiny, that that's how you created Vosh? Vosh would not exist if Destiny hadn't purged his community. It was literally perfect timing for Vosh. He washed out of that community the second that Destiny turned on the leftists within his community and started banning them. So he's got all these like built-in, you know, like people that are like diehard stands from the get-go because, you know, the fight against Destiny like bonds them or something. Like Destiny literally, like as much as he wants to complain about Vosh, he created Vosh.
And tankies. I don't think that everyone who is a communist is a bad person. And I agree with a lot of communist political views.
So I do kind of understand. Oh, go ahead.
Cut you off. Go for it.
I was just
DGG, yeah, very much midwife VGG.
Going to say that while I do understand the distinction she's making between
so many
tankies and just communists in general, the way this tweet is worded absolutely makes it seem like she's talking about communists in general, because she says, I used to be in the Communist Party, and then goes on to basically just say everyone there was a tanky, I was a tanky. So it makes it sound like, you know, if you're in the Communist Party, you're a tanky. If the Communist Party gets power, then they're going to put their detractors in camps or whatever this ridiculousness is.
100%. And we all know,
like, that's a Communist Party. I'd be careful calling it the Communist Party. Like,
what
right?
the crux of this is, right? She's making a big deal out of a small, minute internet fringe, right? And she's basically doing that because she knows that most of her audience is probably dead set on the like Ukraine, rah, flag waving, I hate the fucking Stalinist Russia, USSR. And that's what her entire audience has been conditioned to crave. Bosch, you know, the whole like Xander Hall, like fucking like I put a Ukraine
Soul Life showing up in the chat
flag in my bio and I'm on Twitch, people that I don't know your name, right? Gavin and I are.
Lance is always getting kicked off his stream. Wait, what happened to Lance? I know like way back in the day, his first channel got banned by a bunch of chuds.
so only on YouTube. Like, I don't give a fuck about what anybody does on Twitch unless they come on our show and we talk about it with them. But it's just, that's the kind of audience that you're cultivating. And it's like, oh, I'm only talking about this like super duper ultra fringe quarter of the Communist Party all the time. And it's like, yeah, do you not understand that that's a tactic of what people do when they want to smear an entire movement? Oh, I'm actually not against Black Lives Matter. All I do is spend all day talking about this like super fringe militant black separatist group and talk about how evil and terrorist infested they are and how they actually hate all white people and want to exterminate us. And it's like, well, why do you talk about that all the time if you're not trying to rapidly misrepresent like a very collective movement like a Black Lives Matter? Or why are you talking about the most nefarious war crime denying aspects of the fucking like deep fringe? Like, I remember the first time I found out about tankies, I didn't even think they were real. And this is after a life of being a leftist, right? This actually,
same,
you know, like voting and as a lefty, and like
it wasn't until after we started this podcast actually that I found out about them.
100%. So we'd already gone through 2 Bernie Sanders presidential cycles basically before we found out what the fuck this was. And when I found out about it, we started making jokes about it, right? We made up the Danny Haifong diagonal.
His live streams cut out all the time, and he has to restart. Could be crappy Canadian internet.
To make sure that like,
oh, Lances do? That sucks.
Oh, where are you falling? Are you on the safe side of tankydom or not? You know, can I retweet you? All those
the mythical tanky
kinds of deals, right? And it's very it's very obvious, right?
Look, like I had a joke earlier, like, and I kind of have the cosplay for it, right? We had a cosplay goal that was for me to become a certain notorious female wrestler from the 1980s who you might have seen if you watched the Netflix show Glow, right? They did a character who was like an homage to this real life wrestler, because wrestling is definitely real life. No, to this real life, you know, sports entertainer, you know, called Zoya the Destroyer, who was supposedly you know, from Russia and believed in communism. And the idea was to play like a heel to the American crowd. The thing that happened with the real life version of Zoya the Destroyer is that she actually played a heel so well that people started liking her in spite of the fact that, like, this is the 1980s and she's like, yes, you weak Americans don't understand how Mother Russia will crush you beneath her feet. And it was all this shit. And people ended up liking, she became a good wrestler because people liked her in spite of the fact that she was
could use a lot more like
commie coded.
It's kind of like how they try and portray gay people as groomers.
But I was gonna do a freaking you know, cosplay of her, and it just like the tanky shit got like really like as a joke, right? Because of the way that they're using tanky as like, you know, everyone's a tanky, and I was like, oh well, what if I dress up? What if I wear the Soviet flag as a cape? You know, are they gonna call me a tanky then? But Glow on Netflix was her character. Yeah, has her character. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Her name is something different though in the Netflix. Like they changed the names, but it's the same idea. It's the same idea.
Where they're like, oh, I'm not talking about all gay people. I'm just talking about the groomers. I'm just talking about the groomers. It's all that same kind of horse shit, right? So anyway, I think that's if she's like, why are they being so disingenuous? It's because we know what you're doing. Like we can see very clearly that what you're trying to do is you're trying to rally up all of your like pro NATO, like fucking I hate communism, I hate Russian.
No, so here's what they're doing, okay? If you want me to spell it out, okay? Like I'm sorry, I'm sounding like I'm disagreeing with the Vanguard. I'm really just trying to yes and the Vanguard, right? I'm really trying to add to what they're saying here. But what's going on here is the construction of anti-communism within leftism. Okay? And if that sounds shocking, you're right. You're right. It is like, if that sounds like something that shouldn't happen in broad daylight, you're right. There's something really weird. There's something really fucked about the online left, right? Where when you look at any sort of you know, affinity group or whatever in real life, that we don't have these problems. We don't have this confusion. We don't have you know, half of us thinking it's acceptable to attack marginalized people, right? That's not, it somehow only exists online, but it is so fucked, right? We don't have a giant clout network enabling anybody who's willing to take a shot at communists and enact some kind of like a digital McCarthyism from the left with these vague virtue signals to like, yeah, we're like libertarian socialists, we're kind of anarchisty, we're like a little something something, but we'll get to that later. Right now, what you got to worry about is riding with Biden. Get in the convertible, right? Because we're riding with Biden. Yeah, there's something really wrong with this. There's something really rotten in Denmark, okay? And by Denmark, I mean online. It's like right-wingers acting like fascism is where that path leads to. Yeah, good night, Damal. I'm sick of that podcast constantly shitting on Ukrainians. Which podcast? You'd rather hear it from a... Wait, what podcast are we talking about? Oh, wait. Vanguard, right? Notice how you don't have any anti-fash Trumpers.
It's like, I want the United States to continue this proxy war in Ukraine until the bitter end, even though we actually can see pretty clearly that that's not going to happen at this point. And, you know, to gin up fervor with your audience, you're trying to focus on a very like niche, internet-ridden, powerless group. And as a result, smearing a very ethical and very sincere goal of people to give fucking, you know, equitable
Was this what they argued with Vosh about? Was this what they debated Vosh on, maybe?
distribution of wealth. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
You know?
Plus, I think that there's been kind of a redefinition of what the word tanky even means from this crowd of BreadTube. I think Soul Life puts it well when he says left of Vosh equals tanky. And it's kind of true in the mind of a lot of the kind of Vosh acolyte streamers like Keffels, like Dylan Burns, just to paint with a broad brush, you know. It is true. Now,
we're a communist podcast, according to Dylan. Shout out to you, Dylan. I'll rep those credentials. At least I'm not a war pornographer.
Exactly. Right, but
so if you don't know, Dylan made a video about them too, right? Dylan and Keffels close to at the same time, and you know, this is something that you'll see a lot from the Vosh network, right? You don't just get like one when you annoy somebody in the Vosh network, you generally don't just get one person making videos on you. You get at least two, right? You piss off Vosh and Vosh makes a video on you. You're also going to get a video from Xander Hall. You might get a video from Keffels. You might get a video from Xena and Poppy. You know, but it's generally not going to be a one-off, right? It's generally going to be like the multiple people in this network are you know, ready to ride for their
like, in my opinion, a tanky is someone like Caleb Maupin or Ha.
Okay, wow. They would love you to think that. They would love you to think that the worst thing about them, Caleb Maupin, Haas, Jackson Hinkle, whoever you want to say, right? They would love for you to think that the worst thing about them is they got a little too much affinity towards Stalin. They hold, you know, Mao and Stalin in a little bit too high of a regard. They would love you to think that that is the problem with them, right? When in actuality, they're third positionists. They call themselves tankies because they know it's a pejorative, right? And if you call yourself a pejorative, if you say I'm a piece of shit, usually people will be like, yeah, I guess you're a piece of shit. Like nobody's going to be like, actually, I think you're a little worse than a piece of shit. Maybe you're a piece of, you know, infected shit. I don't know. God, chat, this metaphor is like running out on me. Okay, but you get what I'm saying, right? You get what I'm saying. Like that this is a cover for them to call themselves tankies, right? To present themselves as maybe like authoritarian, right? When in actuality, they're, you know, it's third positionism, which always lends itself towards fascism every single time, right? Haas, Caleb, what have you, these are fascists, right? With Haas, you got somebody that's basically a Eurasianist. You know, with Caleb, you've got somebody who is socially conservative, like, you know, anti-gay, anti-trans, etc. This is who they are. This is the patriotic socialists, the MAGA communists, whatever. Like right there in the name, MAGA communists. How hard is it to figure out? These are right wingers. These are not tankies, right? The tanky thing is the costume that they wear to disguise what's like really underneath, and what's really underneath looks a lot like fascism.
As obviously Jackson Hinkle, like someone who literally celebrates and does apologia for authoritarian governments, acts like North Korea is a communist utopia.
Bosch has never seen your name in his chat. I believe that I believe that I'm banned in Vosh unless something's changed. I think I might be, and I didn't actually say anything that like I didn't call out Vosh that hard in his chat ever, but I got purged.
Stuff like that, just over the top. But now all of a sudden, according to the likes of Keffels and Dylan Burns, Hasan Piker is a tanky because he doesn't think that America should be funding the Ukraine war effort. Like that doesn't make you a fucking tanky. That just means that you're against America playing the role of the world police. That's called being a leftist. That's something that like 5 years ago we all agreed to. But now, thanks to this weird line of logic from people like Dylan Burns and like Keffels, let's be honest, now all of a sudden you're a tanky if you oppose American foreign policy.
I feel like at some point we're gonna have to go in and just straighten out definitions, like, right? Because there's like at least 3 levels of a person that gets called a tanky. The first one is a Marxist-Leninist, right? Marxist-Leninism is an ideology. It's not, you know, it's a framework, right? It's a way of, I don't know, knowledge, if you will, right? So then you've got, you know, authoritarian, right? Somebody that that stands by authoritarian figures, right? And that's traditionally what, like, literally the name came from, you know, people that supported authoritarian actions in Eastern Europe. And then you've got like what Keffels is calling a tanky here, which is like a social conservative, right? Which is like what you're saying is a right winger that in some ways like uses the trappings of leftism, uses the trappings of anti-capitalism, you know, as a veneer, right? Which is like that's another, like, right, and like we need to. It's not always clear like what somebody's saying when they say tanky, whether they mean this person's a Marxist-Leninist, whether they mean this person is like, you know, a stand for authoritarianism, or whether they mean this person is an actual right winger masquerading as a left winger.
Pretty crazy world we're living in, if you think about that, given that, again, that was pretty uncontroversial when I feel like even this podcast started.
100%. 100%. You guys just don't understand what will happen if Ukraine. Yeah, just
why do I like these guys so much? I don't agree with like everything that they say, but I feel like the people that they call out are people that need to be called out, and that includes Dylan Burns, right? You know, and it's not, you know, for specifically, this last garbage with Hasan that he's gotten into, right? And for his track record of dishonesty. And that's something that I've experienced myself, right? Like I've experienced dishonesty and you know, resulting harassment from Dylan. This is like, you know,
one more war, bro, please, just one more. I swear to God, bro, just one more war. Just one more war, bro. I swear, this is the last war, bro. All other wars are irrelevant except this war. Please fund this war.
But tankies are people who are hardliners for the foreign policy and the human rights abuses of countries like China and North Korea. And I know it.
The point of tanky is to muddle all through. Oh, I see. As a Marx was so long ago, it doesn't make sense to hyper focus on him all the time.
Issue with.
Are the tankies in the room with us right now, Keffels? Are the tankies right here? Who are the tankies? Are the tankies Barack Obama? This is the you know, those are the people that are denying fucking atrocities overseas. Are the tankies Donald Trump? Are the tankies the American State Department, Joe Biden? Are the tankies everybody that's ever been fucking in charge my entire life? Those are the people who are denying the war crimes around the globe, not these powerless, fucking amorphous group of leftists that are mostly shit talking trolls that don't actually believe half the shit they do. And the people that do believe that shit, I mean, I'll tell you what, the only tanky I've ever met in real life was this homie named Don, and he was in a harsh noise band called Earth Piss, and he was an overnight pizza manager at this place Sarpino's where I used to make pizzas at when I was in high school. All right, yeah, he doesn't have any power. He was born in Croatia and he was smoking a lot of meth by the time he was 15 because he moved to America, didn't know anybody. Sad story, but these are the real life tankies. They're not exactly building a coalition in Congress. Okay, so why are we fucking focusing on them? You want to talk about the people denying war crimes? Let's talk about the people that are denying war crimes that have power.
calling this out. I'm not anti-communist. And the reason that I call this out so much is because I want the left to be stronger.
Oh, wow.
And
I've never
we
heard
are
that before.
seeing a shift right now.
I've never heard that before. No, the reason that I call out the rabid terrorist ambitions of the left is because I actually am a leftist. That's why I'm leaving the DSA, because I cannot stand the way that they've cheerleaded terrorism in the last few weeks. I want the DSA to be better. I want the world to be better, and that's why I can't have any part. It's the exact same thing.
Yeah.
It's the same parallels. I can make 100 examples of this. This is how media works. But people on the internet think they're so savvy. They're just going to pick out a random oh, online only. I invented my own beat. Get out of here. Come on.
Dude, this is like the niche terminally online version of that why I left the DSA article in The Nation. Oh my God.
Where this is not a minority position, and never listen to anyone who says that this is a minority position when
Never
so
listen
many
to
people
anybody
around the world are marked.
What? Find them for me. Where are they? I dare Keffels, wherever the fuck she is, to have a tanky rally. Just set them up for success. Be like, all the tankies rally around here. If you get 15 people to show up, I'd be appalled. I'd be shocked.
Even 15 people to be like, no, I think authoritarianism is important. 15 people to literally formulate their ideology as being pro-authoritarian, right? That it's just let alone, if you start getting down to different historical figures, and it's messy too. I've even heard people say, so one talking point of anti-communism, what would you say, during the 80s, I guess? Yeah, probably around the 80s, would be to call Pol Pot and the Khmer Rouge communist. To say that the problem with that, with the Khmer Rouge was, unbridled authoritarian communism, right? Look, if you ask anybody who went to school with Pol Pot where he learned about Marxist Leninism, they would tell you the guy doesn't understand theory. He didn't get theory, right? He didn't engage with it. But it's a popular brand, and he utilized that brand when it was convenient, and he dropped it when it was inconvenient to make allies with the United States against the Vietnamese, right? So it's so weird to me that people are authoritarian, communist, tanky, like Pol Pot. Also, I don't see a lot of people standing Pol Pot. I've never met one person who's been people with glasses, do you really deserve to live? I don't know. We're at least going to send you to the work camp, have you write an essay, and maybe use you as fertilizer. God, I mean, seriously, this is it's.
Yeah, guess what? You're not doing any coalition building with 15 people. When I went to my local DSA meeting, all right, there was 8 people at a fucking table. There are way more people in DSA than
you get the same creepy feeling when you hear Cathel's voice as you did with Destiny's. That's really funny, right? Because I think they might have commented. Did they comment on this? Keffels is getting closer to Destiny. I'm not sure if it's Keffels, or I'm not sure if it's Vosh trying to get back in the good graces, of Destiny. They have worked together in the past. They do have a lot in common. They do have a lot of common enemies, right? So I guess it makes sense from their perspective, but.
there are fucking tankies, okay? And most of them a little liberal for my taste, okay? So let's just be honest about where the ball is at, Keffels. Oh, you don't realize how many tankies are out there, bro. You don't realize how many tankies are out there.
I've seen a lot of complimentary Vosh content, complimentary to Destiny lately, and it makes me wonder. It makes me wonder if they're trying to get the band back together. I feel Vosh wants to be besties with Destiny again. Vosh is kind of copied. Oh yeah, God, that's part of what Destiny hates about Vosh, and I don't think that Vosh gets it. Like literally, Vosh, Destiny sees you as a lesser version of himself. Yeah.
There, like that is what's being revealed here.
Or not even that, like somebody that modeled his everything off of, like he thinks you stole his shit, like and you literally did with that website, right? But that that's commendable, actually.
Your lack of self-awareness is being exposed in real time. We're only 2 minutes and 38 seconds into this video, and we've made 20 minutes of content. Now, that's how bad you're doing.
Yeah, dude. Remember when they did the dumbass march against the war machine or whatever? That was like
Oh, this was the Jimmy Dore event.
probably the single greatest physical concentration of actual tankies that has ever taken place.
Wait. Okay, who all was there? Who all was there? Are you like wait, that I thought those were like Jimmy Dore types. Now I got a holiday in Cambodia stuck in your head.
In this country, and it was still like not even 1,000 people. It was like a couple fucking Haas fans waving Russian flags out front of the
and even a bunch of people who I wouldn't even say are like
President Xi sent a Chinese spy balloon to spy on Americans in the shower. Communism is a peeping Tom.
Like directly tanky, just tanky adjacent. You know, they're flirting with that Haiphong diagonal that we talk about over here. You know what I mean? They go up and then but then they endorse a Green Party candidate. They fucking interview Scott Ritter and then they fucking know.
Who are we talking about now? Who are we talking? Wait, who? I missed who we're exactly talking about. Do I need to rewind that? We were like halfway through this.
That was like probably the single greatest physical concentration of actual tankies that has ever taken place in this country, and it was still like not even 1,000 people. It was like a couple fucking that was like probably the single greatest physical concentration of actual tankies that has ever taken place in this country, and it was still like not even 1,000 people. It was like a couple fucking Haas fans waving Russian flags out front of.
Oh, Haas was there. Okay. Yeah, still, I really don't like the idea of calling Haas a tanky, right? Especially, like, it just implies that that's, like, you know, what's wrong with him. It's really important to identify Haas, to identify Caleb, and identify Jackson Hinkle as right-wingers, right? They are abusing the name of communism when they call themselves that.
And even a bunch of people who I wouldn't even say are like directly tanky, just tanky adjacent. You know, they're flirting with that Haiphong diagonal that we talk about over here. You know what I mean? They go up and then but then they endorse a Green Party candidate. They fucking interview Scott Ritter and then they fucking come back down.
The Haiphong diagonal. Can somebody explain that to me? Oh, so no, Haas is. Oh my God, that's a great point. Anti-corporatist. So I just said Haas, right? And that is what Jink Uger, I believe, calls Hasan. I believe, like, you know, as a nickname for short, like Jink calls Hasan Haas, right? The Haas I'm talking about is infrared Haas, right? Hasan is not a Nazbol or a tanky. Hasan is you know, just kind of vaguely communist. Yeah, Haas is infrared. Infrared Haas. I'm trying to think if he's known by any other names, right? But yeah, this is a guy that Vosh debated a long time ago. I think a lot of the debate bozos debated him because, you know, he would come at you and he'd be like, I'm a tanky, I'm a communist, you know, like, and just be like really like aggressive and weird and like, you know, in debating you. Like his chat was like super active and I think he paid Vosh like the story is okay. So if you ever hear about me stealing Demon Mama's jokes, let me explain that what that actually is. I didn't steal Demon Mama's joke, okay? Demon Mama joked about doing something that Vosh had done in real life, which was charge infrared Haas. So the story goes, right, that Haas paid, you know, had somebody donate $200 to Vosh on his behalf to debate Vosh, because at the time Haas was incredibly small and, you know, Vosh wouldn't have normally been interested in debating him, but the debate they did nonetheless, and Vosh just laughed at him, right? Destiny talked to Haas, and basically Haas started talking about Hegel to Destiny, and Destiny doesn't know anything about Hegel, so Destiny just sat there and let Haas talk, and basically it was like a symposium on Hegel, you know, via infrared Haas, right? That like, so the debate bozos did not handle this guy particularly well. And, you know, like he was adjacent to me. He was, you know, me and him were, you know, kind of like referencing each other in clips. And there was like a bit of a back and forth, right? And I looked more into him, and I looked more into, what he's about, what his real philosophy was. And it turns out he's into a philosopher called Alexander Dugin, right? A famous co-founder of the National Bolshevik Party in Russia. Also the founder, if I'm not mistaken, of the Eurasian Conference. Now, Eurasianism is a specific and maybe modernized, I guess, strain of National Bolshevism, which, is third positionism. It's like a bastard child of communism and fascism that always leans in the fascist direction, whether it's through, the Strasserites being liquidated by the other fascists in Hitler's party, or whether it's in Haas's case, where the Communist Party is just a veneer that hides the sort of fascist Tootsie Roll center of the Tootsie Roll pop, right? This is it always resolves in fascism, is what I'm saying about National Bolshevism. But like, just finding out more and more about what Haas was about. Back when I was talking to him, he said he wasn't anti-trans. He was anti-freak, right? He was anti-sex pest. In fact, I think if you asked him now, he'd say he's anti-groomer, right? So you get what he's selling, right? He's trying to cover, he was trying to just hide his right-wing power level back in the day. Now he doesn't even do that. People spam MAGA in his chat, unironically spamming MAGA because he's a fucking right-winger. He loves Trump. I don't know what else to say, right? He's a right-winger that successfully got treated as a tanky, right? That's what we call entryism. When a right-winger is able to, sort of integrate themselves, to assimilate into like a left-wing group and convince people there that they are, some variety of a left-winger, right? That's entryism, and that's really dangerous. I Ask Vera, once compared entryism to the like the way that the alien in Aliens lays eggs in people and then they like bust out of their stomachs, right? Like that's what this kind of thing does to a movement. And they've tried to infiltrate various communist parties, right? They have absolutely tried to do this. They've actually absolutely tried to, what is it called? There's the face huggers, and then there's what are the ones that break out of the stomach called? There's like a name for this, right? And the fact that people didn't suss this out sooner is really, really worrying for any kind of Eurasianism is Putin's ideology. Exactly, David. Dugan is in, Dugan is one of the people that Putin is who has Putin's ear.
They say that China.
Thank you, chest bursters. Yeah, it's chest bursters, right? They were trying to chest burst, and luckily, I'm trying to remember. Does anybody remember what was the organization that they tried to infiltrate? They literally had to be like purged out of this organization because they were trying to take them over and turn them into some weird right-wing fascist thing.
China has eliminated poverty, but then they say, well, actually, I think I prefer how we are. They flirt with the line, right?
Was it CPUSA?
Anyway, let's keep going. Let's keep hurting ourselves.
Also,
Devils,
shout
I
out
hope
to
you turn it around.
Yeah, also shout out to
Also, if you're too sus for CPUSA.
Don. I totally forgot about that guy, but he was a actual IRL tanky.
Bro, I remember the first time I went into his house. I was just like in high school still, and he had that apartment across the street from work, and he had like a big USSR flag hung up, and like he was an interesting guy. That guy got fucked up.
That's part of what people like recognize as a tanky is like the USSR memorabilia, or just being like a super fan for like a certain like communist government, right? Like that's
a year, and then he started taking way too much acid.
But I mean, that's more of just like, I don't know. Look, I knew people. There was this bar that I used to go to where people would dress up in like uniforms, and I'm not super well versed about military stuff, but I feel like some of the uniforms were like USSR uniforms, and I almost feel like some of the uniforms were like maybe German. I don't know what it was like a goth bar, right? I don't know exactly what was going on with that, but like and like, but my I just kind of assumed that these were like LARPers, That they were literally like, you know, found something historically that they like wanted to, you know, like a identity that they wanted to occupy. Only thing hugging Jimmy Dore's face is a whiskey bottle. Look at how many people didn't pay attention and started following Jackson Hinkle. Yeah, I've been warning about that recently, not knowing what he's really about. German, yeah, I don't even know. I don't know. It was a goth bar. Like you know, only one of them was somebody that I knew from school, and I wasn't exactly friendly with them, so I didn't ask him what's that what uniform are you wearing and what is that about. Piss Earth guy sounds exactly like what you'd think a guy in a band called Piss Earth. Wait, was that the name of his band, or was that like his band that he like listened to?
It's like, you know, acid doesn't show up on your drug test. And I'm like, bro, you can't be taking acid like every day. That shit will fuck with you
not
over
every
time.
day.
Like, I was like, I don't know. I'm taking acid like
I feel like even every month is a little bit pushing it.
once or twice in my entire life. And I'm like, I think that's enough for me, man.
For me, anyway.
And you're like, I'm still reeling from those.
I'm still reeling from it. You know, that fucking St. Patrick's Day when we took all that acid is still a fucking burn.
Did you watch the movie Leprechaun? Please tell me that the Vanguard boys dropped L and watched the Leprechaun. I want to think that that's true.
Into my fucking brain when I saw the one-armed man at the McDonald's drive-thru, dude. It's gonna be with me forever. It's gonna be with me forever.
Okay, acid at McDonald's. That sounds dangerous.
And Bookworm Skates is saying that he's a real life tanky. Well, shout out to you, Bookworm Skates. He's representing. He's holding it down. That's 1 out of 200 in the Vanguard audience. So I feel ya. Maybe Keffels is right. In 100 years, if the online left stays at the same trajectory, there will be 3% fucking tankies instead of half of 1%. Tankies.
Sorry, Bookworm Skates. We can't accept this blood money.
Yeah, we can't.
We don't accept money from those who
We
defeat
can't accept the money from the Red Fash.
and genocide.
Wow, fake. Wow. Shame on you, Bookworm Skates.
All right, let's watch a little more of this.
Marxist-Leninists. Marxism-Leninism is a massive political force outside of the United States and the Western countries.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just at a thing where like I don't even know military uniforms to know enough like what those guys were wearing, but it was some kind of like old school a leprechaun in space. Ooh, that sounds really good. Last time I dropped L, I watched Blade with Wesley Snipes and laughed uncontrollably. I can't handle the dark stuff, right? I can't handle any of the dark stuff. I can't even handle stuff that's like, you know, if you want to watch some like SpongeBob, like somehow SpongeBob would turn evil for me. I need it to be, I don't know. What would be the perfect setting for that?
To minimize that is honestly a level of detachment from issues that are happening.
We have to come in again.
What movie would I watch? You know, I've never been like, okay, this is going to sound weird, but like when I get down like that, you know, whether it's with fungus or whatever, right? I feel like, and you know, don't quote me here because like, I don't know, I'm sure I've watched plenty of movies in that state, but I feel like I kind of like, I want to play, I want to draw, I want to sing, I want to play music, I want to do stuff like, I want to do like creative stuff. I don't want to sit there and like be like, I don't know, for some reason, there's very few movies that do not go like in a weird direction. I'm sure there could be some. I think I actually remember where that Genya guy is from. It was when I was trolling Destiny comment section of his Sam Cedar. Oh, an actual Justice Warrior debate.
We have to come in again.
Oh, Destiny's review of those. Okay.
She's about to genuinely come out here and pretend that China.
Creative outlet is better than watching. Yeah, I need like lights and I need like music and
as a fucking communist country. She's about to come out here and
textures,
pretend that China is a
blankets,
legitimate communist country. And here's where we're gonna have to be like, hey, look, I'm not very smart. Okay, I'm a college dropout. I'm not very learned or not, but they have a fucking president that suspended elections forever. They have 100% capitalism functioning in their country all the time, and what they've done is they've just done state-sponsored capitalism. Okay, say it again with me, Gavin. State-sponsored capitalism. Do you really think that a communist country would behave like China is behaving? No, you do not. No, you do not. And that's why we get in arguments with tankies, because we correctly shred their arguments that China is not actually a communist country. Okay, but just in buying into that, it's like you might as well be on fucking MSNBC.
Have they debated China stands?
Right now, fucking talking about how Marxist Leninism and the fucking Trotskyites, they've overrun everything over there in the world. You don't understand because you're living in your bubble of capitalist glory here in the fucking Western world over there. You know, just some like.
I was trying to figure out what the Irish accent was coming from, and then I realized it's because Keffels lives in Ireland. I got high for the first time in years on Saturday. I watched Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Wait, which one? Like the old one? It was insanely funny to me and my friend, and we didn't know why.
I don't know. I think she lives
These guys would clash with Hasan on China.
in Ireland now. You said.
Yeah.
She doesn't have an Irish accent.
so.
She's got a Canadian accent that's pretty clear, no matter what she's talking about. But anyway.
I haven't ever heard her say "a" though.
Outside of America, and I would call it very American-centric thinking.
Damn.
Called
That's
out.
so
You know what I'm
fucking
saying?
stupid.
Like, why?
Oh, the Johnny Depp one from 2005.
One of the dumbest things I've ever heard come out of somebody's mouth. It's so American-centric to think that China's not doing like actual fucking praxis communism right now. Like, what the fuck is the matter with you? Like, why? Like,
take off your blinders, bro. Go to Northern Ireland and fucking get.
Wait, she's in a North. This is the irony.
Culture.
Exactly. You know, I get it though. She hates. She doesn't like communism. She's a bigger fan of GoFundMe, not GoFund the rest of you. I will say. I did do it. She's like, this guy has no idea what's going on with me. I'm like, I did a little bit of digging. I bet you didn't like that. Oh yeah, who wants to lecture who? Who's got the moral high ground? I've never had a GoFundMe page, and I don't know. I still need to do some more digging into that lawsuit. I'm sorry. I don't know. I couldn't find any links to it, but maybe.
That's what they're bringing up.
Anyway, but we're too dumb. We're too dumb to figure it out. We don't even know that
outside
China's doing real communism, and it's taking over all of the eastern portion of the globe, and it's a scourge. It's a scourge, Gavin, and only the brave lefties on the internet like Keffels are speaking out against.
Keffels is a massive simp for Northern Ireland.
Her and Dylan Burns, they're the last freedom fighters. I don't know if you knew it. Vosh has been letting them down recently. He hasn't been a strong enough soldier for NATO and against China. So that's not real leftism, okay, Gavin? They just want to make sure you know that.
Now, I don't know how much they're taking the piss here, right? But they did react. They did notice that like she's got a video saying like I'm the new Vosh now. I don't know, like Keffels is the new Vosh basically. I wouldn't take any of her thumbnails seriously. Like for instance, she had one where she's talking about Greta Thunberg, and it kind of looks like she's calling Greta Thunberg out, which would have been, huge if true, but no, she was just like commenting on the fact that people thought that Greta Thunberg did a video. There was a stuffed octopus in the shot, and she was talking about Gaza and Israel, and people were like, hey, didn't you know the octopus could be a trope? And Greta actually was like, okay, I'll get rid of the octopus. I don't want anybody to be confused and think I'm trying to dog whistle. But yeah, Keffels wasn't actually calling Greta out in that video. Keffels was just like kind of, basically laughing at the fact that people would bring that up. The cops had rainbow tasers. Wait, where in Northern Ireland? Oh, she posed with the cops. Oh yeah, there was some cop that was doing like outreach to like a pride thing. It can't be serious. The whole video is about how Vosh wouldn't do okay, buddy. Seriously, that's what she talked about. Okay, so that's what I'm talking about, right? Is if you take Keffels some of her thumbnails are serious, but a lot of them are clickbait. A lot of them are clickbait.
Why is your whole Twitter timeline about tankies and communists? Like, you seem really obsessed with this, but I know you haven't followed Keffels' career very much, if at all, Zach. But did you have any thoughts?
This is freaking me out because it's like there's 4 of them. Okay, there's 4 Vanguardians, right? And like it almost looks like they're talking to their past selves, And they're also in the opposite place, like, right? Like they flipped since they did this video. And it's like a weird, it's like as if they're having a panel show with their alternate dimensional selves.
On this?
I know almost nothing about Keffels. I know that she's popular and that she had beef with Destiny, and then that she was in that one picture of Destiny and Vosh eating dinner in DC the other day, and then she did not look very pleased to be there.
Oh no, she's gonna laugh about this.
But yeah, no, I mean, this is kind of like, I don't know, it's like LARPy. It's like, yeah, dude, I'm sure there.
So, a few thoughts here. Why would the video be Keffel's new anti-communist grift where they admit
Because
in the
you
video itself that
explicitly
they
start
actually
grifting
know nothing about me?
anti-communism.
As far as that,
See, that's why would they title the headline describing exactly what the fuck I'm doing? Like, what are you talking about, dude? The reason I'm so passionate on the topic of tankies is because I used to be in the Communist Party. And then you say, I'm not even talking shit on the Communist Party. What do you think? This is anti-communist grifting? Like, okay, you could be like, it's not grifting. This is just anti-communist propaganda. And I would be like, all right, splitting hairs, tomato, tomato. You know what? We get to name our content. You get to name your content, right? But to pretend that that's not what she's explicitly doing here, and that I'd have to have somehow like a fucking PhD course in Keffel's fucking political evolution in order to like actively commentate on one tweet. Like, this is Twitter, honey. We take fucking one tweet and we read it and we give our reaction to it. And
4 versus 1, totally unfair.
that's Twitch live streaming. You do it for a living. I do it on YouTube. It's the same exact shit. Don't pro clutch.
And it's funny because it's literally the exact same thing that right wingers do. We always talk about this, how Republicans, just like mainstream Republicans, they call all leftists communists. They call everyone from fucking Nancy Pelosi to Barack Obama a socialist. They act like everyone.
She does this stuff so that she can hit people with gotchas and turn it into free content. Are you talking about the clickbait? Yeah, I that sounds reasonable. A lot of cognitive dissonance with these YouTubers. Every time I try to introduce a friend into the politics space, it never goes well. I mean, we were just talking about, you know, how kind of twisted the online space is versus like leftism that exists, you know, in offline, right? It's strange that there's such a core of anti-communism within the online left that almost feels like an attempt to, you know, it almost feels like a home-cooked McCarthyism. Like, you know what I mean? Like a DIY McCarthyism. Like that's what it feels like they're going for.
Is like this a scary representation of some sort of like US
Keffel's obviously throwing out bait.
SR form of
And if you've watched her for any period of time, you know that she does this.
communism, which just does not even exist in a meaningful way in the mainstream left right now. Maybe it does more in parts of Europe. Obviously, you know, we live in America, but I'm just saying it's not a
We're all living in America. America is wunderbar.
serious political force. And when you spend your entire career as a lefty commentator, or at least a substantial portion of it, focusing on communists and tankies, and you know, blowing them up and acting like they're a bigger problem than they are, you really are no different than your mainstream Fox News commentator who just sits here and acts like neo-Marxism is making a return. And
And the truth of the matter is that this is coming from Vosh and Keffels and Xander Hall and maybe to a lesser extent people like Demon Mama, right? This is coming from people with something to hide. This is coming from people who are obfuscating their own like weird reactionary nature. And no, but pay attention to the tanky though. Watch out for the tank. Like, I'm the only one who can save you from the authoritarian left.
The rising threat of postmodern neo-Marxism.
It's like
How
actually
is it a different
mainstream
argument? How is
liberal.
it a different argument?
It's not. Yeah, just like, you know, these dumb straw man arguments about how like mainstream liberal or leftist ideology is some sort of a Trojan horse for fucking radical authoritarian communism, when it's like it's just not the case. It's just not the case. The vast majority of people, activists that are organizing around left-wing goals understand that unfortunately we live in a pretty solidly capitalist system right now, and that it's not exactly feasible to just straight up, you know, abolish capitalism, bring about communism. Like, maybe, hopefully, at some point we'll be having that conversation. But
Did they say Trojan horse?
Now the movement right now. RIL guys. IRL. I said RIL. See again, Keffels, why are you fucking beefing with it? If you can't win an argument against us, if our shed still has sharper tools in it, as it were, we have a very, very loose grasp on the English language.
Did you hear the callback to All Star? Did you hear that? If so, you're an all-star.
Okay, this show is co-hosted and, the microphone often commandeered by a man with a fucking insane...
The sharpest tool in the shed. Yes.
...neurodivergency. So we can't be held responsible for most...
That's very Shrek-pilled.
...of what we say. But even we tied a bow on this. I'm sorry. I'm going to watch the next however long we can bear with this until we have our guests come on. But we've already tied a bow on the segment and I haven't even done my roasting yet. So
I know, we haven't even got to the good part.
Picture with me, Bosch and Destiny, we were all told to look unhappy for the picture.
Wow,
One of the things that I think is very weird.
We're all told to look on.
You were wrong, Vanguard. You were wrong. They were told to look unhappy for the picture. That was
unhappy for the picture. So that still means that I was 100% correct when I said she didn't look happy to be there. Oh, they were telling her to pose. Why were you posing to look unhappy in a picture with 2 other fucking Twitch streamers? That seems LARPy again. Double point for the Vanguard.
Yeah. Such a dry kind of like correction too. Like, we're obviously just joking. We're off the cuff. We're fucking making some jokes. Like, actually, I was told to frown for that bit. Okay. I don't think you're really getting the point here.
Well, our journalistic, integrity has already been shredded in this, Gavin. We didn't fucking do our homework and read every tweet and watch every video before we made a comment on this. So I'm sorry we responded to our chat in real time.
Is how me saying this is apparently LARPy when talking about my lived experience as a member of a Marxist-Leninist party. Someone who's run for office as a Marxist-Leninist, someone who's shaken hands with Marxist-Leninists from a wide variety of countries across the world and been thanked for my activism by the Venezuelan embassy.
That's fucking crazy.
I don't understand what is LARPy.
Hugo shouts out to Hugo Chavez. Shouts out to the ghost of Hugo Chavez. Appreciates you, Keffel. We appreciate you. That's what Hugo Chavez's ghost says. We appreciate you, Keffels.
Embassy? Wow. Did you know that I was personally thanked by the Venezuelan embassy? Okay, so why don't you withdraw the power? Do you know how powerful the Marxist-Leninists are? I shook hands with a Venezuelan in an embassy.
Like, can we just redo authoritarian leftism, but instead of we could just have the guy from Smash Mouth or Shrek himself be the Stalin figure?
You know who else is shaking hands in the embassy? Julian Assange. Yeah, you can answer questions about that. Ecuadorian embassy there, Venezuelan embassy where I was from. Apples and oranges, sure, but I understand. You want to know what kind of corners I brush elbows with? Sure. Wow, what do you guys do? You live in Kansas City? What do you do? Nothing. Just like you. Except I'm not so LARPy. I've shaken hands with the fucking embassy. Yeah, from Venezuela, a Venezuelan LARPy embassy. Yeah, literally, I've been destroyed. My credibility is fucking.
Yeah, that almost just like made your point even stronger.
About that, the things that I talk about come from the things that I experienced in my own life. I was not
outside someone smoked a cigarette outside the Cuban hospital
radicalized into being a tankie because of the internet. My first exposure to Marxism Leninism was literally going to Cuba at a young age and reading the Cuban national newspaper.
There are college campuses where there's fucking a bunch of people who are mentally unwell who are saying things like, oh, if we get power, it'll be death to all.
It's the real origin of Smash Mouth. Yeah,
us and whatever. But I mean, it gives all of leftism a bad name. It like shines a light on like the most absolute fringe, most absolute like. Basically, what you're revealing is that you never had a very good sense of like political acumen. You were like, oh, I got swept up by the absolute most minority position that you could.
It seems like they agree with me, but also they are woefully undermining how much they seem to understand what the current.
No, this is what's fucked up. Gavin, let me look up the popular Communist Party registration, like membership America. And these are probably going to be skewed to oblivion by like the 15,000 estimated members.
Are you gonna find out how many CP USA members there are? And
like in the United States Communist Party. Wow, what a political force, right? We better really be worried about what that voting bloc does in the next election. Are you hearing yourself, Keffels? Like we are making fun of you because you are focusing on a fringe, irrelevant portion of the online left. And yes, we know that fringe is stupid, but if you make your entire timeline about it, it just makes it look like you really don't care about any of the goals of the actual authentic left. The examples I already gave, like, oh no, I'm actually just only talking about the like fucking radical, like far, separatist black militant groups, not Black Lives Matter, when I say that I don't think that we need, to be supporting like the radical black activists. You see what I mean? If you put another fucking example on it, you can see how, if you use a hyperbolic, like very offensive example, potentially, you can see how bad the argument is. That's essentially.
Is this a bit of a reaction, reacception? Okay, so let me go over the levels, because I always like to do this in case anybody's confused, because it might be a little confusing the way this screen is set up. So, we've got essentially me, hi, I'm Irene, reacting to the Vanguard on the inside there, reacting to Keffels, reacting to the Vanguard, talking about some stuff that Keffels has said on Twitter, on twitter.com, talking about this this weird anti-communist witch hunt that Keffels is going on, where everybody is an authoritarian tanky, and they're actually more dangerous than fascists, and we gotta purge the left of the tankies. The bad tankies are
same argument that she's using here. She's saying that because
and by tanky she means anybody to the left of her. PSL over CPUSA, Vietnam War refugees and Cuban War refugees. Wait, did I miss something? Is there even a communist party in Canada and Ireland? Keffels talks about, I mean, definitely in Ireland, right? And I mean, there's the Communist Party of Canada, which I think is. Why did they have to emphasize black activists? It's 3 levels deep. Let's wait for Keffels to respond to this. You know that she will. Well, here's the thing. Okay, so the meta of this, like what is going to come out of this? My prediction is that there will be a debate. They said at the beginning of this that they are happy to to have a conversation, to roast Keffels live to her face anytime she wants it, and she has I think she challenged them to a debate. It sounds like they're going to debate.
There's a few fucking crazy people on the left spectrum. I am now
Will Keffels react to me reacting to the Vanguard? That would be kind of cool. I don't know. She does call them the Vanguard boys, and I wonder where she got that. But chat, there's every chance that it was somewhere else. I mean, like I'm sure I'm not the only one who says that.
And talking about it all the time and making it seem like it's a way bigger issue than it actually is, and honestly just giving oxygen to, again, a very fringe movement. And you can tell how fragile she feels about it because she has to
yeah, it's 4 layers deep. This is like some lasagna. This is some bitch lasagna. See, I'm the bitch on top of the lasagna.
Keep giving these like bullshit examples, like, oh, well, guess what, Keffels, my girlfriend went to Cuba and I was also exposed to fucking Marxist propaganda, and she also had a upstate New York liberal education that I think has rubbed off on me in a way that makes me also question her commitment to the American flag, and just all kinds of shit like that. It's like, one time I was in the same bus as a man who drove a car, and when he was in that car, he also one time drove past Fidel Castro. So don't you challenge my credentials. One time I met with the former governor of Minnesota in a private residence and discussed his experience with Fidel Castro. How about that for credentials? Keffels, it's just like, come on now, you don't have to just you don't have to debase yourself and humiliate yourself even further by being like, one time I shook hands with an embassy official and I've met communists in real life, damn it, that they would send shivers up your spine, how real they are. It's like, okay, well, I didn't realize that tankies and communists were such a big problem that we needed to resort to neo-McCarthyism, but I'm a little bit confused there. But
yeah, dude. And she goes on to make the point that, like, oh, well, the fact that Jackson Hinkle is so popular on Twitter and he identifies as a Marxist-Leninist, that's proof that this is a burgeoning ideology which needs to be taken seriously. Yeah, it's like she just continues to list incredibly niche, terminally online examples of why this is actually a real problem, only further proving how it's not a real problem and it's really just terminally online people that even know about it. And let's take a look, because we've been talking a lot about America and how there's basically zero Communist Party presence in our politics.
The only problem is mistaking people like Jackson Hinkle, Infrared Haas, and Caleb Maupin for communists. Whether you're doing that to criticize communists like in a cynical way like Keffels is doing, or whether people on the inside of that community are trying to portray themselves as communists in order to gain entry into the left and chest burst the left from the inside, right? It's they both have the same goal, strangely enough.
Politics. I remember we actually talked to the single elected communist with Whitebird, yeah, from Wisconsin, I believe. He was like on a city council.
Yeah, and he was like right up north, like way almost Canada.
Did he believe in sewer socialism?
He said he got cold as shit there.
Yeah, exactly. And I believe he actually stepped down from that position on the city council in Wisconsin. I forget.
Yeah, if a homeless man passed away because they couldn't provide shelter for him, and he had taken it really personally because, as I mentioned, it gets really fucking cold there, and the guy froze to death. And I know that was really fucking hard for him, because he felt like, obviously he wasn't responsible, but he felt a level of responsibility as a person that was serving on the city council.
Right. But the point is that even that dude isn't is currently serving in elected office anymore. He was the one communist elected to any position in the entire United States of America, and now not even he is serving. Let's take a look, though, at Europe and see how much communist representation is in the parliament.
She's talking about the Far East, Gavin. You wouldn't understand with your American-centric. Do you even read Mandarin? How would you know what's going on in their deep, nefarious networks?
Let's take a look here. It looks like Belgium has 1 communist, Cyprus has 2, the Czech Republic has 1, France has 1, Greece has 2, Portugal has 2, and Spain has 2. So that's not even like 10 communists in the entire European Parliament. This is an incredible.
Does anybody understand like the argument that she's trying to make? Is she just saying like that a lot of like decolonization efforts are facilitated by Marxist Leninists? Is that the argument that she's trying to make by like saying that only if you're America-centric do you not know how pervasive communism is?
fringe faction, even in Europe, where communism is taken more seriously and socialism is taken more seriously. It's not necessarily just thought of as like a scary word, like in America. Like you can actually run as a socialist in France and be taken seriously. In America, it's very rare to succeed running as a socialist. You have to be like Bernie Sanders, essentially. So yeah, even in Europe, there's like basically no Communist Party presence. It's basically a completely fringe and powerless ideology with almost no representation in the halls of power.
Yep, shamefully. I mean, and that's what's fucked up is that a lot of those people are actually cool. Like those people aren't tankies. Like a lot of those people actually have really firm convictions, are very pro-peace, they're very pro-human rights, and they will call out. Like those are the people that we react to base videos coming out from. Like, oh, this parliament member in Portugal, like read what they had to say about this, etc. So I don't even think it's fair to point to them and say they're all tankies, right? These are just the far left. And if you even look, their party affiliation in the country isn't like Communist Party of Portugal. It's something else, probably so that they can distinguish themselves from that like lunatic fringe. Again, none of us are making excuses for that lunatic fringe. I'm just disputing that they have any power at all anywhere in the world, right? And you can fearmonger about China and how I'm a white guy from Kansas City and I don't understand what's happening in the halls of China, and you do as a white person from another Western country. But hey, maybe you speak Mandarin and you're about to wax philosophy about it when you respond to this video. But thanks for the free promotion, by the way. Your channel's a lot bigger than ours.
Yeah, that was fun. That was fun. You guys can watch the whole video if you want. It's pretty dry. It's pretty boring. There's like no humor. It's just like her dryly.
Some people on the internet like to be talked to like this and just, it's like, wow, you were the lamest kid at Degrassi High, so you decided to become a live streamer.
Totally.
I gotta quit with the Canadian jokes. We're friends with fans now.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna get up real quick and pee.
No problem. I'll hold down the fort. Mutiny Guard. Fuck yeah, everybody. Yeah. Well, we're gonna be talking to Carlos a little bit. Shout out to Carlos. We've had Carlos on the show many times. Now he does the job of Marianne Williamson's campaign management, which is tight. So we're gonna get an update from him, and then after that, we've got our good friend Kevin Gostola coming on. We're gonna have a great chat with him. Gonna touch a little bit on a lot of things with Kevin. Obviously, gonna get his overarching analysis of what's going on in Palestine, specifically talking about the targeted assassination of reporters that are there on the ground in Gaza. So that's going to be an interesting discussion. He's also going to give some updates on the Julian Assange case. We're expecting more to come out on that in the coming days. So he's going to be prepared to give a quick update on that and whatever the fuck else we talk to. I know Gavin wants to talk to him a little bit about how they reached a SAG deal. Last time we had Kevin on, he'd done reporting on WGA and wanted to talk about that. So I'm sure we'll get into it. But there's also a lawsuit going on that I wanted to talk to Kevin about if we have time. Against basically about the CIA spying on Americans while Julian Assange was in the Ecuadorian embassy. There were people like Pamela Anderson, but a lot of famous people. I wouldn't say a lot of famous people, but a number of people who are noteworthy and have clout and whatnot went to go visit him to try and keep him company, keep him sane. I mean, he was trapped in a very small room in an Ecuadorian embassy for fucking years and years and years, right? So those people were spied on. Kevin's going to give us the what's what on all of that stuff because it's very complicated and I don't know enough to start telling you about it, but I know for a fact that Kevin does. So shout out to him. Can't wait to get him in the hot seat. He's always one of my favorite guests to pick the brain of. He's a cool guy too. And he's got great taste in music. I'm pretty sure he's going to be sitting in front of his record collection. You guys peep that while he comes at you. I'm like, I know for a fact that dude listens to Anthony Fantano and I don't even have to ask him.
Oh yeah, dude, he has great taste in cinema too. We talked a lot about movies the last time he was on and I was looking at Kevin's Letterboxd account. Bro, this man has a deep, intense knowledge of cinema. He was like rating films from like the 40s that I never even heard of, logging shit that I was like, what?
Yeah, he went to Columbia where I went briefly for 6 months. So I know he's like a big film guy. Yeah.
I didn't know he went to Columbia. That's cool.
Yeah. And I'm thinking he might still live in Chicago. I don't know. We'll talk to him about that. You guys will get the 411 from Kev himself. And yeah. Do we know specifically what updates Carlos is going to give us? I didn't really know exactly what to tease other than he was coming on to talk about Marianne Williamson, but I'm also going to run to the bathroom before he gets in here. So Gavin,
you're good. Yeah, so Carlos is just going to be coming on to talk a little bit about the status of the Marianne Williamson presidential campaign. Obviously, there's been some recent developments since the last time we've had Carlos or Marianne herself on the podcast. Some new polls have Marianne Williamson at 16%, which is a new high for her. So I'm excited to get his intel as far as that goes and how they achieved that new polling high. Also, ballot access updates, anything like that. I'm interested in what the campaign's thinking and reaction is to the entry of other candidates into the race, such as Cenk Uygur, as well as people like RFK dropping out of the Democratic primary and going independent. So, I just figured it'd be fun to get Carlos in here to chat a little bit about the status of the Marianne Williamson campaign, given the fact that we have been following her campaign since the beginning. And it's been a week or two, I feel like, since we've given you guys some good updates. Carlos is a good friend of the show, too. We've been chatting with him before he was even working with Marianne. He's been involved in New Hampshire Democratic Party politics for a while. So we had him on like 3 years ago just to chat about that, again, before he ever got involved in Marianne's campaign. So always excited to chat with Carlos. But shout out to you, Kelly. Thank you so much for the generous $10 super chat. I think we're going to probably have to wait for Zach to get back to get a real response to this one. I'm not as literate as far as football goes, but Kelly says, love it when the Niners blow TF of a team you were fear-mongering as a Trevor Lawrence offense 5-game winning team. Yeah, I think Zach's going to have to take this one, Kelly, but thank you so much for the super chat. Zach, I was just saying that I think you're going to have to take the super chat because I don't know what to say in response.
Oh, congratulations. You guys figured out how to win a fucking football game. This is the NFL, buddy. That's what you're supposed to do. Kelly, oh my gosh, this just shows...
Oh my god.
This just shows what I'm talking about. There's a level of confidence that it takes to win a Super Bowl. You guys unfortunately learned this the hard way last time you guys faced off with Mahomes in the Super Bowl, but I digress. 100% I want to call Purdy MVP worthy because we saw what happens if you take away his weapons.
We're rating. Thank you to the Vanguard boys for the content. Interesting stuff going on between them and Kuffles. I predict that there will be a debate. It does seem like there likely will. We're going to rate into Adrian Vixen right now. What did Anna say? Like the TYT refugees. Yeah, TYT refugee, Adrian Vixen. And we're gonna say hi and give our love and everything. I will be back soon ish. I think I'll try to do a Wednesday stream. Chat, like I meant to, I did tell you on Friday that I was going to do a stream on Sunday, and I got it all ready and then just ended up being too tired after preparing. I don't know what's wrong with me. I'm just I'm lower energy than I should be, and I need to look into what's going on with that. And I'm trying to make things better, but yeah, TYT mods quit, exactly. Oh wait, where's that emote from? Scroll. I gotta see where that emote's from. Oh no, we're raiding in. But look for a video. I should be coming out with a video very soon. Summer 186 mod love. Nice. Much love to everybody. You don't have to use Twitch if you don't want to. You can always go over there and say hi to Adrian if you so choose, but no obligations. Thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting me. YouTube chat, again, I'll try to be back on Wednesday, and I want to do a more regular kind of schedule so people know where to find me, because that makes it so much easier for me and so much easier for you. Thank you for being here with me. Much love.